any word of what's caused it or whatever. And then they're like, oh, after like a bunch of other YouTubers like support him and are like, yeah, this guy's really, a good dude, and he's been a collaborator of ours for years. We got to all support him. After a huge amount of energy, they responded to him finally and just said, oh, you need to send us proof of your identification because we're afraid that someone might fraudulently impersonate you or something. Never mind the fact that while that takes place, he's demonetized. So he's like losing a bunch of revenue because someone randomly decided to verify his identity at YouTube, and it's very, very sus. And that's like a happy ending compared to the ones that usually happen. It's terrible.
I couldn't imagine having your income be subject to just straight up removal, even while you're still doing your job. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be able to get started in just a moment here now.
Yeah, so I do chess coaching, which pays like $100 an hour. I do poop donation.
Failure to connect the server. Sorry, folks. Just if everyone can just bear with me for just a couple minutes.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So feel free to start raising your hands, guys. We'll be starting here in just a second. We have a couple people setting up their streams right now. We'll be starting here in about 2 minutes, it sounds like. But go ahead and raise your hand. We'll do an intro, and then we'll start pulling people up. First person I see in queue is Captain Parwelk, so we'll pull you up first.
These stupid certificate errors come in once in a while, and then we have to update something. I'm sorry, folks.
Should we pull up someone up and chat with them initially, or how do you want to do this while we wait, Randolph?
Yeah, if you want to chat off topic for now, that'd be great. Yeah.
Cool. So we'll go ahead and pull up the just first person in queue, I guess. Captain, what's up?
Hi. I've been on the Theist Helpline before. I got some hate mail because of it from some guy.
Oh.
First ever hate mail.
Congratulations.
But I was wondering about like who is there like any research or anything on like who wrote the Quran? Or like what's that from like an atheist perspective?
I think there's a much smaller community that explores theories to the effect that it wasn't all written by Muhammad, or his, the people who wrote for him, because he allegedly didn't write. But I think that it's much smaller as far as like the number of people that study that or believe that, because it's closer to the present day, and there's more attestation to Muhammad being a historical figure than there is with Jesus. So yeah, I'm not really up to date on that, but
okay,
that's my impression of the like the status of it. Like if you go to MythVision YouTube, which is an excellent YouTube channel that interviews all kinds of scholars, the majority of their stuff isn't about Islam, but they have some people to interview, and they interview people on kind of all parts of the spectrum, not just what is sometimes referred to as like hard mythicism, like Jesus did not exist mythicism. So like there's a range of positions that different scholars' works could support, all the way from the legendization of a figure who did exist, all the way to the like partial like mythicism, where it's like a mostly invented story, all the way to like full mythicism, which is like there's just some Gnostic character that got turned into a historical figure by a gospel writer or whatever. All of those different positions get explored by different scholars. It's not like there's some single mythicist position on either. And MythVision covers kind of all of it, and doesn't just like say, oh, it has to be like full mythicism, or they don't cover it. They talk to Christians, they talk to Muslims, they have a pretty and Jews, they have a pretty broad scholarly base. As far as like who wrote it down, I think we know that a lot of the stuff is classified as hadiths. In other words, it was written by supposed companions and witnesses who he met, who recalled things about what he had said, in addition to things which he directly had dictated for the Quran.
Yeah, I have like another kind of like defense, I'm not a Christian, but I think the Trinity is understandable. Do you think the Trinity is like understandable, or do you think it's like self-contradictory?
I think I know the argument you're going to make, which is that the Quran says, do not worship God as three,
Oh
and it
no,
doesn't.
this is about Christianity
he's a
now.
Christian. So no, I think it makes no sense. The Trinity is gibberish.
Oh, I'm not a Christian.
So how do you think the Trinity is not gibberish?
Do you know what a siphonophore is?
Sort of. Go ahead and tell us.
Yeah. A siphonophore is a deep sea creature that it looks like a jellyfish, but it's not technically a jellyfish. But what's interesting about siphonophores is that they're not really one organism. They're many different organisms that are all working together
Like a jellyfish.
as a well, jellyfish are singular organisms.
Well, they're multicellular organisms put together to make a single organism, but they're not single cellular organisms put together. They're multicellular organisms put together.
Yeah, siphonophores are multicellular organisms.
So a jellyfish is one.
No, not exactly. But siphonophores aren't all three different things. So it's not 100% jellyfish, 100% sea potato, 100% swordfish. They're combinations of different biological life forms that all work together in harmony, which is perfectly fine. Like humans are kind of similar. Like the mitochondria is not human DNA. It's a different animal that became a part of us, which is fine. Those are two separate things. They're not 100% human and 100% not human at the same time. The Trinity is not analogous.
Well, what I was saying with that is the idea of like a single thing and like different things is more of a spectrum. And there's a lot of like fuzzy areas. We do have an idea that, oh, this is like an individual organism. Life is classified as cells, then tissues, then organs, and then organisms. And these siphonophores are different organisms.
Well, we'll skip the siphonophores. How does this relate to the Trinity? Are you saying like Jesus is like the mitochondria of God or something?
No, I'm saying that this relates because it shows that it's possible for there to be creatures that are technically
Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help us
feeding
understand
zooids, the locomotion zooids,
Trinity.
and so on.
The Trinity is God is 100% Jesus. Jesus is 100% the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is 100% God, but they are three separate things. Nothing in biology shares that. Nothing. All of the siphonophores have parts that are of different species, but it is not 100% three different things, which are three different things.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question.
Yep.
Thank you for coming up. We've got a couple more in queue, and feel free to keep raising your hand, everybody, if you have any questions or just need help with theism. Steve, we've got you in queue next. I'm pulling you up.
Hello.
Randall, you still setting up?
I am set up. The problem is that the TLS certificates are not being accepted. There's an update again with Google has created a compatibility issue. I'm trying to get the certificates update, and then everything will be okay.
I have no idea what any of that means, but okay. What's going on, Steve?
So I have a question mostly for Tom, but I'd be interested in any answer from any of you. What is your opinion on Thomas Aquinas' first mover argument for the existence of God?
Stupid.
Can you elaborate?
Well, it assumes that anything in motion must have something to cause it to be in motion. So you can just have a brute fact where things don't have causes that solves the problem. So there's no logical entailment of his argument. It's just false dichotomy, more or less.
Well, can you give me an example of something that can be in motion and it itself has caused it to be in motion?
Well, no. So it's not itself caused it to be in motion. It's nothing caused it to be in motion. It just is in motion. So like a brute fact is just a fact with no explanation, no cause. Brute facts are logically possible. There's no logical contradiction with a brute fact. Therefore, it is not the case that an object in motion necessitates something to cause it to be in motion.
I just linked the argument to in Heathen Hangout chat.
All right. What about the? I mean, he frames this in a couple different ways. One is simply that everything which has come to exist has not been caused to exist, and so on. Is there anything that could exist without anything having caused it to exist?
Yes, that's literally what a brute fact is. It's just the definition of a brute fact.
Okay. I'm unfamiliar with the terminology, so.
Okay, that's fair. Like, it's a very common thing in philosophy. Just Google brute facts, brute necessities.
Okay.
It's one of the.
Thank you for the answer.
Sure.
I think that's it.
Yep.
Do you want? Is it nothing else?
Yep, that's it. Do you remove me or?
Cool. Thank you for coming up. Too Fast Gone, you're up next. And if anybody else would like to chat, feel free to raise your hand there. Is he muted?
I cannot hear him.
You say.
And now.
Well, that didn't last long.
Cool story, bro. Anybody else?
This is a frustrating problem. Last time we just refreshed the certificate store and it worked, and normally that happens automatically. This is not making sense.
Where are you trying to stream to that is not letting you stream?
Oh no, the problem is that there's TLS certificate is not being accepted when I'm trying to connect to YouTube. So this happened once before a long time ago, and updating certificates fixed it, but this time it's not.
And also, if I could just say, it TJump was correct. It is not the. It is the Portuguese man-o-war, not the jellyfish. That is a multicellular organism, and we know how the Quran was made. It was by humans, not by an angel. Just wanted to put that in there. By Zaid ibn Thabit, seems to be the most likely, who was personal scribe of Muhammad.
Hello? Hello. Just on that point, this is not my question, but I don't think Muslims claim that an angel wrote the Quran. That's not what they claim.
Delivered
We
the
obviously,
Quran.
yes, delivered the Quran, not wrote it. We obviously know that humans wrote it. They claim that the message is inspired by God, not that like some
Okay.
angel came and wrote it down.
Okay.
Just-
Do you
Yes,
have
that
an
doesn't
argument?
make the claim better. We understand that.
Yeah. Okay. So I suppose I'm assuming that you guys are all atheists or agnostic.
Sure. Do you have an argument?
Yes. So if you're atheist / agnostic, what is the most? I'm a theist. So what would be the most strong argument that you could convince me that theism is untrue, that God doesn't exist? Do you have any?
Sure. All things that humans come up with are vast majority imaginary and do not correspond to reality. And so until evidence is provided for any idea, it is rational to conclude it's made up by our imagination, just like any of the other ideas with no evidence. Therefore, God is equivalent to Santa Claus, leprechauns, fairies, unicorns, Loch Ness Monster, UFOs. So until you provide actual evidence for it, it is irrational to believe it, just like it's irrational to believe Santa Claus is real.
So I think that's a bit of a false equivalency, because why would I don't think there's any proof to say that most things that humans invented are imaginary. Like, would you say that would you say that a circle is imaginary? Like,
Well, yes, but I think like your argument is more that things that correspond to reality. So it's not like obviously any imaginary thing is imaginary. So English, imaginary, math and logic, imaginary. They're things we imagine. But the question is when we think of something in the world outside of our imagination, like what causes lightning, most of the explanations of lightning up until 200 years ago were all wrong.
yeah,
Every
God of
single
the
one of
God.
them.
No,
right?
No, I understand.
Right,
God of big
so
gap.
you said there was no evidence that most of the things humans imagine are fake, and so I'm going to try to give you some evidence. For everything that we tried to explain about the world up until about 200 years ago, every one of those explanations was wrong. So earthquakes, volcanoes, lightning, stars, every one of them was wrong. And so
No, I understand. Yeah.
the fact that we come up with explanations of things like the origin of the universe or whatever, that explanation is no more justified than the explanation of lightning 5,000 years ago. So there's no evidence of it. And so this is the reason why any idea that comes to our head is unjustified until we provide empirical evidence of it.
So you're a so
No.
you're an empiricist. So
No.
you don't believe anything unless there's empirical evidence for it?
No, at the very beginning I said conceptual things are conceptual. So we can imagine things without them being empirical. But we need, if you want to say something exists in the real world independent of your imagination, then you need something like empirical evidence.
So I don't think theists claim that God exists in the real world. I think they claim that God exists outside the physics. So theists don't claim that God exists in the real world. Theists claim that God exists beyond the real world in a metaphysical sense.
I don't think you thought through that sentence very well. So if God doesn't exist in the real world, it means God doesn't exist.
As in not in the universe. As in not in this universe.
You mean
obviously
the physical world, the external world. That's so
as in the universe that we're in right now, space, temporal.
I don't care about that. So I don't care about the universe. I'm saying for anything to exist outside of your imagination, you need evidence of it existing outside of your imagination. I don't care if it's this world or another universe or another dimension or the metaphysical realm. If it exists outside of your imagination, you need evidence to show it exists outside of your imagination.
No, I agree with that, and I think there's plenty of evidence to support the existence of a creator.
Okay, that would be great.
Oh,
go ahead.
Okay, so I think the simplest arguments are usually the strongest arguments. So, for example, I think a contingency argument or a fine-tuning argument would be a very good, strong argument for the existence of God. And by the way, I think when we talk about these things, we need to define our terms. So what would you define as God? Because I know as an atheist, it's very easy.
Non-physical mind that created everything else.
A non-physical mind that created anything else.
Everything else, yes.
So that would be your definition of God.
Sure.
Does this God have any traits in your definition?
This is just the minimum requirement. So you can have a whole bunch of different traits.
So that would be the basic definition you would use in your argument.
Anything that was a non-physical mind that created everything else would be a God, regardless of the other traits it may or may not have.
Okay, so would you concede that the universe is fine-tuned?
No.
Okay, so why? So here we can argue. I would posit that the universe is finely tuned, and in fact, that most physicists would agree that the universe is finely tuned, because I can point to, for example, the fact that where the Earth is in a Goldilocks zone. It's not too close to the Earth so that it would burn, and it's not too far away that we would freeze. Or, for example, I can point to mathematical truths, like, for example, the existence of seven constants. I don't know if there's a book written about it called Seven Constants, like pi and e.
Wait. So just let me skip to the problem here. So the problem is when physicists use fine tuning, they do not mean a mind designed this. When they use fine tuning, what they mean.
See, I see. Okay, I don't think God has a mind the same way me and you conceptualize the word mind. I would say intelligence.
I'm using mind in any way related to intelligence, consciousness, any kind of intentionality, any of those. All physicists, when they say fine tuning, has nothing. It has nothing to do with consciousness, no intentionality, no mind of any kind whatsoever. Zero of any of that. When physicists use fine tuning, they're saying that the constants are proportionally related such that it allows for the certain kinds of physical manifestations we have today. It has nothing to do with the mind. So I agree that in physics, the word fine tuning is a concept, but it has nothing to do with a God, nothing to do with the mind, nothing to do with intentionality. In physics, fine tuning
I understand.
Just to answer the fine tuning argument. So in physics, fine-tuning is explained in multiple ways. It can be explained by a deterministic force of nature that entangles all of the other forces, like the fine structure constant. So all of the fine-tuning in nature can be explained by the fine structure constant with no mind. It's just a force that exists with no mind. Secondly, it could be explained by like the multiverse, like you mentioned, the Goldilocks zone and Earth. That's fully explained by the number of planets there are. If there are a whole bunch of different planets, some of them will be inside, some of them will be outside. It's just random chance. And so all of the fine tuning in physics, the consensus in physics is that it's explained by non-mind forces. In fact, no one in physics thinks God explains anything about the fine tuning or the cosmological argument. That's not a thing in physics. The consensus is like string theory, mini worlds, EPR, de Bois-Rome, no God.
not. No, I understand. That's the current physical. Those are the popular theories that surround current physics. I understand that. That's not my argument.
Okay.
I'm saying that your answer to the fine tuning. So first of all, you do concede that the universe is finely tuned because you were just saying that it was, but you would just disagree on the definition. You wouldn't say it's from God.
Right.
So we agree the universe is finely tuned. Now the question is
what he wasn't. Now you're assuming he is.
That's fine. If we're using fine tuning in the technical physics sense, then I agree. If he's using fine tuning in the
that's what I'm
philosophical
saying.
sense,
I'm saying in the technical sense that he's saying. So I'm not I understand what he's saying. I think you misunderstood. Yeah. So
You're
what
not,
I was saying.
to be clear, you're not going to equivocate here in a second, though, and say that fine-tuned means that a god or something made it, right?
Well, no. So he just clarified that he just means in the technical physics sense, which means not by a god. It just means in physics there is a pattern.
I was just clarifying too. So
gotcha.
Yeah, that's fine. So then the question would be, well, what's the most rational reason for that? So what's the most rational reason for the universe being finely tuned in a purely physical sense, as we described?
Right.
You would say that it's chance, randomness.
No.
You would say that. Well, that's what you just said before.
No,
You're
that's
saying
one
that
of
if it
the
happened,
explanations. I think the best explanation is the fine structure constant. The fine structure constant.
So what's that? I'm not familiar with that.
It's a single law of physics that causes all of the other laws to be tied together, so that any changes to one will cause proportional changes to the other.
And you're saying that this constant explains fine tuning?
Yes, literally. So like fine tuning is like there's a whole bunch of different laws, and they are all proportionally the correct amount to allow for life, right? And so if all of the laws are tied together by a different law that forces them to be the same proportions, then that would explain the fine tuning. Like that literally explains the fine tuning.
Okay, but then the theist would answer to you and retort and say, well, who made the fine constant?
It's
so who
uncreated.
made it so that it would be this way?
The question is what's the best explanation of an uncreated cause? So the uncreated cause is the fine structure constant in my model, and you think it's a god. So which is the better uncreated explanation? The one that has the evidence, which is physics. The fine structure constant has evidence, quantum fields have evidence, God does not have evidence. And so what's the best explanation of the fine tuning is the thing that has evidence. And it's better. It's a better explanation of being the uncreated thing than a god is.
I wouldn't say so, because then I would. Why would you posit that that's uncreated? Why would you posit that that is uncreated? I don't understand.
Because the best explanation of an uncreated thing is the thing that is the most fundamental in reality that has been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. So the thing that's most fundamental that has been demonstrated to exist.
Clarify me? Just a second. Can you just clarify what you mean by uncreated?
Not having something else that made it.
So uncreated meaning nothing came before it.
Sure, yeah, something like that.
Hey,
okay.
I've got the stream working, folks. I'm just, if you don't mind, I'm just going to read the introductions and then we'll be able to continue.
Sure.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Welcome to the Theist Helpline. This is your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline in alphabetical order to be introduced.
Hey guys, just wanted to give you an update. The dumbasses at YouTube still have not given me back my monetization because my debates were uploaded on other channels first. So even though they're of me with my content that I own, they're reused content. And under that policy, your entire channel gets demonetized if you're using reused content. So YouTube are dumbasses. Please support me here at my PayPal link, bit.ly/TomJump. It's case sensitive, so capital T, capital J. If you can, I'd really appreciate your support to make up for the idiots at YouTube. Thanks.
Thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity and the histories surrounding it. Mubarak Abu Sharifa is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and I apologize for the delay in getting started. I ran into a technical problem with TLS certificates, which is now resolved. We had a conversation going, and if you would like to continue that, or if anybody had anything quick to announce first. Oh, one more thing. Our website is at www.theisthelpline.com. And we have on there a section called hosts where you can, or about us, where you can see this list of hosts and all their relevant links. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you guys a question?
You just did.
Go for it.
Another one? Yeah. I've got this Muslim dude DMing me, and we're talking about so he's trying to argue with me that Muhammad wasn't bisexual, right? So in regards to that, so Randolph, say your best friend comes over to your house, like knocks on your door, takes his shirt off, and like you open the door, there's like your best friend's there with no shirt on, right? He's standing there, and then he hugs you, and then he takes your and he kisses you, and he takes your shirt off and like starts kissing your side. Like what would you think about that? Would that be a gay action?
I think so, and it's starting to sound like the plot for a pornography movie. It wouldn't get that far with me. I'm not going to let him take my shirt off.
There's literally multiple hadiths transmitted about this action with Muhammad with multiple men.
Are they Sahih Hadith or weak Hadith?
Multiple hadiths. They're strong, weak, all in between. There's all sorts of reports of this.
Whatever you like.
Hadiths. So I would just like to quickly explain to our audience.
Sorry, just 1 second.
We have Leafy here. Welcome to our stage. You were previously talking with TomJump just before we brought the introductions in. The reason we had to do that is because we had got started late due to some technical issues. So thank you. Please go ahead with your question.
And then afterwards, I just want to have a quick question with you.
That's fine. Sure. No, but just about the gay Muhammad being gay. So do you do that as to provoke Muslims, or like for what? Like, because you're an atheist, right? So are you just ridiculing religion, or so what's the purpose? What's the intention behind it? I'm just curious.
That's a valid interpretation as much as any interpretation. So, like, you can take any holy book and interpret the context of the situations, and theists do this all the time. They just interpret it in a way that's beneficial to their ideology, and so atheists are just mirroring that and interpreting certain phrases in holy books in a way that's beneficial to their interpretation to show the hypocrisy of religious people by only interpreting their one interpretation as being the correct one.
I think so. I think that's a valid criticism for Christianity because that's very true. But I think in terms of Islam, that's not a valid criticism because the Quran has a very clear scope of interpretation. So while there is room for interpretation, the scope is very clear. There are verses that are unambiguous, and then there are verses that are ambiguous, and we use the unambiguous verses to make sense of the ambiguous ones. So
You
it's
know,
not fair to say that.
Christians
that
say the
that
exact same thing, but it's technically
no, they don't.
incorrect. So they literally they say the same thing. But so there's this
I
thing
don't think they
in
do.
language called the natural ambiguity of language. It's a fact of linguistics that all language can be interpreted in many different ways, unless it's like math or logic or a science textbook. All language can be interpreted in many different ways. So the problem is that all holy books necessarily have this flaw because they're not textbooks that are like academic textbooks. But that is slightly off topic to our original point. You were asking about fine tuning and what is the best explanation of the uncreated being, and you wanted to know why would I think that the quantum field was uncreated or something? And my answer was that the best candidate for an uncreated thing is the thing that is most fundamental that we've discovered exists. And positing something that we haven't discovered exists as fundamental is like saying Santa Claus. So quantum fields have tons of evidence. They're the most fundamental thing we've discovered. We don't have any reason to think they're created. There's lots of math in the case they're outside of space and time and have no reason to believe they had a beginning. So they're a good candidate for the uncreated thing. There's no such evidence for God existing. So all of the properties of quantum fields have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. None of the properties of God have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. Therefore, quantum fields are a better explanation.
So I don't think physicists would agree with you on that point. I don't think a physicist would say quantum fields are uncreated. I don't think physicists would say quantum fields exist out of space and time.
That's the consensus.
I don't think
well, let me just correct you really quick.
think
Google emergent spacetime. Emergent spacetime is the consensus that space and time emerge from more fundamental things, which is namely quantum fields. That's the consensus in physics.
Yeah,
And the
so
consensus
quantum fluctuations. Yeah,
fluctuations are a thing that happen in fields. So quantum fields are the fundamental thing. Fluctuations are things that happen in the fields, but that's separate. So this is the consensus in physics that both they are uncreated and they are outside of space and time. So like if you go to the
you kind of cut out a little bit. I don't know if it was just me, but
so the consensus of physicists is that quantum fields are uncreated and they are outside of space and time. You can check the poll Fundamental Attitudes Towards Quantum Mechanics by Schlosshauser, which confirms this.
sure, I'll believe you. Like I'll take you at your word for it. Our quantum fields are uncreated. Would I like some references? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Leafy. So I posted in the Heath and Hangout a few things for people to mull over and for yourself to look at that support what TJump just said. It starts with.
Sure. I'd like to look at that.
Okay, cool. So there's a very excellent YouTuber. TJump, do you have any videos specifically on fine tuning? I haven't looked for your video yet, but maybe you have one. But we have a video here from Detroyer, who has a YouTube channel called Friction, and you may have seen Detroyer in these circles. He hangs out on Discord and is very knowledgeable. He does a great job of explaining the fact that the priors for the specific God intelligent creator causing fine tuning hypothesis are far less probable than the much less specific hypotheses that it could be any number of things, including just an uncreated brute fact or a natural cause, which is not intelligent. And so when you actually do a sophisticated evaluation of the priors, it's not more probable that it's a very specific, highly advanced intelligence that could predestine everything to be just one way. It's extremely improbable when you actually compare those priors. Further, there's an article on religions.wiki which summarizes as such. It says essentially the fine-tuning argument is a version of the argument from design using cosmology instead of biological questions. But it in the treatment of the biological mysteries, it's claiming that they cannot be solved except by theology. But scientists have been able to solve the problems in biology, and they will also be able to more than likely solve these problems in cosmology. Fine-tuning heavily depends on the argument from ignorance fallacy, a god of the gaps, and shifting of the burden of proof. And the argument is essentially the anthropic theistic principle and the natural law argument, just all like put in a physics dress, which it is not actually agreeing with physicists about.
So this is from where?
So that's the summary
what-
from Religions Wiki. So there's two main things I would look at. I would look at the
Wiki?
Religions Wiki article, religions.wiki. It's a religion specific wiki.
Religions.wiki.
And the
Yep.
Detroyer video does fine tuning prove design. He's very sophisticated in philosophy and explaining things.
Okay, so you're positing that basically it's the same thing as an argument from design, but the only difference is it's using physics jargon
biology.
instead of biological jargon, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying it leans heavily, or it's dependent on shifting the blame. And what else did you say? I forget.
And the anthropic theistic principle. It's basically saying, like, things are this way for us. Like you mentioned that you think that we're in the Goldilocks zone. The number
It's
of
not that I
planets,
think that it's true.
the number of planets in the universe, which don't have life on them mostly, is 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. That's approximately how many planets there are in the universe, the majority of which won't have life. So it's just an anthropic principle mistake to assume that because we're on one, the universe was just designed for us.
Yeah, in fact, if
Are
I
you
don't
sure
mind,
that- sorry, are you sure that number is that low?
but would you mind maybe going over a concept and then answering a question? We hear a lot about fine tuning. Have you heard about the puddle principle, the puddle concept, puddle analogy?
You're asking me?
Yes.
No, I haven't heard of it. Tell me what it is.
So, a quote by Douglas Adams explaining the anthropic principle. He's trying to imagine a sentient puddle. If you imagine a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, this is an interesting world I find myself in, an interesting hole I find myself in. Fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? In fact, fits me staggeringly well. Must have been made for me in it. I would question the notion that life is fine-tuned for this universe. As both TJump and Ix were saying, isn't it kind of weird that a being that has infinite doors, an infinite amount of planets, only decides to use one? It seems kind of...
I mean, first of all, I think you're assuming here. So first of all, we don't know if there's other life on other planets. There very well could be, and they could be out of our scope.
Sure.
So you're making a bold assumption there. But it's in terms of the puddle analogy. Can you repeat it again? Because I didn't quite get it. Like I didn't quite fully understand what you were trying to say.
Well, the puddle fits exactly to its hole that it has been produced
So you're
from.
trying to say that just because so you're saying in that same way that it fits exactly in the hole, we are exactly in the Goldilocks zone, and therefore that's a similar analogy. Is that what you're trying to say?
It is, in essence, you are saying we live in the Goldilocks zone. We must have been fine-tuned to be here, instead of, no, we are just the life that arises when planets have Goldilocks zones.
So are there no other planets in Goldilocks zones?
Oh, they're probably, in fact,
I'm
they're
pretty
probably
sure that-
billions, if not more.
Yes, but how come ours is the only one with life?
How do you know it's the only one with life?
I don't, but exactly, that's what I was saying before. I don't know it's the only one with life, but from what we know of modern science, which is like the most we can use from the most well-researched scientists we have, from the biggest telescopes we haven't seen any other life. This is the Fermi paradox.
So you're just saying
So
we
that's
haven't
why-
received signals from an intelligent species advanced enough to transmit through space to reach us.
I'm
which is
saying
the-
that based on the current evidence we have, what's the best explanation that we can think of?
Right. The best
Have you heard of-
explanation for
have
the
you heard
Fermi
of- have you
paradox
heard of-
is... Hold on, just a
have you
second.
heard of-
The Fermi paradox only
Sorry,
tells
go ahead.
us, like, why is it that we don't see radio signals from like advanced civilizations, right? And the Fermi paradox's like most popular response is that most civilizations go extinct before they can reach one another.
Right.
And we have several like near extinction threats that we're currently playing with fire about. So that's not at all implausible. So sorry, what were you going to say?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Are you talking to me? I was going to ask you if you've heard of Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Do not multiply entities without necessity.
Yeah, that's right. So it's to state basically that the simplest cause is usually correct or most likely true. Something to that effect.
Yeah. What's your point?
Yeah. So I wanted to make a case for the contingency argument. In that, so we could do it in many forms, but I think a deductive form is the strongest or the simplest to understand. So, which is why I was talking about Occam's razor. So, for example, you can posit that everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Quick
The
question.
universe began to exist.
Are you doing Aquinas's
therefore it has a
contingency
cause.
argument? Hold on. Are you doing Aquinas's contingency or Leibniz's?
More of a kalam, cosmological argument.
That's not a contingency argument. Kalam is different.
Kalam is a contingency argument.
It's a cosmological argument.
It's a cosmological argument.
So
there's
Cosmological
different.
argument.
just to clarify,
Right.
those are about the same. They're pretty much almost identical. There's more technical language,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
they're the same thing, literally.
They're similar, but yeah, just trying to make sure that you know what you're explaining to us, so that we don't just get a big muddle of all three.
No, I understand. Yeah, so as I was saying, the universe everything that the first premise would be that everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. Would you guys object to any of these premises?
So that's the Kalam cosmological argument, which has been thoroughly debunked, but I don't accept it.
Yeah, I
So
don't
why
accept the
wouldn't you?
first premise.
Everything that begins to exist has a cause. You don't believe that premise. Why not?
I don't
Because
accept it
the
because I can't
begins
rule
to
out the
exist-
possibility- Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Well, I'll tell you how it's shady, shoddy language. If we were to just remove words and I were to just say everything that exists has a cause, would you agree with me?
Yeah, I can't accept it because I don't. I can't. It hasn't. been
No,
ruled
no,
out as far as
I
know.
wouldn't.
It hasn't
No,
been
to your
ruled
point,
out
I
as far
wouldn't
as I
agree
know.
to you.
It hasn't
course.
been
Because
ruled out.
everything that
It hasn't.
because then
it
you
hasn't-
because then you would run
Amy,
into
I'm trying to
the
answer your question. I'm trying to
Oh,
answer.
sorry, I was responding to her. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and respond to her. It was quiet.
No.
So I didn't. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. You can go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
I was saying that I can't accept that first premise because I am not aware of anything that rules out the possibility of things that begin to exist that don't have a cause.
Can you say that one more time?
Well, you're putting on a condition that everything that begins to exist must have a cause. I can't accept that because I don't know that to be the case.
So how would you prove otherwise?
Brute facts. So
That's
like,
not my burden.
so
You're
he's
the one who's making the claim that it can only be that way. So it's the burden actually belongs to you.
sort of.
So I would
So
have to
just to clarify, what
that
Randolph is
everything that
saying.
begins to exist has a cause.
Leafy, one sec. So the first premise is everything that begins to exist has a cause. Randolph is saying it's possible that something could begin to exist without a cause. And this
Yeah,
is,
I would disagree with that.
right, but so it's
Just to be
logically
clear,
possible.
I'm not actually making that claim. I'm just saying I can't rule out that possibility.
That means the same thing, Randolph is. But so if it's logically, if there's no logical contradiction with the thing beginning to exist without a cause, then it's possible.
I'm saying that there is.
There,
I'm saying that there is.
okay, well, that would be you're refuting or you're claiming that brute facts are logically impossible. Brute facts are not logically impossible. This is something that's been proven in philosophy for a long time. So what do you think is the
So-
logical contradiction?
So define what a brute fact is.
A thing that exists without a cause.
A thing that can you give me an example of a brute fact?
Well, I gave you an example of what it is. I don't actually need to point one out. That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's actually very relevant.
No, it's not. There's
What's an
the
example of-
argument is
what's
there
an
is no logical contradiction with a brute fact. There's no logical contradiction with a pink elephant, but I don't need to give you an example of a pink elephant. So if you're claiming there is a logical contradiction with a brute fact, I don't need to give you an example of one. You need to show what the logical contradiction is.
The logical contradiction is that something can't come from nothing.
So
That's not
we
a,
have
so
scientific theories that do that explain how something can come from nothing in terms of cosmology.
well, just to clarify,
What-
what do you think?
No, they
What
don't.
do you think a logical contradiction is? P and not P, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So an
In terms of
object,
pure logistics, yeah.
an object existing with no cause. What is the P and no P in that sentence?
Say that again.
Brute fact, an object existing without a cause. What is the P and not P in that sentence?
The P and not P would be that it came from nothing. So how can it exist? So
No,
the
no, no.
contradiction
P-
is that it would be in a state of existence and non-existence at the same time.
Wait, what? Where is that in the argument? So an object came into existence without a cause. Where is the P and not P?
So what do you mean by P and
So a logical contradiction is both P and not P at the same time. Like an object exists and doesn't exist at the same time, that would be a contradiction. But to say a brute fact is an object which came into existence without a cause, what is the P and not P at the same time in that sentence? Because philosophers agree there's no logical contradiction in brute facts, but you're claiming there is. So I'm trying to understand why you think there's a contradiction in a brute fact.
So I don't understand what a P and non-P is. So can you explain that to me?
Okay, so a logical contradiction is like both P, like something exists, and not P, that something does not exist at the same time.
Okay, so it's for example like a squared circle.
Right.
That's a logical contradiction
Right.
because it's P and not P.
Right.
I'm saying that it exists, but it shouldn't exist because nothing caused it.
Well, that's not a logical contradiction. Like,
Yes, it is.
no, I'm not sure. Like you saying it shouldn't exist because you don't like things that are uncaused isn't a logical contradiction. Like for you to have a logical contradiction, you need to show like which property of this set of premises both has one property which exists and one property which doesn't at the same time.
Can something exist and not exist at the same time?
No.
Would that be a logical contradiction?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm claiming that that's what the contradiction is,
Well-
that this thing is in a state of existence and non-existence because it can't be if it doesn't have a cause, it shouldn't exist.
Wait. So the brute facts, at no point in the argument is there one of the points where it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. That doesn't exist anywhere in a brute fact. So a brute fact is at one point it doesn't exist, and at another point it does exist. There's not a point of both ever in the argument.
Yes, but you're saying that at one point it doesn't exist, and then through nothing, through no cause, then it exists. I'm
Right.
saying that that's a contradiction because that's an impossibility.
Well, no.
Because then it would have to be in this. No, because it would be in a state of like what quantum entanglement where it's two things at the same time,
No.
like it's existent and non-existent at the same time.
No.
Leafy.
Causality and existence are incidentals. If you disagree with that, then you will probably
what's
have to refute your own God.
What's incidental? I don't understand.
They're not dependent on each other.
So causality and what? Causality and existence
Causality
are
and
not dependent.
existence. Causality
And
and
what-
something existing. Causality and existence are incidental.
So you're saying something can exist without it being caused?
Yeah, it seems to be the case that like I can't rule out that possibility, and then many
So-
religious people claim that their God was not caused and has always existed.
So do you think that something can come from nothing?
I can't rule that out.
Really? Your logical, intellectual mind thinks that something it's actually a non-zero possibility that something can come from nothing. By the way, when I say nothing, let me just define my terms. When I say nothing, I don't mean like quantum fluctuations or quantum fields. I'm talking about the absence of something. That's what nothing is.
You're talking about ex
That-
nihilo, absolutely nothing, and so
Ex
am I.
ex nihilo. That's
So
right.
what
Yeah.
are
So do you think
this-
something can come from ex nihilo? Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so the problem here is that absolutely nothing, as far as we can tell, doesn't have any characteristics, or it might. We don't know.
No, the characteristics is it has no characteristics.
Okay, and in that case, does it represent stability or instability?
Stability.
Why? That's a characteristic. That's a rule.
Well,
It's not absolutely nothing.
No, but not not in the sense of that's an attribute. Stability in the sense that nothing's happening. It's nothing. There's no characteristics. So obviously, why would it be unstable? Unless you can say it's unstable. Like there's no evidence to say that it's unstable. So you would assume it's stable.
So you're trying to pick a side on what is the characteristic of absolutely nothing. And I'm saying there is no characteristic.
And I would agree. When I say it's stable, I don't mean that as in it's an attribute of nothingness is stability, which is what I feel like you think I'm saying, but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, if that's the case, if there are no characteristics, is it predictable?
Is it what? Sorry?
How can it be predictable if it doesn't have characteristics?
Who said it was predictable?
You did, by saying that it continues to be nothing happening with it.
What do you mean? So look, so you're saying that predictability is a characteristic, and because it's nothing, it should have no characteristic.
I'm saying I don't know what the characteristics are of absolutely nothing, and I'm assuming that it has no characteristics, and so that.
Okay, well, we can run with that assumption.
It's not illogical in that case for something to erupt from absolutely nothing.
Yes, it is, because we can define nothingness as no characteristics. So if you would say that, then because we don't know the characteristics of nothingness, therefore something may be able to come out of it. That's illogical, because you don't know what the characteristics are.
I just want to have a question.
Sorry?
Sure. No, I think Randolph's probably going to answer, but after that, I just want to ask a
Amy.
question.
You go ahead.
No, sure. You can.
You said a statement. You said if it doesn't have a cause, it doesn't exist. Do you stand by that?
If it doesn't have a cause, it doesn't exist.
Yes.
Are you gonna try and say, well, then what's the cause of God?
That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Okay, so there's a difference between. So this is the classic atheist. Well, if God created everything, where did God come from? And the thing is that God is by definition uncreated, and what uncreated means is that He exists outside of space and time, and He doesn't rely on causality.
Are you saying God's a brute fact?
That's what I was about to say. It comes all the way full circle.
Oh, sorry. I just
not at all.
Yeah, he just said God's a brute. Sorry.
Indeed.
Yeah, you just met the definition of a brute fact.
Which is what?
But you've now allowed non-causal things. You're now saying there are things either in or above the universe that do not have causes.
I'm saying that there's one thing that's above the. I'm saying that it is necessary to posit, because otherwise you're just going to have what's the paradox called when like for example, I ask for $1 and the person says he doesn't have it, and then he asks the next person and he says he doesn't have it, and then it keeps going ad infinitum, and I'll never have my dollar. What's that paradox called?
Are you trying to reference Hilbert's Hotel?
Which one am I? You remember? I forgot the name, but
Is this reference to Hilbert's Hotel?
I don't think that's the name of it.
Like
it has a specific name.
Whatever. You take away all the parts, you're replacing parts, or at least that type of concept.
Like
no, so it's fuck, I forgot the name.
Just tell us about it. Tell us what it is.
So basically, so I'll give you an example of it. So for example, if I want someone dead and I ask someone to shoot him, and then he refuses, and then he asks the person.
Paradox.
It's the sharpshooter. It's the Muslim version. The Muslim version is a bunch of sharpshooters, and you give one order to shoot they'll get first order. The first guy gives an order for the first guy to shoot, and then et cetera, but so no one shoots. It's the Muslim version of
infinite regress. Infinite regress. That's what it's called. Infinite regress paradox. So
there is no paradox. There is no infinite regress paradox. So there isn't a contradiction in infinite regress. It just doesn't exist.
How is there no contradiction?
Because again, logical contradictions entail P and not P. And that doesn't exist in the argument. So this is a confusion between theists who don't understand physics and philosophy. So like there isn't a contradiction with an infinite regress of events. There isn't one.
Then why is it called an infinite regress paradox if there's no paradox?
It's not. Theists have made up this term that doesn't exist in philosophy. So like
you're saying that So you're saying the term infinite regress paradox isn't a philosophical term?
It's a philosophical term made up by theists that doesn't exist in philosophy.
Well, all words are made up. That just
Sure.
because they're made up by theists doesn't make them less legitimate.
Well, yeah, it does. So, like, if there's only one field of philosophers who think something and nobody else thinks it, and it's not their field, then it's literally just they made it up and it has no relevance.
That's like the flaw of democracy. Just because this certain people believes it, that means like just because the majority believes it, therefore it's true. That's not how truth is determined.
No. So like, if a bunch of historians said that there is a paradox in biology, they're a joke. We don't care what they have to say because they're not experts in the field of biology. They can make up whatever terms they want, but they have no relevance. In philosophy,
No, I agree with
theists
you.
have no relevance in cosmology. Theists don't get a say in cosmology. They don't get a say in physics. They have nothing to say about physics. And so
Are you trying to say there's no the cosmologists, therefore they get no say? Like, what's your argument here?
yeah,
Are you trying to say that being a theist in and of itself makes it?
The term infinite regress paradox is a term made up by theist philosophers who have no say in physics, none whatsoever. So an infinite regress in physics, perfectly fine, not a problem, absolutely coherent with all the laws of physics and all of the things in physics. Philosophers who have nothing to say about physics, they have no relevance whatsoever, have made up this term because they think there's an intuitive problem with infinite regresses. Physicists don't care what those philosophers have to say. They get no say in the matter whatsoever. And so in physics, this idea that there's an infinite regress, perfectly fine. That's the consensus among physicists, regardless that the philosophers don't like it.
So why don't the philosophers like it, but the physicists like it?
Only the theist philosophers, because they want to try to fit God in.
So you're saying that they use it, and so that you're saying that they make something up to justify believing in God.
Yes, literally, that's their entire profession.
And you're saying that you guys make stuff up to justify not believing in God.
No, we do things based off of the evidence. So physicists don't make up anything; they just go based off of the evidence. The evidence indicates quantum fields are eternal.
You guys keep cunning. Okay, so you don't. So what's wrong with infinite regress? Why is that?
There's nothing wrong.
Why is that acceptable? Why is yeah, exactly. Why is there nothing wrong? Is my question. Why do they think something's wrong, and you're saying that there isn't? So for example, in my example, I'd say, for example, I want $1, and I ask the person, and he says no, and then he asks the person next to him, and he says no, and so on and so forth ad infinitum. I'll never get my $1
because it assumes one specific type of time relation that isn't the consensus in physics. So, like, if B theory of time is true,
what does it assume?
That like one moment is the causal precedent of the next moment, that literally the previous moment is what causes the next moment, which is false. Nope, that's not the consensus among how time or causality works in physics. It's just not. So theists have made
So what
up
if we assume that A theory of time?
A theory of time, still, even an A theory of time, doesn't lead to this conclusion. Most of the A theorists also think this is wrong, and infinite regresses are perfectly fine. So nobody in physics really agrees with this at all. It's just a thing theists have made up that makes sense to them intuitively, but doesn't have any basis in physics or reality whatsoever. Sean Carroll actually did a whole lecture on this where he showed that it's infinite causal thing. I think it's on Skydive Phil too. Skydive Phil's YouTube channel, where he goes through this exact argument and shows all the reasons it's wrong, with the actual physicists talking about it. Yeah, this is not a thing physicists take seriously at all. The fact that it doesn't intuitively make sense is reality doesn't care. Physics doesn't care.
Also, Leafy.
No, I understand. Something doesn't have to be intuitive to be true. Like quantum mechanics isn't intuitive, but it's still true.
Right.
That's valid. That's yeah, exactly. But I don't see what's the contradiction in the infinite regress as a logical understanding. Why is it not? You said it has no basis in physics.
Right.
That I understand.
So again, there's nothing in physics that says there is a problem with an infinite amount of states that happened before this state, because the intuition in the argument is that time is like the most fundamental essence of everything, and nothing supersedes time.
Sorry, you're cutting. Can you say that again?
Am I cutting?
The intuition.
Are you guys, can you guys hear me clearly, or is it just Leafy?
We can hear you fine.
All right, so yeah, Leafy,
I think
your
it
end.
might just be me.
Right. So
yeah, maybe
the argument from infinite regress has this one fundamental premise, which is that time is the most fundamental essence of causality and nothing is prior to time. That means that the previous moment has to have been there for the current moment to exist. If there is another thing that is causing events to happen outside of time, then you don't need a previous moment. There's this other thing that can cause the current moment to exist without a previous moment. So think about like on a DVD, you can select which scene you want to start at, right? You can start at chapter 3 or whatever. If there's this independent thing that can cause that moment in time to begin without a different moment, a previous moment, then there is this other factor outside of time that can select an infinite number. There could be an infinite number of past and future moments. And this is just selecting one of the moments to start at, which can exist just fine without a previous moment.
So what's the mechanism that does the selecting?
Or it could be any kinds, like is a quantum field, or anything outside of space-time can do it. But the point is that the argument for an infinite regress being a logical contradiction assumes that there cannot be this external force, which is just wrong.
We're not saying that you can't have any infinite regress. We're saying there is no infinite regress problem. There could be a universe that is eternal. There could be a universe that has an infinite chain of events backwards. There's no logical contradiction in either. And so we would need evidence in one way or the other.
By the way, there is a question from our YouTube audience from about 20 minutes ago from Beamsy. He's wondering if you're calling your God simple.
Am I calling my God simple?
Yeah, he's wondering if you're regarding your God as simple somehow. Some people see it as complex. Some people see it as not so complex, more straightforward.
In my conception of God, so my conception of God is that it's something that the human mind can't physically fathom. Like the brain is limited and God is unlimited. So any conception I have of God is wrong. So that's how I see it. So even the term simple, complex don't do the concept of God justice.
Yeah, I think Beamsy
because
is
language
a different argument. This is
because
I think Beamsy is talking
about
about
simplicity.
So I think what he's saying is because I said something about Occam's razor and that the simplest explanation is usually truest. I think he's trying to say, therefore, by extension, is your God simple? I think that's what he was getting on about.
Right, but there's specifically in Christianity, there's the argument of pure simplicity, and they think God is that from the Aquinas arguments, which is just, it's a different argument that you didn't bring up.
Yes, yeah, no, that's not, I don't believe that at all.
Okay, so I think that's what he was asking.
So
thank you for answering that.
Yeah, no problem. I would like to ask you guys another question while I'm here. So you guys believe Islam is a false religion, correct?
A plagiarized one, to be clear.
Well, I think all religions other than mine are false. So yes.
So you guys claim that Islam is plagiarized from Christianity or Zoroastrianism or whatever.
There are also chapters within the Quran that I would say are false, as in Solomon did not have actual conversations with ants. So things like that.
Well, can you prove that he didn't have conversations with ants? Like,
Yes.
what's your evidence for that?
I think we can look at biology and see that
No,
ants are only able to speak with ants using trails, and they have no ability, no mechanism to form vocal sounds.
I understand that. I agree with you. But
Did
the
you
thing
just
is that
ask us to prove that ants can't talk?
Yes, he did.
No,
that's
but
the most amazing request we've ever had. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I think what you guys don't understand is that's supposed to be a miracle. So if a miracle is something that is unnatural, that's not supposed to happen, and that's why it's supposed to be miraculous. If it was something that existed within normal laws of science, it wouldn't be a miracle in the first place. So why would he even talk about it?
That's exactly
so I think that's what you guys aren't.
Say. When they say that Jesus resurrected from the dead, we say that's ridiculous.
No, but do you see how they claim it's a miracle? So what is a miracle? A miracle is something that is cannot be explained by laws or science. So it's something that's unexplainable, naturalistically. You've exhausted all the possibilities of what is logical or according to your understanding, and it's something that is beyond that. So that's why you say it's miraculous. I don't understand.
Can you give us an example? of a miracle that has been observed?
What do you mean?
Can you give us evidence that miracles occur, any kind of miracle?
Yes, I would say the Quran is a miracle.
The Quran is a book. We have lots of books very similar to the Quran in all sorts of literary senses. In fact, we have entire passages of the Hebrew Bible which are reproduced imperfectly in the Quran while being claimed to have come from the angel Gabriel.
Which
And in those passages,
can you give me an example of such passages that are
Yeah.
so-called plagiarism?
For
Sure.
example, you're familiar with the passage which says, if you kill
Which
a
passage,
single
sorry?
man, I'll pull up the number, but you're familiar with the passage. You should know the one I'm talking about, where it says,
Yeah,
if you
Surah
kill
5 verse 32, if you kill one person, it's as
one
if you've
person,
killed
as
all
though
of
you killed
humanity,
all
and if you
people.
save one person, as if you saved all of humanity. I
That's right.
understand.
And the
Yeah,
sentence,
so where's that
the full
plagiarized
sentence, the full sentence is important. So can you read me the full? I'll pull it up too. But yeah, what was the number again?
532.
532. Okay. So it's very important to look at the full context. So
That's true.
532 says it is decreed, right? Because
Are you
of that,
talking?
we ordained for the children of Israel that if anyone killed a person, not in retaliation or murder, or and to spread mischief in the land. Obviously, these translations are going to differ slightly from each other. We could go into the different versions, but or to spread mischief in the land, it would be as if he had killed all mankind, and if anyone saved a life, it would be as if he saved the life of all mankind, right?
Right.
Okay.
So where's that copied from?
So here's the problem. You don't know the source, do you?
Oh, did I give the wrong reference?
No. The question is like, if you're unfamiliar with what this is analogous to, you're not going to be able to understand the problem. So you would assume that people might accuse it of being copied from the Tanakh, right?
So you're saying this is copied from the Tanakh? I don't understand.
It says we ordained for the children of Israel. That's describing something which is a divine commandment on the children of Israel, right? We ordained. So who's
Yes.
the we? In your reading of this, who is the we? This
We is God.
God.
God is this
Right.
this is his
God.
plural we. Yeah.
Okay. So the actual quote is from the Mishnah. It's a rabbinical opinion, not a commandment. It's an interpretation that one rabbi is sharing of how he thinks the Hebrew Bible should be interpreted. It's not a commandment of any kind. It's not binding. Many Jews don't even believe in the Talmud or the Mishnah or obey it in any like authoritative way. And the reason for that is it contradicts itself. There are multiple contradicting opinions in the Mishnah and the Talmud, which give totally different opinions on the same things because rabbis had different thoughts, right? So it's not just a quotation from a source. It's a quotation that misattributes the source as a commandment when it's actually just a rabbinical opinion. And furthermore, it misquotes it because the actual quote just says, if you killed a single Jew, it's as though you killed all Jews. It doesn't say any life. It is only referring to killing Jews. So it gets the quote wrong. It gets the source wrong. It gets the authoritativeness of it wrong. It's a misquotation of various sources, including the Mishnah and the Old Testament, which is evidence that it is more likely that these are a result of Muhammad and the compilers of the Quran being familiar with all these other Abrahamic religions, and that is the inspiration for all these quotes, but that they did not properly copy them. They were orally transmitting them, which is why they made so many mistakes.
So what's the mistake? I don't understand.
Okay, it misquotes the original quote. It cites it
What's
as a
the
commandment.
original quote? What's
The original,
the Jews. So the same thing, but with Jews.
Yeah.
And what you're claiming that's from where? What's the reference for where it's copied from?
I'll get you it's Mishnah Sanhedrin 4:5. Okay. Okay, so therefore Adam, the first man, was created alone to teach you that with regard to anyone who destroys one soul from the Jewish people, kills one Jew, the verse ascribes him blame as if he destroyed the entire world. This is the opinion of a rabbi about what this means. It's not a commandment. It's just a rabbi describing what he thinks we should interpret from Adam's story. And it's specific to killing Jews, not to killing any person.
Right.
So the problem here is that the Quran actually claims that it is commanded to Jews. So it's citing like the context in which it's coming from. And it says that it's commanded by God, and it says that it's for any person. It's wrong on all of those things.
So I would have to see the source and I'd have to look into it. But I think if what you're saying is true, then you'd have a valid point.
So I posted a link. Or sorry, that's
Oh,
the Quran one. Let me put the Sanhedrin one here.
So where do I find this link?
Okay, there's link to the Mishnah.
Called
Yeah.
Heathen Hangout. I'm also reposting these for our YouTube audience.
Yeah, so the point is, look, if you go and you look at the actual list of all of the passages in the Quran that are lifted from other sources, it's not just the Old Testament. It is from numerous sources. It is widely agreed that the biggest criticism of Quran from the beginning and of Muhammad was that these are retold stories from other sources, right?
Yeah, but no one disagrees that they're retold stories. Even the Quran itself says that these stories are retold, but it says it with details that are either new or that have been lost over time. That's what it says. So, for example, you'd find similar stories, but they wouldn't be exactly the same in the details.
Yeah, and it's more plausible that any given person who's going to be looking at the evidence is going to be convinced that it's because they had abundant access to all these other texts that they have similar stories, not because an angel Gabriel miraculously dictated it all perfectly to them.
No, but I think that when was the Old Testament translated to Arabic? Because they didn't have libraries, and very few people were learned in Arabia in the 5th century. So
Do you know who Waraka is?
Do I know who?
Yeah.
Do I know who? Sorry.
Waraka. Do you know who Waraka is? Waraka ibn
Warak?
I don't.
It's just Warak. I don't think it's Waraka.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know who
the
Waraka
English
is.
phonetic is Waraqah. I'm going to post in the chat. Okay. So it's important to understand that at the beginning of Muhammad's career, his wife was distressed by his visions and his upsetness about it all. And she wanted to take him to Waraka, who was one of the foremost Abrahamic scholars, to see. Khadija wanted to know.
Christian priest who thought he was a prophet, who was like, he told him that he's a prophet.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
and
I know who.
a member and a member of their family, and that he passed away saying that he gave 100% support to Muhammad in any way possible, meaning that any books and texts that he possessed, which is one of the largest collections at the time, would have been able to pass into their possession or access to their family, meaning that there's no way to say that Muhammad didn't have access to any of these texts from this point forward. Or at any point before that, because members of the family were Abrahamic religious scholars.
I don't think Waraka was a scholar. I don't think that's actually true. He wasn't a scholar.
It literally says that he could recite the Abrahamic
just
text
because
from
he can
memory.
recite something. I can recite something. That doesn't mean I'm a scholar.
Okay, it's widely agreed that he was one of the foremost Abrahamic scholars. Your skepticism notwithstanding, that is the consensus. So what evidence is there that Muhammad received this from the angel Gabriel compared to the evidence that he had abundant access to these texts through Waraka and other members of his family?
So to answer your question, what evidence is there that he received this from the angel Gabriel?
Yeah.
As compared to what you're saying.
Waraka
so
and
you
other
could
family
say
members.
you could say that the Quran makes predictions about the future that come true, that most people can't understand. Not only the Quran, even in the Hadith. I can give you an example of this. For example, Surah Rome, the opening verses say, "Ghulibat Rome," within a period of 3 to 9 years, that the Persians will defeat the Romans, and the Persians did defeat the Romans, despite the consensus at the time being that the Romans would beat the Persians. So this is a clear historical truth that played out, that the Quran predicted before it happened, and that would be one of many miracles of the Quran that would justify, or would say prove, its authenticity or truth.
That's an easy to make prediction for any secular person to make without the access to angels. Why would that be special?
No. Why would it be an easy prediction to predict that one army which is losing is gonna get stronger and beat the other army which is everyone considers it to be superior, and not only that, you would say the time period which it happened. You would give a specific time period, and it happens in that time period. That's not something that any man can do.
That's false, right? We have plenty of military surprises and upsets in which a larger army is defeated by a smaller because of superior tactics.
Okay, so you would chalk it. So you would chalk it up to chance.
So literally, this
Yeah.
happened in the Afghanistan war with the Russians, the Iraq war with America, the Vietnam war with
The Vietnam
Vietnamese.
War.
Yeah, so this happens pretty often. This is not a rare occurrence. It's like saying, "Oh, look,
It's not
it's
pretty.
gonna
I
rain
wouldn't say
next
pretty
week.
often.
It's gonna rain next week. Ah, my prediction was right. I must be God."
I don't.
I think that the problem
I don't.
problem with hold on a second. I think that the basic problem whenever somebody wants their prophecy to be taken as like a really good prophecy is they're usually not familiar with all the other nonsense prophecies that have also been held up as being amazing by other people who are just as credulous to only one set of prophecies and unaware of all the others. You're also not taking into account all the failed prophecies because those don't count in your head.
Okay. So, what's an example of a failed prophecy that is in the Quran, or a contradiction that's in the Quran, or
The moon splitting.
that's something, again. So this is something metaphysical that only the people at their time saw. It's a miracle for those people.
Metaphysical is just speculation about the natural. It's not some
No,
like
but I'm saying
realm.
I'm saying that that's something that I can't prove, and that's something that you can't disprove, and that's something
Well,
that is
there's
only
a-
a miracle to those people at those time. And
There-
there's actually historical documents of, for example, the King of India. He saw the moon split, and there's sources for that. So
You know,
just because
that's not
because
true, right?
what do you mean is what's not
So
true?
that's like a folktale told by Indian Muslims for like, I don't know,
That's
like the
not-
last 800, 900 years, something like that.
That's not true. There's
Look into
actual
it.
there's actual historical like evidence to support
No,
that
there's
the
not.
king
Provide it.
Yes, I will find it for you.
That would be
Let me see.
amazing because I talk to people about the moon all the time because there's 3 different interpretations of that verse. There's people that say that it will happen, there's people that say that it's metaphorical, and there's people that say that it did happen.
No,
So I've been told by different sects of Muslims, all 3 of them, that it's a prediction, which in that case it would be a failed prediction.
There's
That
more than 2
it's
sets, by the way.
I know, I'm talking about the 3 interpretations though. That it's metaphorical and that it's just like no matter what you tell the non-believers, they're not going to believe what we tell them, right? That's metaphorical in that sense. And then I've also been told that it's literally happened and that there's this king in India that witnessed it and there's these historical documents backing this up, but it's total nonsense. None of that exists.
So, as far as the interpretation that it's metaphorical, I would say that's one of the least popular interpretations because it's like I think it's just not true. The evidence for that doesn't really make sense,
How do you
and the
know
actual
your
reading.
interpretation is correct?
Well, there's different ways you can understand something, and you can make observations as to what's more likely or less likely. For example, linguistically, the term is inshaqat al-qamar, and that's in the past tense. So, assuming that it has happened. Not that it will happen.
I found it. It's not
sawfa yunshaq al-qamar. It's not the moon will split. It's that it has split.
So I found the
therefore,
reference. It's the
idea that
legend
it's
of
metaphor.
Cheraman, and it says, according to the Cheraman Mosque, once a Tamil king was walking in one of his favorite queens with one of his favorite queens at the late night in Stroll Palace, where he lived with her. When he witnessed the splitting of the moon, however, no one else in the palace or the rest of India or the rest of the Indian subcontinent saw this.
I can link you a video to a sheikh who provides evidence. Where would you like me to put the link? I'm new to this.
Well, this is
Discord,
literally called
so
the legend of Cheraman. It's a folklore myth.
Well,
so this one guy saw it. His wife didn't see it, was right next to him, and the rest of India didn't see it. just this one guy. It seems not real. No.
Also, the Persian prophecy that you mentioned says that the Romans would be defeated in a few years, but it was 14 years later. There's no version of a few
I
years,
think
which
it was
means
6
14.
years later.
It was 14. It was 14. It was 14. So I posted references which quotes numerous hadith and other sources historically that it was 14 years when the so-called prophecy said it would be a few.
1 sec.
So that one is busted. And there's a whole bunch
One
more in
second.
that document. It's called Muhammad's False Prophecies. You can go through it and tell me if there's any in that list that you think are mistaken.
Sure. 1 sec. The
See,
feet
the
of
thing
the
is,
Romans.
what you're not
Yes.
doing, Leafy, is you're
Yes.
not starting with what are the facts and then trying to compare the different explanations for the facts. You're starting
Oh,
with
okay.
a worldview in which everything must be correct in the Quran, and you're trying to defend that. And any time that it gets falsified, you're just going to Mott and Bailey to another claim to defend the Quran. If you
Well, I
want
should.
to steel
Okay.
man, like if you want to steel man different explanations for the same facts, you're going to have to step further outside of the Quran must be true framework to learn about what other explanations there are for the phenomena that you're trying to defend being the way the Quran says they are.
Okay, so let me start with the facts and then go back to the Quran and Hadith, and then so you want me to do it backwards? So that would be more valid to you?
I'm saying you're going to have a more fruitful investigation to try to actually learn what's true and understand it for yourself. If you don't just start out as an apologist trying to just justify by the arguments that Muslims make for the Quran, but if you actually study, for example, cosmology or study history, instead of just starting, like for example, before you brought this story up, did you know anything about the history of Persia and the Byzantine Empire?
I'm
Did
not
you
saying
study
an
it from a
expert.
non-Muslim? Did you study it? I'm
I w-
not saying being an expert. I'm just saying, like, did you do any investigating from a non-Muslim source, or are you only relying on Muslim sources to start all of your arguments
I'm
with
not
no
only
investigation?
relying. I don't only rely on any source, whether it's Muslim, Christian, theist, non-theist. I'm not biased in that particular regard. I'm just making an argument, and I want to see how you guys refute it. I want to see what's your perspective. I'm not coming here with a pre-programmed mind trying to justify anything. I'm not narrow-minded in that way. That I think you're trying to. I think you got the wrong impression. Like you think I'm just narrow-minded. I can't see it from any other perspective. The one that you said that I should start with fact and then go back to it and see if that confirms, right?
In general, yeah, you want to start with what are the facts that we can confirm, and then what are
Okay.
the best explanations for those facts?
Okay. So how about the fact that that the Saudis? Okay, how about the fact that the tallest building in the world is the Burj Khalifa, and that's in Saudi Arabia, and it's built by people who were 100 years ago, a century ago, were barefoot Bedouins in Saudi Arabia,
So
and
you're
that a
not going to
man,
like you're not going to
and
like
that
the reason for that.
sure, and that
Okay, so
the man who predicted that 1,400 years ago, an illiterate man in the desert, said that they would be competing with each other who can build the tallest buildings, meaning that the advancement of technology will be the way that people compete with each other instead of battle like they did in their day.
right, but
So
the tower
that would be the fact, and then that would be the prediction. So is
that's
that
not a
more
prediction
to your
about the
liking?
future. That's not a
How's
prediction
that
about
not
the
a
future.
prediction?
It was
Yes,
already
it
the
is.
case. Now, hold on a second. It was already the
How?
case. If you predict something that's already happened, then you're not making any novel predictions. If you're predicting that people are going to compete by building the biggest buildings, you're just regurgitating the Tower of Babel story with a futuristic version. It was already the
So you're
case
gonna
that there
tell
were.
me are you gonna tell me that the tallest tower in the world was already there?
What I'm saying is that people already competed over who could have the biggest pyramids, the biggest buildings, the biggest temples. There's nothing new about that prediction. It's not even a
Yes,
prediction. It's just an observation of how the world works.
no, it is a prediction because he says will when the word will is used. If I say you will do something, that
Okay,
means I'm
if
implying that you will do it at some time in the future. He didn't say they are doing it right now, because that's not a prediction. Then that's an observation.
Yeah, but if you predict
But
something that's already been happening before you say it, it's just not a novel prediction.
if you predict something that's already happening before you say it, then it's not a novel prediction.
Because
right.
It's like
what
if
you're
if I
doing-
predict the sun will
no.
rise tomorrow, is that evidence that I'm a divine, all-knowing being?
No, because that's something that always happens repetitively, and you have no reason to assume that it won't. If you predict that the sun won't rise tomorrow and it doesn't, then I would say
Right.
there's a strong case to be made that you are.
Exactly. So like
So
if I predict
are you
that,
trying to say that before, when Muhammad was making this prediction, people were already competing with each other for the tallest buildings in Arabia?
yes.
So you're telling me that the barefoot Bedouins in Arabia were already competing with each other who can build the highest buildings at the time of Muhammad? Is that your claim?
Yes, you remember the pyramids? They predate him by 4,000 years or so. This is a thing.
Are those built by barefoot Bedouins?
No. So he's predicting that the group where he lives will start doing what everyone else in the world has already been doing for thousands of years once they get more technology. This is not a novel prediction. This is like saying, oh, look, the people in Ireland will start to grow crops when they have agriculture. Oh no, what an amazing prediction. Like we didn't already see that happen everywhere in the world first. Like, this is things all humans do once they gain technology. They do this everywhere. Not a prediction.
I feel like that's easy to say when if it didn't happen for whatever reason, then you guys would be saying the opposite. You guys would be saying, well, how come he said this and it didn't happen?
Right. That would be
So furthermore,
But
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because the prophecy is believed in by the people building the building. This is like if I said, look, here's a prophecy. Everyone believe in this prophecy, and then when the people who believe in the prophecy do the thing the prophecy says that they're going to do, they go, look, the prophecy was true. And as for why
I see what you're saying, but the prophecy would still be true in that case
a prediction,
because they still had the resources to do that. Like
a prediction,
there was no guarantee throughout history that the barefoot Bedouin Arabs, who are like known for being poor, backwards,
right.
lower
If you
class
stop,
people, were gonna become. You want me to stop? Sure.
no, I was just going to say I thought you were done. Yeah, I was going to say if you stop the clock,
okay.
it keeps the right time twice a day. And any collection of prophecies is going to have some predictions that turn out to be somewhat true. But as in the example of the Persian Byzantine example, the prophecy was wrong, right? The prophecy predicted
I'm
that it would
pretty
happen
sure. I'm
in a
pretty
few
sure
years.
it was 6 years.
No, I
I'm
literally
pretty sure it
posted
was
a
6
list
years.
of sources that confirm it was 14 years. So
I
in
haven't
examples
seen
like
it yet.
that, if you make a vague prediction about something that happens in the near future, you're likely going to have chances to get some of those to be true, but they're not going to happen consistently with precision, which is why it says a few years, but it was 14. We see similar stuff in biblical.
Can you show me where you said you posted the thing? I don't
It's
know
in
where
the
to find it.
Heathen,
Where
the Heathen Hangout channel.
but it's like so many people are talking. So how do I just keep scrolling up or?
You have to scroll up. That's right.
Also, the difference between, or as they have been talking about, is the difference between religion and science. Religion is able to make postdictions, and science is able to make predictions. So if we have a meteor event, science should be able to say with great accuracy where and when a meteor event is happening. What happens in religion is a meteor shower occurs, and then they go back into their text and they say, hey, this kind of sounds like a meteor shower. This must mean that our religion predicted a meteor shower.
Science and religion serve different purposes. Of course, science is
Oh, I
predictive.
agree.
Yes, exactly. So you're conflating the two. You're saying that science is
What
better
is
at
useful,
predicting the
what is
future.
not?
No one can test that. Are you saying that religion is useless?
That is what I'm saying.
Luffy,
I think you're wrong.
If I may, very quickly, I think the point of sort of proving the predictions beats around the bush. At the end of the day, and I wanted to comment on the previous conversation you two were having, you and IX, about how the Quran is getting stories from the Bible and from scripts, Abrahamic, different religions, etc., stories from different religions. I think at the end of the day, that all doesn't really matter, because the argument for Islam is that it is such a coherent and consistent religion by itself. You have a very strongly sourced holy book, one that claims authenticity and is proven to be authentic through
That's
different
true.
scientific methods that Muslim scholars have used from the beginning of Islam.
Not only
And then
used, but
you have
invented.
exactly, yeah. And then you have a system that is exported, taken by societies, taken by cultures over a period of 1,400 years, and have flourished with it. Yes,
That's
it might be the downfall of Muslim countries, but trust me, my friend, the system, in order for it to develop such civilizations and societies, had to be consistent and coherent. So the question that begs itself is this: if the Quran was just this made-up fable, or if it was just a collection that Muhammad plastered together, Muhammad, peace be upon him, plastered together into one story, then how come did we have such development out of such a randomly sort of put up religion? That is my question.
It's not
to the
random,
atheists.
right? It's sourced from a
so-
structured set of texts which are themselves structured to be self-consistent. So if you start from something like previous Christian Abrahamic thought, which already have had, centuries of harmonizing and theological and polemic study that gone into how to make them all work together, it's not surprising that you're going to have some continuity by doing that. That's going to have some self-consistency. But furthermore, self-consistency is not evidence of truth. You would agree that Mormonism is a false religion, would you not? It's very self-consistent. What's the problem with
as a Muslim, I
Mormonism
would.
if it's consistent? It's consistent with
think
itself. What
no,
fault
but
do
I
you
think
see with
I
it?
think
If
no, no,
it's
no. I think
consistent, that just means
Maybe
it's
the
true,
word,
doesn't it?
maybe the word then, maybe the word then that I used.
Read is
what
good.
he's just for a second. I think what he's trying to, it's not the consistency is what he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that because of the results of the religion, like the what do I say, the well-being that it produces for the people who follow it, this is the best way of life.
That's just
Therefore,
ad
it must
populum,
be true.
and that's ad
So-
populum from utility. Those are
Wait a
just
minute.
two very weak, very
So-
fallacious arguments.
Couldn't you just say, look at Christian nations and how, or even atheistic nations and how far superior they're developed in most instances, and just say that those
No,
have better results?
It's just irrelevant. It's just not a relevant
Right.
comparison.
So
do you know what?
So
Hold on
yeah,
a second.
sorry,
Do you know?
I-
Do you know what
I-
ad? Do you know what ad populum and arguments from utility are?
But their position is inconsistent. It is fallacious, but it's inconsistent. Is all.
He even admitted at the start. He did admit at the start. He said, that Muslim countries are in a downfall or something right now. So he already granted that that's the case.
exactly-
Why would
that's
anybody
not-
accept that
there's
inconsistent
there's
position?
reasons there's reasons for that. For example, if the US comes and invades your country
It's
and
not
kills
relevant.
1,000 people, it
Well,
is
yeah,
relevant
exactly.
because
I
No.
agree.
there's
What I mean is,
Let's go back to
highly relevant.
1900. Let's go back to 1900 and see
No.
where they were at.
Hold on.
Go
1900.
back
This
to
is
1900. The
stop.
superpower of the world was Muslim. So
We need to stop.
what's your
This is a
point?
red herring. We need to
Yeah.
stop. This is a red herring. We're indulging.
If you may,
like-
if you may, I completely understand you, and I'm with you on this, right?
This is all a red herring.
I do want to say, I do want to say the reason why I mentioned what I mentioned was just to establish some form of legitimacy, or rather, just to have you think and consider, perhaps with some curious nature, how come such sort of products or outputs have come out of a religion that was started in a nomad society by a man who basically had nothing, right?
He
So
didn't have nothing.
I'm
He
just
started from Abrahamic religions, which had already jumped from a
right.
small
Okay,
sect
so you made
of
that
Jews
argument.
to a
You made that
Gentile
argument. Yeah, I wanted to actually
evangelistic
respond to that.
religion that was spreading through the world rapidly. So he
I want
took a
I want to
rapidly
respond to that. I want to respond to
spreading
that.
religion
If
and he modified it.
if you have
Okay.
a Japanese made car, right, and you take another American made car and another, I don't know, Czechoslovakian made car, and take random parts from each one, can you fit it in your car? Can you make it work in your car? Would it be
in this
efficient?
case, like 95% of the things he copies from are literally from the same car in your analogy.
I,
They're all from
have you,
Abrahamism.
But the thing is that the theological.
I don't
Yeah.
think you've given evidence. You keep referring back to that he's copied from people, but I don't think you've actually given evidence that that's the case. Like you haven't proven where
But
he's copied
that's the
from.
thing, Leafy. The
said-
reason why I'm saying like humoring this is that it doesn't really even matter. You know, that's what I'm trying to get at. It really doesn't matter if he did copy or didn't. For me, for example, I was an atheist for 8 years, but then thankfully I reverted back to Islam. I am a Muslim-born person. And in order for me to revert, I had to have a significant sort of like uh, uh, um, troublesome time trying to understand Islam and really get to the root of it. And thankfully, I was able to get to the root of it. And well, maybe not that much. Everyone is on their own journey. But at the end of the day, for me, it was a pragmatic solution. I saw that the religion was very pragmatic and that it has a lot of productive value.
Right.
And that
I would
productive
dis-
value is
I would disagree with you. So I would disagree with you. You're saying that it doesn't matter whether he copies or not. I'm saying it does matter, because if he did copy, then it's a false religion. If he does, you're saying that regardless if it's true or false, you're saying regardless of whether it's true or false, it benefits me, it suits my well-being, and I'm a pragmatist. I care about its utility. Therefore, I'm gonna follow it. Me and
I'm not
I think
saying I'm not saying I would argue against that Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam got al-wahi, that God actually.
No,
What
but
I'm saying is that when they're saying copying, you do know that the Abrahamic story is in essence a continued story. There
Mo,
are
that's what I'm telling
obviously
them.
going to be,
That's what
there's
I'm
obviously
telling
going
them.
to be
I told them
similarity.
that the Quran itself says this, that it's retelling
Right.
the same
So
story.
why I'm saying
Yeah.
regardless is not to astaghfirullah say why it didn't happen. Why I'm saying it's irrelevant is because the atheists are still going to always just go back to that same point and say, but look at this. It's the same story as the story of Zarathustra, you know. Oh, there's this story, or this. Okay, so what then? Okay, argue against
Yeah.
the consistency of the system and not
No, you're right.
the
No,
little
you're right.
parts.
You
You know, that's what
you
I'm
brought
saying.
up you brought up a good point, which is that it's also the case that Judaism borrows from Zoroastrianism, and that Judaism borrowed from Zoroastrianism under the circumstances in which they were in captivity, having been rescued from the Babylonians by the Persians. They praised Cyrus as a great savior, as a Messiah-like figure. There's about a dozen references where they praise Cyrus the Great. And then their theological positions took a strong turn towards Zoroastrian ones. They adopted the
Yes.
idea of as a savior, a Messiah figure that was going to come, which they got from Zoroastrianism. They adopted the idea that heaven or the afterlife was a paradise for the faithful. They adopted the idea that the devil was a great deceiver, an adversary who was testing and deceiving people. The whole turn towards the form of monotheism that Second Temple Judaism became took place under captivity under Zoroastrianism. So it is the case that each of these religions has borrowed ideas from the religions that strongly influenced it. We can do a family tree of most religions showing which ideas they got from where, and there's strong scholarly evidential support for these claims. It's not just like randomly speculating that because they're similar, they must be copied
Which,
from
by
each
the
other.
way, as a Muslim, I am very comfortable with that. If it is fact, I'm very comfortable with that because Allah Azza wa Jal has already told us that the messages have been since perpetuity, since the birth of man, since the creation
I
of
brought
man.
up that point.
So the idea is that these religions will exist and there will be prophets. Yes,
But the
and that's
problem is that
fine.
he lied.
So
The problem, like Leafy already pointed this out, is that you're not good just because you say, oh, well, that's what he said it would be. The problem is that he lied and he said Gabriel gave him all this stuff, right? But we have evidence that he copied it. He had access to the text. He had scholars of Abrahamism in his family who were strongly supporting him and who could leave him
Where's the
access to all the
evidence?
text. We already
Where's
posted
the
the
evidence?
information about Waraka. Did you not follow?
Yeah, but I didn't find it. Can you post it again?
There's a search box on the top right corner of Discord. There's a little search. Type in WARAQAH.
AQAH.
Waraka. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Waraka was an old man and died shortly.
Yeah.
That.
But Greed, the problem is that just saying
what's
argument from utility and argument from popularity is good enough for you. That might be good enough for you. And it's not impossible to be persuaded by that, just like people are persuaded by Occam's razor and other kind of bad kind of like ignorance-based arguments. But it's not persuasive philosophically. And the reason that argument from popularity and argument I lost my train of thought. But yeah, argument from popularity and argument from utility are just not good arguments, is they don't address the factualness of the claim. All you're saying is you think that it's helpful to be a Muslim.
How is it?
You know,
how is it then that I can? Yeah.
Hold on
How
a
is it
second.
then that
The
I
reason
can
it's
prove to you that there is some factual or observable or objective reality or truth to Islam. You would tell me that I have to use a scientific method, correct?
Well, if you could produce evidence of miracles, that would help. If you could
Well,
produce
see, that's the
evidence,
thing. Right. And you know what? It's like I had this issue as well because I am a scientific method person, and I follow that to the teeth when it comes to figuring things out and understanding things. And I do think sometimes, for example, especially me because I come from Morocco, so we have a whole cultural thing about black magic, and people would tell me, "Oh, this guy is cursed and this guy is cursed." I'm like, man, that guy probably has schizophrenia and he needs professional help. You know what I mean? So I completely understand this. The thing is right now is when we deal with stories from the Quran and when we deal with the story of life as Allah Azza wa Jal has told us, there are going to be miracles which are supernatural, so they cannot be observed naturally. That's why they're called supernatural. So
That's what I'm saying.
problem
It's
is
metaphysical. So the one about the
right,
moon is
and I heard you.
completely
You're right.
irrelevant because it's
You're right.
it's only a miracle to the people in those times. So
But
bringing
it's
it up
also
now has no
understandable.
relevance.
But Leafy, it's also very understandable why an atheist would be frustrated with this or would use it as an argument against Islam.
No,
I've used this as an argument against Islam, and I spoke to a couple of Muslim, very devout people, and I put a glass in front of them and told them, if God exists, let this glass float. I did that, but that's such a
that's
silly,
the same.
silly, silly.
That's
Right.
the wrong mindset.
Right,
that's
but that's
not.
such
not-
a silly
it's not-
thing.
it's
such
not
a
the
silly
question I
thing.
asked. The question I asked was, can you produce any evidence of miracles? Because I would ask the same
I
question.
did.
From
I did.
any-
I told you
You
about.
said
I
the
told you
Quran
about,
was the evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, first
The
of all, the
Quran-
Muslims regard the Quran as a miracle because it's something that's orally. First of all, it's orally transmitted, and then it becomes so clear and consistent. The Quran
Right.
itself, the text of it, linguistically. First of all, there's the
Waraka.
linguistic miracle. No, 1 second. First of all, there's the linguistic miracle of the Quran. I don't know if you're a speaker in Arabic or you're a professor of Arabic or anything, but
I have
the actual
Arabic family.
linguistic. Okay, great for you. Tell them salam alaikum. But
that's nice.
the actual Arabic, the actual Arabic of the Quran is an Arabic of itself. It itself is the highest linguistics of Arabic. That so much so that the poets of the time, when they
Still
heard
not
the
a miracle.
Quran, no, so much so that the poets of the time knew that this was from God. So
See,
if
that's
you
the
recite
problem. That's the
Shakespeare,
problem. Leafy. X will not accept that as a miracle. X wants X wants scientific proof that the moon has been, split. He wants scientific proof that there is a unicorn. That there is a unicorn type feature.
No, but this is
the
but
Prophet
X.
Muhammad
This is
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
no. But this is a wrong mindset. For example, if I say that in
That's why I'm saying you shouldn't entertain it.
But if I say
because at the end of the day, what is the purpose of proving miracles?
No. If I say that in Surah 21 about the Big Bang, if I pull a Dr. Zakir Naik and I say that this verse is talking about the Big Bang, but and then in 20 years from now, I say this is a miracle of the Quran, that the Quran predicted the Big Bang and it's ahead of science. Therefore, the Quran is true. This is miraculous. What would be
because
your
then
response
the
to that?
atheist can easily
X's
respond to
response
that. They could easily respond to that by saying something like, "Oh, well, there's this guy or that guy in history who have also predicted very similar things." The problem is how consistent and detailed are those predictions? Does it have any element of vagueness?
The issue is, I think the issue with X is you're coming into the Quran with the mindset that it's a book of science when it's not a book of science. It's a book of signs.
Yes, that is
It's
true.
not. It's not supposed to. It's not a scientific textbook. You're not going to find biology, physics, and chemistry in there because that's not what it's about. It's supposed to teach you how to live life. It's supposed to teach you what's right and wrong. It's supposed to teach you what your duty on this life is. That's the message of the Quran. So
question.
Sure, go ahead.
When we talk to Muslims, they give all kinds of different perspectives on it. They have different interpretations, or they're familiar with different aspects of it. They use different arguments. One of the arguments that we most commonly hear, other than prophecy, is the claim that it does contain these like big scientific amazing things that it predicts. So you brought up, for example, the prediction about Persia, but we more often hear people claiming that it predicted something about our shoes being able to talk to us. That the last one I heard from a Muslim was that
I've never heard that.
It predicted that the shoe, that the person would be able to talk to their shoe as though they had like spoken to their family or something like that. Now they were.
I don't think there's any basis for that. What's the verse? What's the reference for that? I've never heard that. I've never heard anyone.
Otherwise,
I didn't take it very seriously, so I
I
didn't write it down. But the shoe prophecy they claimed was fulfilled by the fact that someone made a smart shoe that plays music or like has like audio or something that comes out of it, so you could talk to your shoe, right? Now the
See,
problem is
that's why I don't like to engage in such conversations because
Yeah,
they're
okay,
so
so
silly.
just
At the end of the day, they're so silly.
just because someone makes an argument like that, that doesn't disprove Islam. That disproves that argument for
no,
Islam.
it's just an example of Islam is treated by many Muslims as a factual description of things about the world which can be verified and which they believe are support for it being true.
Yes, because
So
if
just
God
because
says
Okay,
it,
well,
because if God
I
says it,
could,
it
I
is
could,
true,
I
and you
could,
must
I
accept
could
it.
say no, but I could say the same thing about atheism. I could say that there's atheists who say that they need empirical evidence for everything. They're complete naturalists. So if I tell them, "Have you seen China? Do you have any empirical evidence that China exists that you can trust without testimony?" They'll be like, "No, I need testimony to prove that China exists, and I don't trust testimony because it could be tampered, and I'm a pure naturalist. Therefore, China doesn't exist." There are atheists who think like that, but that doesn't disprove atheism as a whole. Do you see the flaw in logic with your argument? Just because someone makes an argument for something doesn't mean
So
that it
I'm not
disproves.
saying, look, I never said that this is evidence that the Quran is false. What I said is that what you've claimed, which is that the Quran cannot be considered as a document that makes claims, is contradicted by most of the other Muslims we speak about. So it's fine if you don't want to make those claims, but it is fine to ask about the Quran that some of the claims that we think that it makes be verified. And if we can't verify any of those claims, then we're not satisfied that it's going to be able to tell us anything that gives evidence that
Do
it's
you
true.
know of do you see the Quran makes a claim about itself that well, it makes a series of claims. First of all, that in terms of the linguistic miracle that I was talking about, that no one can produce something like it, not even 10 chapters or a whole book produce something like it, and no one's been able to produce anything like it for
Have you ever
1400
read
years. That
have you ever read Thus Spake Zarathustra?
I have not.
Okay, so Thus Spake
I have
Zarathustra is a story by Nietzsche that has as a main character a character named Zarathustra, which is supposed to be kind of based off of Zoroastrianism, but it's a totally unique, like apocryphal story that Nietzsche made up. The point of it is that the language in it is very poetic and very biblical-like. Now, I had a friend who had a similar opinion. He just read the Bible, and he was so impressed by the language of it that he thought it must be true. And he said, it's just the way it's written just sounds true, right? Now I said, okay, so if I show you another text that's similarly written, you think it would also be true? So we read from the Zarathustra, and then he realized, oh wait, this is written by an atheist, isn't it? Yes, it's written by an atheist as a parody of the Bible. Anyone can write a religious
I
text
don't.
if they're
I
familiar
There's
with
such a
other
huge difference.
religious
There's
texts.
such a huge
Because
difference between
I'm not done
Latin
speaking.
language.
I'm not
just
done
one
speaking.
second.
I'm not done speaking. Anyone can write a religious text if they're familiar with other religious texts and they imitate the style. It is not a miracle that anyone is going to consider to be a violation of the laws of physics or expectations, so try something else.
Sure. Sorry for interrupting. So I think you misunderstood the point. So, just because, so what I was saying was that the actual linguistics of it is different. First of all, the Bible isn't in English. The Bible is, the Old Testament is in Hebrew,
Arabic,
and the New
Hebrew,
Testament is
and
in Greek. So for someone to be like, oh, uh, it just sounds true. That's not my argument. You've like oversimplified it to the point where it's kind of ridiculous. Second of all, what my actual argument, so that's a false equivalency. That's my first point. Second of all, when you say something, so the point I was making with the linguistic miracle of the Quran is that it's not that, oh, it's so beautiful, it's so poetic, it must be true, because there are lots of poems. That doesn't mean they're true. There are poems in Arabic, even there were poems in the Kaaba itself that were like praised at the time. And the reason why the Quran is miraculous is because it sent something like so beautiful and eloquent in Arabic to people who are known for their eloquence in poetry, and that's why they believed it was from God. But the thing is that it's not replicatable. Like this is a completely new style of writing. So unless you're going to claim to me that Muhammad is a poet, is a professor in Arabic, even though he's illiterate and he's never read or write, he couldn't even sign his own name. Like,
do you know who Zayd ibn Thabit is? The scribe?
Yeah, you brought him up before.
Okay.
Are you trying to say that he's the poet?
No. But are you aware of his accusation that Muhammad was making it up because Muhammad allowed him to just change the wording around to whatever he suggested?
I don't think that's a Sahih Hadith, brother.
That sounds very, very suspicious.
That's not a Sahih hadith, bro.
Because Zayd bin Thabit is considered as a very highly
No, bro,
respected
that's
Sahabi.
not a Sahih hadith.
So just to clarify,
Right.
there's nothing special
Yeah.
about the writing in the Quran. It's the poetry in it isn't actually that good. There's much better poetry. There's much better writing all over the world. Harry Potter is better
That's
writing.
you
your
speak
subjective
Arabic?
opinion. That's your subjective opinion. I don't even
Do you
think
speak
you
No, no, no,
care
Arabic?
no.
about it,
So
bro.
your subjective opinion is that the Quran is written well. Like most Arab scholars, not the case. No, like people who aren't
Well, it's not.
Muslims.
It's not. It's not a.
It's
It's
not
not a
my
subjective opinion.
What
subjective
is- what
opinion.
is-
It's
Yeah.
the opinion. It's the opinion of us. It's opinion of 1/4 of humankind.
The Muslims.
And
Okay, so
and
how,
that's-
how do
and
you
that's scholarly
how do
work.
you
And
show
almost
That-
and
wait, stop,
almost
stop,
every
stop, stop,
single
stop.
person.
You guys have a feeling that your holy book is special. That's nice. How do you objectively verify that? How do you show that it is
Okay.
actually the case and not just you have a feeling? Because the writing,
It's
there's
not
nothing
a
mathematically.
Can I explain
Sure,
it to you?
go ahead. Go ahead.
In literature, in Arabic literature. Now, I am a theologian, but I did not study Arabic literature. That's a whole different world, right? When it comes to the Arabic language, the language in and of itself is quite literally mathematics. The grammar never changes, and there's so many sub rules which make the whole language that much complicated. And now, the development of this very, very complicated and very precise language didn't
It's
come
not precise.
as a result
There are tons of errors,
Islam.
tons of changes.
It's
So,
not-
like you've said, like 4 errors. One, the semantics and
Can
grammar.
you give an example of error?
There's tons and
What's an
tons
error?
of changes that have happened to the semantics and grammar of Islam over the course of the
Okay.
centuries. So it's
And
changed
I'd
a
like
ton.
to just.
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you
Go-
mean the semantics and grammar of Islam?
The
You mean the
for example-
Quran has?
Arabic, whatever language. I
For
don't care.
example, Ibn Masud
I'd
was
like to
asked
say,
surrender.
friends, hold on a second. I haven't continued my
Well,
point.
no.
and
So
I was
you said
interrupted.
4 things that
And
are
I-
wrong.
what
So I
I-
want to address
what
those.
I-
There's nothing special about the Arabic language. Nothing. It's not special. It's
Okay.
not mathematic. It's just a language like any other language. There's nothing.
Okay,
about it that's
I respectfully disagree.
What is your
especially
proof?
I
as
would
a person-
disagree
No, no,
too.
no, no, no,
especially
no, no,
especially
wait.
if
my
if-
question
the
was
idea. Look,
stop for a second.
my
Stop,
friend,
stop,
my
stop,
friend.
stop. My question was how do you verify these claims independent of your opinion? And you just listed more of your opinions. I don't care about your opinions of why you think Arabic is special.
How am I making
Okay.
how am I making
Can I answer your
opinions
question?
if I'm
TJump?
telling you
Hold
right
on,
now?
One second.
So
One second.
zero
you asked the
linguists.
question,
No
TJump.
one in
You
one
asked.
second,
You
one
asked
second.
independent
Just
of.
to
Sorry, one
clarify
second.
one
I just
second.
want to answer your question.
Well, I just want to
I just want to
One
answer your
second.
question.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give you a chance. I just want to clarify one thing. Everybody in the field of linguistics,
ahead.
everywhere in the world, agrees there's nothing special about the language of Arabic. Not a thing. It's the same kinds of linguistics used everywhere, the same time frame. There's nothing special about it. So you would need to try to like disagree with all academic experts of linguistics.
So you
like Noam
have
Chomsky.
then I'd like to
I
know.
think
I'd
it's
like to
quite
know
a-
from you.
Wait,
I'd like
Leafy,
to know
let
from
Leafy
you
go. Let
if
Leafy
there is
wait.
any
Stop, Leafy.
Is there any
Stop,
certain proof
stop,
for you? Is there any
stop,
certain
stop.
proof?
It was Leafy wanted to respond to something. Let him talk. Yes, I do have proof. It's the field of linguistics. Google the natural ambiguity of language. Leafy, what did you want to say?
So you were saying that because I wanted to respond to your point. You were saying that you don't care about our subjective opinion, which is fair enough. We don't care about yours either. You care about the truth outside of our opinion.
Yes.
Is there any verifiable proof that Arabic is special or the Arabic in the Quran is special?
Sure.
Right. So I would say the fact that almost all Arabs, I would say overwhelming majority are Muslim. That is a type of evidence.
How?
What do you mean how?
How is the fact that the majority of people who speak Arabic, which were mostly converted by military force, in
They
any way
weren't converted by
indicate the
military
truth?
force. That's a false claim.
No, it's not. So Islam was spread by
Yes,
the
it
sword.
is.
That's how it was spread. That's why Christianity.
It depends what you mean.
Stop.
What do you mean by-
The question here is, why do you think the
Red
number
herring.
of people who believe is evidence of the truth? It's a bandwagon fallacy, as Ix mentioned earlier. Like basic philosophy shows
So-
any
so-
form of that argument, the number of people who believe don't understand philosophy. So that's all you're saying is you don't understand philosophy because you think the number of people who believe indicates the truth of the belief. No, it doesn't. Basic philosophy proves
I'm
that
not saying-
wrong.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm not saying that because X number of Arab people believe in Islam, therefore the Quran is true. I'm saying that the majority of scholarly opinions accept that the Quran's linguistic style of Arabic is completely different from the linguistic style of Arabic of that time or any time
No one, zero people,
forever.
zero linguists in the field who are not biased by Islam think that.
You can
Zero.
Bro, you can search
Honestly,
on
man.
Wikipedia
But you
about
didn't
the
ask
Quran
the
and
question.
literally
No. This is proven. This is proven in linguistics. Linguistics, we have a universal language translator written by Noam Chomsky that can literally prove this. But that doesn't answer the question. The question is what evidence do you have that the linguistics in the Quran is objectively better? Right now, you have nothing. Right now, you have a whole bunch of people like the pattern. That's nice. What is your standard to show it's objectively better? Saying a bunch of people like it is not a way to show it's objectively better. That's a bandwagon
Well, to
fallacy.
prove that it's objectively better, you have to be an Arab linguist.
No.
In order for you to do that,
I don't.
Stop!
We're going to kick you off the
Let me
stage.
continue my
We will kick
sentence.
you off the stage if you do
Let
that
me continue
again.
my sentence. Let
Stop.
me continue my
Stop.
sentence.
You're done. So what I asked, I don't need to be an Arab linguist. I don't need to know any languages. What you need to show any language is objectively better than another language is you need some kind of an objective standard that exists outside of language that you can use to measure the different languages and usages of language to try to assess this is the best use of language. Like, how do you show that Shakespeare is not a better use of language than the Quran, or that Harry Potter is not a better use of language than the Quran, or what ChatGPT writes is not a better use of language than the Quran? No one needs to read Arabic. No one. What you need is to give us
you
a
could
standard.
say by its effect. You could say by its effect. What's the effect of Harry Potter? What's
No,
the
you
effect of ChatGPT? What is the effect that William Shakespeare has had?
So
Sure,
that-
it's significant.
that
Is it a significant?
no,
One second.
no,
Can I finish my
no.
point?
That's an
Can I
appeal
finish
to
my point?
consequence fallacy. That's just showing you don't understand basic philosophy. The effect the language has no bearing on the truth of it being objectively better. No bearing. It's an appeal to consequence fallacy. If you know basic philosophy, you know that the effect that something has on people has nothing to do with whether or not it's true or whether or not it's better. Nothing. Literally nothing. So that argument just shows you don't understand philosophy.
Okay, so if I was to say something in language X and then I said the same thing in language Y, but language X, if I said it to you and I said it to everyone, it puts you in a sort of trance. It puts your heart at ease, so much so that you converted to it. So much so that everyone in your town converted to the same thing. Everyone in your town believed what I said because I said it in language X. When I said it in language Y, it had no effect. Does that mean that language X is better objectively because it was able to influence? Because it was able to influence you. It was able to make you understand it more holistically, more fully.
No, again, there is
and it was
no
able to express the
objective
ideas
standard. Islam doesn't do that. So I can read and understand Arabic. It does nothing. It's garbage. Harry Potter beats it every time. Harry Potter in Arabic is better than Harry Potter
you a question?
in the Quran.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
No. So there is nothing special about the Arabic in the Quran. Nothing. Zero. Academics can speak Arabic all the time. They read the Quran and say, this is garbage. There is nothing special about it. This is your opinion.
I don't think, bro.
Stop. This is your opinions and your feelings based off of your biased religious belief, but none of it's evidence. What you need as evidence is some kind of an objective standard that can measure the goodness of a language usage. You don't have that. There is no such thing. In fact, there can't be such a thing. Language is arbitrary. It's something we made up. The natural ambiguity of language is a law of linguistics. There is no such thing. So this idea that Muslims have that they think the Quran is special, it's objectively not. And we can prove it because anybody who's educated in linguistics knows the natural ambiguity of language. It's not a thing. This is just a bunch of made up nonsense that people think their particular religion is special because it makes them feel special. That's it.
It's also
Let me
false.
ask you something, T. Can I ask you something? If I may, please.
Go ahead.
Oh,
If I were to say a sentence in English that delivered some sort of vagueness or ambiguity when you read it,
All sentences do
and
that.
then in another sentence, hold on a second, in another sentence in Arabic, I were to say a sentence that is very, very specific because of the nature of our language.
It's not.
So there was no ambiguity.
There is
to it.
always.
What,
Can I just say
I already
something?
addressed this. There is nothing specific about Arabic. Nothing. You cannot say something specific in Arabic It all has ambiguity because
come?
every word has multiple different meanings. This is literally a
Well, that's
Every
law,
word
because
has
multiple
a
multiple
different
different.
law of
This is
linguistics. This is a law of linguistics.
As
this is what.
Stop
As a
talking.
point of
Hold on, Theo,
moderation, guys,
just one
before
second.
before you guys respond to TJump, just a point of moderation. So we've given you guys almost an hour and a half to discuss because it was very interesting, and both of you were playing off of each other as well, and it's been a lot of fun. But we need to wrap things up. So why don't we get to some closing statements?
So just to clarify, the natural ambiguity of language is a law of linguistics that applies to all of Arabic and all of English and German, but all of Arabic. It is necessarily the case that all of Arabic is ambiguous. The only languages that are not ambiguous, like binary, laws of logic, and mathematics, those are the least ambiguous, most perfect languages, if you want to call them that. Arabic is not special. It's a language, has many interpretations, like every language, and this is proven in the entire field of linguistics. So everything you're saying is like a young Earth creationist saying the world was created 6,000 years ago, even though all of geology proves them wrong. You're just denying what the entire field of linguistics says, and just saying, nope, all of linguistics is wrong because Arabic is special. It's just no.
All right, T, I'd like to say, look, I as I said, I'm not a linguist, and I haven't read enough articles about the linguistics of Arabic from maybe a Western perspective, but from the Arab perspective, I have, and the idea of precision is an idea that is quite often debated in Arab / Muslim community scholarly communities. So I do understand though, T. Like, and I'm not saying you're lying. And I'm believing that there are these studies done on this, and that there is a consensus over that Arabic is not a precise language. And I will explore this later on. I do just want to say that out of the Arab / Muslim scholarly output, there's a different argument being made. Because when you say all linguists say X, I really don't believe that, because from my perspective, this has been the idea I've always seen in research circles or scholarly circles.
Google natural ambiguity of language, linguistics.
I understand that there is this
So
law.
I would suggest
That's what I
stop
understand
reading
of
Muslim
language, right?
scholars. Start reading the ones who win the Nobel prizes. not
Look,
the
as
Muslims.
I said in the beginning when I introduced myself, I was for 8 years an atheist, so I've always read different sources, and I have no issue with being educated. I just wanted to throw that in so that, because you're saying all linguists, when I don't think that Arab
No.
linguists.
All in this context means the
Okay,
consensus of
okay.
experts. So the consensus of experts all means the consensus of experts. So if you go based off the ones that win the
Right,
Nobel prizes, the most
which-
educated, the most well-versed in the entire world, Noam Chomsky, Steven
Sure.
Pinker. Yeah, all
Sure,
experts
but
agree.
when we
there's
say
nothing
all,
special.
so when we say all, we're saying the total complete sum of all linguists, majority of it are saying this. Well, or if you want to be very specific, you're saying all linguists in the whole wide world
all is the
say
consensus.
this.
The consensus of experts in the field.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm saying, and I think that consensus that you have in your mind does not include the people of expertise in the matter, aka Arab linguists, because I think that they would make a completely different argument to what you say, T.
Well, they don't have expertise in the matter because they're not experts in linguistics. They're experts in Arabic, one form of language. For them to be experts in the field of linguistics, they need to understand all languages.
Which is something that you're assuming.
No, because I have the Nobel Prizes, I have the academic papers in the field, I have the people who are the most influential in the field listed. Like the Arabics are not among them. Just like people who are Muslim make up less than 2% of Nobel Prizes. Muslim scholars are not in the top 10% of academics in pretty much any field.
And that doesn't legitimize your argument.
Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
I mean, you're arguing from authority.
No, that's not a
that
fallacy.
doesn't legitimize your argument.
An argument from authority is only fallacious if they're not actual authorities. Listing the actual authorities in the field of linguistics who actually know and understand how all languages relate to one another.
Yes, by
those
certain metrics that have been given by certain institutions that consider them experts in linguistics. That's
the
what you're
actual
going with.
experts who actually make progress in the field and actually understand these things and wrote models of linguistics, like Noam Chomsky, who wrote the Universal Model of Linguistics, which has been proven to be correct, are the experts in the field, not the Muslims who don't even know how to do any of that stuff.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Again, I mean, you are mentioning Noam Chomsky constantly and throwing his name out, but you have no clue at all about the world, the world, in the Arab region or the Asian region of
universal
the world.
model of language means applies to literally every single language, including Arabic. The people in the West have solved these models for all languages, including Arabic, and it applies to all languages, including Arabic.
Can I ask you a question? Would you agree that the purpose of language is to express thought?
No.
So what's the purpose of language?
Motivate people to do stuff, mostly.
How are you going to motivate people to do stuff if you can't express a thought?
Language started as just like animals screaming at each other. It wasn't expressing thoughts.
So the scream is an expression of anger.
No, the scream is a response. Like the sounds happen even if there's no expression. Like if you move fast, that conveys urgency. So like if a deer hears another deer running, they're not expressing any feeling. The sound just causes a feeling in someone. Language is not designed to express thought. It's not really relevant to the conversation.
I think it is, because there's a difference between sound and language. So language, I suppose, what's your definition of language then?
Sounds meant to compel people to do stuff.
So any sound that compels people to do stuff is a language.
Well, language is more specifically ones that we've designed to make them do specific things. But yes, that's how language evolved. The purpose of language wasn't to convey ideas, no.
So I would disagree with that definition then, because I would say that the point of language is human communication. So structured speech, conveying speech.
Binary is a
conveying
language,
thought.
logic is a language, math is a language, no.
Sure, in the abstract sense, but not in the real world sense. People don't communicate with binary.
Language is literally
Like, you
nothing
can
but abstract. Language is by definition abstract. That's dumb. There is no like real language. It's all abstract.
Okay, but there is no real language. It's all abstract. So you're trying to say that
we've gone on for quite a while, and I think you guys are having trouble following TJump or whatever, but we're not going to be able to infinitely continue the subject. So
we do.
You guys
No,
wanna
I
make
understand. You wanted some closing statements, right?
Yeah.
No, I definitely had fun talking to you guys.
Likewise.
I can see. It's definitely fun to interact with people and exchange ideas. And you guys are definitely very intelligent, and it's fun to talk to people like that. Where I'm from, there's not many intelligent people. So this has been a pleasure for me. I do think you guys are biased, and I'm also biased. Everyone is. Like, that's not special, but I do appreciate the exchange of ideas. And of course, like, even if it gets heated or passionate, like, that's just part of it, I guess, especially when discussing such topics. So yeah, all in all, I think I had a great time, and I'd love to do it again.
Thank you for joining us, and please do come back. It was a delight speaking with you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one. We've got Kareem up next, and then Dole, and then Otangelo. So we've got a few people in queue. If you'd like to chat with us, feel free to raise your hand. What's going on, Kareem?
Hello, Kareem. Nice.
Not much, just chilling. Yeah, thank you, bro. I have a question for IX.
Okay.
If a scientific theory contains a miracle, is that enough to dismiss the scientific theory?
No, we could accept that a miracle could be true if we had evidence for it, regardless of whether it was predicted by a scientific theory or not. We just have to find evidence that it actually occurs.
Wait, could you give it like an example of what you mean by that? So if a scientific theory contained a miracle, what would that mean?
So, for example, the theory of evolution. If you look at the origin probability of the first cell, evolutionists like Richard Dawkins say it's a stroke of luck, right?
So you're familiar with protocells?
Was that what you mean by
wanna...
miracle? A miracle is just a really improbable thing? I don't get it.
Yeah. So evolutionists will say, give us the first miracle and we'll do the rest. I can quote some famous evolutionists.
So I just want to verify before we go into this topic, like, are you familiar with the current state of like abiogenesis, protocells, and clay substrate, like RNA polymerization?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
So you're aware of the fact that we have empirical evidence that clay substrates, like subcutaneous clays and micas, which are prevalent throughout the surface of the Earth in primordial conditions and in laboratories today,
primordial
produce.
Soup, right?
Yeah. So under circumstances that were present in the past and under circumstances which are also present today, that you get random polymerization. In other words, long randomized chains of molecules that are bootstrapped by the surface of clays, which act as a binding surface. So it's like if you were going to cook, you'd need a table to cook on because it gives you a flat surface to do your prep on, right? Similarly, molecules to react and form a long chain, there has to be something for them to attach to while they form the chain. So they stick to the surface, they form the long chains, random chains get spat out, all the ingredients necessary for all the possible biologically replicating possible chains that could exist would be produced over time by random combination. And then the second ingredient is protocells, which are provided by lipids. So lipids automatically provide a hydrophobic barrier between an internal and external state, which is such that all that has to take place for the first replication to occur is what's called budding. In other words, budding doesn't require replication like RNA for the first replicator to take effect. All it requires is enough of a repeatable chain reaction that produces products inside the bubble, such the bubble grows and it splits into two identical bubbles with similar contents. Do you understand that that's all it takes for replication to bootstrap?
Okay, yeah, this is a very ideal assumption. Can you send the evidence, or can you send any evolutionist that confirms this to be true?
Yes.
And before we continue here, just want to mention
go.
for people who aren't familiar, because this is an error that comes up a lot. I'm not saying you guys are making it, but evolution and abiogenesis are very different things. I think of abiogenesis like the spark of life, and evolution is the change of life. So that's and it's not uncommon for a lot of people to think that evolution is about how life begins. That's what abiogenesis. I just want to clarify that for anybody.
But you need.
not
Wait.
familiar.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go
first
any further on this because my question is, you asked if scientific theory includes a miracle something, and I don't understand what you mean. So evolution and abiogenesis, there are no miracles in any of that.
Well, it is a miracle. Abiogenesis or primordial soup
No
is not
one
an
in
established
science
theory.
thinks that's
It's
a
based on
miracle.
assumptions.
So no one in science thinks that a miracle. So
Well, I can quote Richard Dawkins. He says it's a stroke of luck. He was actually asked on video,
no
how did
one
the first
in
cell form?
science.
He was
Stop,
asked.
stop,
He was
stop,
asked,
stop.
and he said aliens came and put it there.
No one in science thinks that's a miracle. No one. So what do you
So
mean?
can you send me one person that says abiogenesis is an established theory?
Richard Dawkins
all of
also
them.
doesn't believe that aliens put us here. He was asked a question.
I don't care. I'm trying to clarify what you're
Right back to
trying
you.
to ask a little bit because I don't understand your original question. Something about if a scientific theory contains a miracle, should we reject it or something? No scientific theories contain a miracle in science. None of them do. Now I could make a theory like there's a miracle that God created a gold brick in front of me or something, and that could be a scientific theory. And if it was confirmed, that would be fine. But like, what are you trying to ask?
Oh, okay, I'll explain it. So for the theory of evolution to be concise, you need two assumptions. One is the origin probability, and one is the shift probability. I forgot the exact word, but the shift from one species of evolution to another. The probability of the origin probability is close to zero, and the probability of shifting to a different evolved state, I forget the name of it, I'm sorry, but it's close to 1. So these are two assumptions that you need to build the theory of evolution. When Darwin brought his theory of evolution, he didn't even know the complexity of the cell because the DNA or the double helix wasn't discovered. So later on, scientists tried to say that, okay, so the cell is kind of thing, so they couldn't have a way to explain the intricacies of the cell, so they made up primordial soup. But there is no evidence, and there is nothing in the world of evolution today that says abiogenesis or the creation of the first cell is a concrete. It's not been established. So I'm asking you. You sent one YouTube video. I'm asking for scholarly articles, please.
You're wrong, Kareem. So the primordial soup, I assume you're talking about the like Uri Milner experiments. Those are, or not Uri. I always get the name fricked up. Uri Geller experiments. Those experiments are very, very out of date compared to what we're doing now. So what I just described to you, the clay RNA synthesis stuff, is done on many different clays. It's been reproduced by many different labs. That's already been demonstrated. The protocell stuff has been demonstrated. The only thing we haven't observed is the specific combination that would have taken place at the beginning because we don't have any way of that being preserved, right? There's not going to be fossil evidence of protocells. They're just not stable enough. However, what we do find is we find evidence of a universal common ancestor going all the way back to early protocell-like creatures. And we find evidence of some of the earliest forms, like archaea, still to this day around the posited places where they're most likely to have occurred, which is geothermal vents. So the oldest organisms known to exist that we do find evidence of are clustered around geothermal vents, like the theory predicted. So the theory gives us a model for how it happened, which has reproducible steps. And those steps and the way that they occurred, we don't know exactly what order or what combination the first replicator used, but we do know that it's plausible and that it makes a prediction about where we'd find the oldest life, which is where we find it.
Okay, so simply just send me the article you're referencing, and I'll take a look at it.
Sure.
I DM'd Ix and Randolph the link to a bunch of articles.
Yeah, that's a good article.
But I want
that's a
to
good article.
to address your main point. You have two hypotheses: either like a god did it or natural processes did it. Now, to have evidence, what you do is you say, if my hypothesis is true, then I would expect to find such and such if we do another experiment. The abiogenesis people have made predictions like we will, if the abiogenesis happened, we would expect to find there's a process, a natural process that happens on Earth, that corpuscles, the thing that encapsulates cells, form naturally in the environment. And we found that on clay, RNA forming these on clay, and it happened. And there's dozens and dozens of these examples where we start with the abiogenesis hypothesis, make predictions of if this is true, here's what we're going to find, and then we successfully find that. And every time we do, that's more and more evidence for abiogenesis. There have been 0 cases of starting with a God hypothesis, predicting we would see something, and then seeing it. So there's 0 evidence of the God hypothesis.
Can I interject on
Sure.
that? Yeah, so do you know what methodological naturalism is?
Yes.
So what is it? Can you explain
Why
to me?
did you bring it up?
Because you said you can't start with there is no evidence of starting with a God hypothesis and then getting.
Well,
methodological naturalism allows you to allows you to start with a naturalist
you can start with anything you want.
lens
So,
for when you're observing science.
no,
So it's based on a
no.
conclusion, and we have to find
No.
evidence that supports that conclusion.
No, so you can start with whatever you want. You can start with a God. We don't care. Methodological naturalism
No,
is
you
just
don't
that,
start with a God.
yes. So a hypothesis, you can start with whatever you want. You can start with God. You can start with leprechauns. You can start with fairies. You can start with naturalism. Methodological naturalism is just the fact that the only verified things we have are natural things. And so in science, the only verified starting points are scientific natural ones. But you can start with
That's
God.
philosophical naturalism.
No,
That's not methodological
No,
naturalism.
philosophical naturalism is saying there literally is no God. Methodological naturalism is saying there is no evidence to start with anything but naturalism. They're not the same.
No,
No,
methodological
stop. You
naturalism
don't
would
know
be-
these things and they are irrelevant to the argument. So just don't talk about them. The question is, what matters is you can start with whatever hypothesis you want. God, fairies, leprechauns, naturalism, we don't care. And the one that has evidence is the one that can then be used to make predictions about the future we don't know yet and get it right. Naturalism and abiogenesis have done that many, many, many times. God has done that 0 times. That's why abiogenesis is more supported than God for the origin of life.
You're not allowed to start with God in science.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, can you send me someone that did?
No, because they don't. They fail. All of those God hypotheses fail. They don't work.
So what's the proof for this claim?
No one in science stops you from publishing a paper on anything you want. You can literally go publish a paper right now and include God, and if it works, it'll be accepted. So science doesn't preclude
Yes.
anything, nothing. You can start with round squares, married bachelors, magical potatoes. We don't care. All that matters is if you can use those to make predictions about the future, about things we don't know yet, and get it right, that's evidence of what you want. So I do have evidence. So the parapsychology journals, there are parapsychology journals in my conversation with Alex Sarkiris, where there are academics who start with the belief that there are like non-physical minds, not God specifically, and they use those to try to make predictions and publish papers on these. So you can start with those. You can start with anything you want in science. Nobody cares. What matters is if you can use whatever you start with to make predictions. And if you can't, it's dismissed. We dismiss it. But you can start with whatever you want. Gods, go for it.
Yeah, but we're talking about the theory of evolution.
Yeah, so if you want to start with God created all life and did all evolution, you can do that. And then that's your hypothesis. And then if you can make predictions based off that hypothesis about stuff we're going to discover in the future and get it right, that's evidence of your God. And science is totally okay with you doing that. It's just never been done. No one has ever been able to use God as a hypothesis to make successful predictions. We have been able to use naturalism to do this, which is why we accept naturalism. We don't say you can't use God. No one in science says you can't use God. The problem is no one in the past has ever successfully used God to know anything successfully about the future, which is why we think it's garbage.
So by the way, you asked for some papers documenting this, so I posted just a spattering of things on it. I've got
Yeah,
astrophysiology page from NASA talking about the theory. I've got a page on the most recent like laboratory efforts to reproduce the protocell formation process, where they used clay, which forms hydrogels.
Yeah,
and
where'd
was
you send it?
simulated. It's all in the Heath and Hangout channel, so everyone can read these sources. You're going to have to use your search box and your scroll bar. Okay, so
We're
there's
also
a
sharing
bunch.
these in the text chat on YouTube as you post these. Thank you.
Could you send them?
Right.
Because I don't know how
So-
to use either of those things. I've literally never found anything. Could you just send them a DM with some of those? It might be easier.
I'll send in the most recent one, sure. The point is, like, if you actually look into this stuff, you will find that there have been a vastly expanding field of abiogenesis research showing that there are multiple plausible pathways, such that we now think that there are multiple beginnings of life and that it's probably an overdetermined phenomenon. In other words, there's more than one common ancestor potentially that could have been ours, and which probably some of those went extinct before ours became the primary one.
So multiple cells originated the tree of life.
The conditions necessary for these protocells to kick off began at exactly the time where we see life beginning in the early Earth's fossil record.
But you
we
know that
find
conflicts
life-
with it. Yeah.
We find life in the fossil record at the same time that these clay substrates became amenable to that formation process happening in them, right? So the development of the Earth produced the conditions necessary for life, and almost immediately life began.
That conflicts with Darwin's theory of evolution because
Darwin didn't
that's
have a
based
theory
on
of
the assumption.
abiogenesis. He didn't know.
No, sorry, I'm saying based on the assumption that a single cell was the root of all evolution.
No, it doesn't.
The point is that
That doesn't.
we're probably
doesn't-
all descended from a common ancestor, but multiple common ancestries could have begun and gone extinct before the one that we're descended from became the one that predominated.
And they were single cell organisms, not like a single one.
Just to
like,
clarify,
like Jack.
Darwin's theory doesn't say we literally came from one organism, one individual cell. That
Exactly.
it could have been a bunch of. When it says there's a common ancestor, it's a common ancestor species. It could be a whole bunch of different cells that came together and mixed, and that's the origin of life. It doesn't mean it literally came from one living organism.
Well, that's what distinguishes it from Lamarck's theory of evolution.
No, it's not at all what distinguishes it from Lamarck's theory. Lamarck's theory has a bunch of crazy stuff in it. It has nothing to do with the origin of life whatsoever.
And it's because generally
do you think-
populations of genes mutate over time.
Do you think the theory of evolution can explain why species parallel to one another evolved with the same characteristics like
You
eyes?
mean convergent evolution? That's conditional by the circumstances that they're shaped by, right? So you're going to get lots of crab-like creatures in the ocean because the ocean's an environment where it's really good to be a crab. So that the same forces shaping different creatures are going to shape them in similar.
I'm saying
fashion.
like insects. Insects and mammals, we diverge very high, and we have the same characteristics such as vision.
Yeah, because vision is useful.
Yeah, we have evidence. Yeah, we have evidence that vision emerged multiple times. Like that's proven that there are many, many different species who developed vision independent of a common ancestor that had vision. Because vision is so useful that any
Oh
Any
no, the common
circumstance-
ancestor didn't have vision.
But they're still
That's right.
animals.
That's right. That vision developed multiple times because it's so useful that all it takes is photosensitivity to start the process. Being photosensitive, in other words, like just feeling heat initially, like feeling the warm side is the side that gets you to the sun, gets you to a place where you can photosynthesize if you're a plant, or where you can reach warmth to survive if you're an animal. So animals can start with just being sensitive to heat, then being sensitive to light, and then increasing in their sophistication until they develop eyes. That's why we think it happened multiple times. I encourage you to actually study biology and study abiogenesis research. It's actually a hugely growing field, and you can make a career out of studying this stuff and make discoveries in your lifetime.
You send me Science Daily, right?
That was one of the ones. There's others in the chat. I just picked one because TJump wanted me to make sure that you look at least one of these.
Again, evolution is both
From what I
a
understand, it's an
theory
assumption.
and a
They're saying we
fact.
propose.
That is how
that
theories
doesn't
are.
the we propose part is the beginning sentence that doesn't make it an assumption. Propositions are like, here's the thing we think is true, and then we're going to try to find evidence for it. It's like it's a hypothesis stage. Like you propose a God exists.
Their methodology was to actually test experimentally in clays whether or not they could produce protein protocells in a clay hydrogel, which they were able to.
These links
The
are
point,
also
the point is,
shared.
this is one paper out of dozens in the field, which have all independently explored different aspects of this process and expanded the amount of evidence supporting the clay hypothesis, which is the prevailing hypothesis to date.
I posted
Where do I read all the evidences?
So one of the links that I posted was the Wikipedia page, which lists all the different hypotheses, and the clay one is on there.
Found one, the Science Daily.
So I posted a link to the YouTube video as well. In the text chat there, you will find all these links. They're showing that X posted them in Discord, and that's how you'll know. Just look at around this time, which is approximately 2 hours into the video if you need to reference later.
Yeah, can you at me in these? I can't find any of these.
Okay, there is a channel called Heath and Hangout, and we're going to send you.
I don't see that.
Okay, I know that it's hard to find. The reason people have difficulty is because of the way Discord channels work now, where you have to like add channels. So there's a thing that says channels and roles you have to click on, and has a search box and so on, and you can search under browse channels to add channels to your thing. I think honestly that's one of the biggest obstacles that new people who aren't as familiar with the changes to Discord have with finding our links and following the chat.
It's garbage. Send them a DM. DMs are easier.
I'm going to send you a Discord link. What a Discord link does is it links to the channel directly. And you can follow that and it'll take you directly to it, even if you don't have it bookmarked. I think that'll work. Okay, copy message link. Okay, this message link should take you to the channel itself. Try clicking on this, Kareem, and see if you can find it. It'll look like a weird little link that says politics and then has a little chat icon on it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I see the Science Daily article you posted. Where's the studies? I'm just trying to find the study. Actual data.
The Science Daily one refers to their study, which you can get. You know what Sci-Hub is? You can get any study by going on Sci-Hub.
So if you're looking at the one I gave of the New Scientist one, there's studies are listed in the articles at the bottom.
I also sent you a link to the YouTube in your private message with a reminder to skip ahead to 2 hours. If you want to look at this later, you can always find it there. Discord doesn't archive these things like YouTube does.
And if I may be so spicy, there are thousands upon thousands of articles from reputable sources on evolution, and there are no reputable sources on creationism or intelligent design.
I think Otangelo may disagree with that.
Where's the? I don't see this.
Otangelo's sources are his own website, which he cites as though they're a source.
So I see the two articles you posted. I'm looking at the bottom. There's nothing here. Materials provided by.
Copy. I will find you one of the sources. Let's go. New Scientist. Search for.
Okay, I think I found it.
Yeah, I think I found the full article for the other one.
Okay, Science Volume.
Okay, I found. Yeah, I found another one, which is enhanced transcription and translation in clay hydrogel and implications for early life evolution.
So I'm looking at
the
New Scientist first article, and the fourth paragraph down or fifth paragraph down, it says Thomas Check at the University of Colorado Boulder, and it gives you a Science Volume 231, page 4737. That's a scientific journal. The very next paragraph says Harvard chemist Walter Gilbert dubbed in 25 years. Nature, Volume 319, page 618. That's another paper. It also gives these are links, and they link directly to the papers. The next one is a few more paragraphs down. It says by 2001, RNA using an RNA as a template, RNA self-replicating RNA. Science, volume 292, page 1319. That's an academic journal. Then the next paragraph, it says molecular biology in Cambridge in the UK, RNA enzyme called TC19Z. Reliably copied sequences of 95 letters. This is in Science, volume 332, page 209. That's an academic journal. So, like, they're literally, here's another one, 2003, Hikaru Suja, Nature, Structural Biology Journal, volume 10, page 713. There are literally dozens of them in this New Scientist page. They should not be hard to find. They're in quotes. It says Nature, then gives you a volume, and then gives you a page number.
And here's a full copy of the paper I was citing. Enhanced transcription and translation in clay hydrogel. Basically, people are just not up to date with the latest abiogenesis research because you're listening to creationists and intelligent design people who strawman and like caricature this stuff and like aggrandize their scientific quote unquote accomplishments while relying on you not knowing about the latest research.
No, I have no issue with evolution. It doesn't conflict with my theology.
Abiogenesis is a well understood phenomenon at this point.
Were you able to find the links to all of the academic?
Yeah, I'm reading one of them. I'm reading the Cornell University one at first. It's talking about the clay hydrogel provided an effective confinement environment for the nucleic acids. Does it talk about the reduction of nucleic acids though? I'm just asking.
That was one of the predictions made by the abiogenesis hypothesis that we would find this. We then looked and found it, and it was correct.
So how? So help me understand, how is the nucleic acid formed?
Nucleic acids form spontaneously. We have numerous examples of the precursors of life, cytosine, adenosine, etc. They form spontaneously in natural aquatic chemistry.
Yeah, can you link that one?
And while he's linking that, I would like to ask you, Kareem, how did God create a single cell organism or a cell self-replicating?
And do you have any references of academic journals where it says that?
Yeah, some references too.
The loaded question.
How is that a loaded question when it's coming from us? But that's all we've been doing for like the past 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm sending you a paper. It's called, I'm going to post this in the chat. The point is, like, these things take like literally Google search in 30 seconds to find. It's really good to do your own research and look into this from this point forward. Synthesis of prebiotic organics from CO2 by catalysis with meteoric and volcanic particles. Emergence of prebiotic organics was a mandatory step towards the origin of life. The significance of the exogenous delivery versus the insidious synthesis from atmospheric gases is still under debate. We experimentally demonstrate iron-rich meteoric and volcanic particles activate and catalyze the fixation of CO2, yielding the key precursors of life-building blocks. The catalysis is robust and produces selective aldehydes, alcohols, hydrocarbons, independent of the redox state of the environment. It is facilitated by common minerals and tolerates a broad range of early planetary conditions, etc. So, any questions about that?
Yeah, let me just read it.
Okay. We're not going to have time for you to read all these papers right now, but if you want to do some research on all this and come back to us, we could have you call again.
No biggie, bro.
Yeah, if you're just studying, then you'll need time for that, obviously. We will want to bring other people on the stage. I hope we've answered your questions.
I'll be back. I'll read this for sure. I'll be back.
I hope we've been helpful
Awesome.
to you today.
Yeah, thanks for
coming
calling.
up. We have a long-time listener of the show, Otangelo, up next. I'm inviting him right now. He's been a big fan of ours since the first episode. Maybe he's AFK.
Otangelo, yeah, he wrote me a private message. He wants to get up, and I told him he's got to talk to you because you manage the queue.
All right, well, I'll invite up Punk here in the meantime, and
We used to do raunchy things in front of the Shroud of Turin. Good times.
What's going on, Punk?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What can we do for you today? What are you? What's on your mind?
I'm not a theist, but people might consider me a theist. I've had a lot of conversations recently about mathematical realism versus nominalism on the atheist side. So, do you guys consider? I don't know if you guys already covered this topic. I kind of came in during the middle of a talk, like a question before. You guys seem to be talking the same topic.
We've talked about mathematical realism before, and I've recently been chatting with people about it. But you can be
Right.
you could be a theist or an atheist and believe or not believe in mathematical realism. It doesn't commit you to either position.
I agree with that. So my idea is that, like, since theists so often say that God is truth, I think they're personifying truth. So they would be automatically realists. You know what I mean? And they just use that sort of mythologically to go the extra step and say, "Oh, truth is alive. It's talking to me. You know, it's giving me miracles and stuff like that." So, like, as atheists, if we're trying to convince religious people towards, let's say, even any kind of atheism, realism would be easier, right? Other than trying to, like, make them into complete naturalists, nominalists. That seems like a longer distance to go, belief wise.
I mean, the arguments like Kalam usually rely on some claim that one thing is the cause of all the other things, and then they have to separately argue that that thing was intelligent, right? The why does it have to be intelligent part usually is not really answerable. And so it is easier if you just grant all the things that they want to say are true and just say the one part about it having to be intelligent is false. And then you could grant that could be that you think the universe is made of math, could be the universe is fundamentally just like pre-existing eternal quantum fields or whatever. So sure, it could be the shortest route if you go that way. Just say, look, if we grant for the sake of argument, let's just talk about where that gets you. And it still gets you to the point where natural singularity is more probable than a highly specific hypothesis that has a huge number of improbable priors that require it to be true or required for it to be true. And if you look at Graham Oppie's analysis of like the Gödelian cosmological argument and so on, he does this, right? He just says, look, all these very complicated arguments get you to is some kind of singularity or first cause, which could just be natural. And the claim that it can't be natural just falls apart. In fact, it's more probable that it would be a natural origin than an intelligent origin.
I believe so, yeah. So I watched the video by TJump. He said something like, he was like advocating anomalous position, I think. So I was curious about what he thought about it. But I totally agree with you with everything you just said right there. Unless he's gone.
Yeah, I think that like there's a lot of mathematicians who are attracted to mathematical realism, not necessarily full Platonism, but just mathematical realism. And there's a lot of physicists who think that there's a subset of math, which is the kind that describes things like the manifold geometry of space-time itself and so on. They think that those things aren't just approximately accurate, that they're perfectly describing the actual shape of reality in a sense. And if it is an accurate description of how reality works, so to speak, we could at least say that those descriptions are the real description, even if there might be psychologically determined choices in mathematics. In some areas, there might be some areas where you couldn't have it any other way. And so that subset of math could perhaps be said to be like real in the sense that it is a real property being accurately described. I don't personally think that gets you to Platonism or the idea that these things, just because they're like perfectly accurate descriptions, are somehow ontological things. I don't understand that part yet, but maybe the mathematicians could convince me.
Let me just try, you know what I mean? Why do I think that the description is the same as the actual thing? You know? It's kind of like your brain is sort of making models of these abstract objects. The hardest thing, like, I was a nominalist my whole life until like 5 years ago. I don't know what happened to me. Maybe I became stupid. But these things have logical structures that are objective, right? Like, math, let's say. And I guess the only reason you would believe that there's just one thing is like probably a preference towards monism. You know what I mean? Like there wouldn't be a physical world in an abstract world. If you want to use Occam's razor to say, oh, monism is probably more likely, I don't know if this is even a rational or scientific way. It's just a kind of a preference thing, I guess. So it would make more sense if it was just one thing, and the abstract thing would be more. It would be easier to explain how that exists than the physical world.
Are you a subscriber to like Max Tegmark's like mathematical universe hypothesis? Is that
Yeah, I read his book, and
Okay.
this is the result.
Okay, that's fine. So like I'll be the first to grant I've met Max Tegmark. I think he's a genius, but I'm not qualified to agree or disagree with a lot of his theories because they're out of my depth mathematically in physics and so on. Right? So like is it a defensible position? Absolutely. And is physics an interesting and experimental world where we can have like an underdetermined question and have like multiple competing hypotheses? Absolutely. And is it possible maybe there's some way of like falsifying the mathematical universe theory, like some investigation into whether multiverses exist or something like that could at least like make it more or less probable than other theories? It's possible. So
I don't think so.
You think it's impossible?
Probably not. It's probably not falsifiable because let's say we do find an equation that perfectly predicts our universe. By definition, like anything outside of our universe is beyond our observation. Any kind of empirical evidence needs to have some kind of experiment that you can do. It's not like we can travel to other multiverses or anything like that. We're mathematically.
Let me put it this way. Like when you have an underdetermined question like cosmology and like how the quantum mechanical and Newtonian like relativistic models could be combined into some grand unified theory. These questions could be in a state of undetermination forever, or it could be that a bunch of them just get falsified and the one which seemed unfalsifiable is the only one left. And at that point, we wouldn't necessarily say that it's verified because we don't really do verification in science. But what we would say is that it's the theory left standing, right? So I think it's a perfectly valid enterprise. And a lot of times scientists get accused of like only believing in things they can see. Like we get accused of scientism. We get accused of what was actually only true very briefly of logical positivists. And the very same logical positivists like Shaw who believed this stuff, they repudiated their own beliefs and admitted they got it wrong and that metaphysics is a valid part of the scientific process and philosophy and that theoretical physics is inherently in advance of any observation, right?
Exactly. So I totally agree with you, and that's what I support. Is like I'm sick of people saying metaphysics is not real, and physics is about like extending your boundaries as far as you can, and then metaphysics is just guessing what's beyond our ability to see, and the best way we can do that is with logic. I think,
It's a valid way to try to explore and formulate conjectures. I think that's the essence of it, right? It's like
it is a conjecture.
We have a conjecture formation process, which is very imaginative, relies on like mathematicians' intuitions about like the shape, like manifolds and stuff. It's like very weird stuff that they use to come up with the conjecture. But ultimately, we want to investigate and see if there's any way to see if it's justifiably probable or improbable, and that process can be deductive when we eliminate competing theories.
I gotcha. So what do you think about this idea being, this is my last question here, I'm going to bring it to a close. What do you think about this being like a place for atheists to bring to theists, people who believe in a God, and be like, hey, there's this nice little thing right next door. It's almost like theism, but
I think that too.
It's just a little less crazy.
I think that too. I think that a lot of theists will eventually become like simulationist mathematicalists, because simulationism, mathematicalism is like basically trying to keep your cake while admitting that the cake is a lie. And
it's the only rational way to go.
You would not be able to defend any kind of inerrant scriptural belief, but you could defend some kind of like pseudo-deism or something like that, perhaps.
Well, my strategy has been recently talking to theists is like, this is what they meant to say, that it's mathematical realism, but they tried to explain it to like people who didn't even have a high school education, so they had to give them metaphors, and then those people made the metaphors real. They took it too literally. So that's my strategy. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but that's all I got.
Yeah, let us know how that goes. I think it's an interesting approach.
All right. Well, that's all I got for you guys.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank
We've
you.
got David Good coming up.
Hello, David Good Hangman. How are you?
You got to speak up. We can't hear your microphone. Maybe you have to fiddle with your audio settings.
He's been in
David?
the audience for a while. He might have to leave and rejoin. You might want to try exiting. Oh, there it goes.
There. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, okay. Let's see. Right, truth is something that manifests in the real world, right? Or in reality.
Sure.
Right? So because right, the Christian belief manifests itself in in reality, would it not mean Christian belief would be true?
Can you explain what you mean?
Well, right, I don't know if you know the law of attraction.
You're talking about like the sort of supernatural
Yeah.
belief that if you think about something hard enough, it'll happen.
Well, no, well, like thinking like, I would kind of be dumb just okay, I think this and I don't make any cause to make the effect. Just okay. I mean, people would say okay, the cause would be thinking, but I'm not making any cause in the reality to make my reality become reality.
So following
I
that
need
logic, would you also say that Islam is true and Harry Potter is true?
Well, wait. So basically, right. When I'm talking about, beliefs and just like Christianity as a whole, right? I'm saying, okay. By that logic, yeah, okay. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. I mean, it could be that Islam or just like any other religion could be true too, right? I mean,
The law of attraction is
um,
false. Like before we go any further, I asked you if that's what you meant. Let's just save time. If you're arguing from the law of attraction, the law of attraction is not a law. It's just like a made up superstition. What is the case is that if you believe that you're paying attention to something, and if you take actions and you're looking for that thing, you're going to notice it if it happens. You're much more likely to notice it because if you weren't looking for it and expecting it, then it would have happened without you paying any attention to it. So what we do see psychologically is just like an expectation bias. I forget some of the words for the different versions of this, but one of these is the like a proximity bias, basically, which basically says that like when two things happen close together, we assume that they're related or causal. So the fact that you started like believing in your law of attraction or praying or
no,
whatever it is.
wait. I'm sorry to like cut you off there, but
Okay, go ahead.
it's for me personally. Like, I mean, of course, through historical and also through Bible's words, right? Jesus got on the cross. It's for people where okay, it's for people where the resurrection and like resurrection and dying for the sins. That's really the hard part, and also going to heaven, with the Creator. That's like the hard part for people to believe, right? The thing is, me personally, my faith grows through prophecy, right? It grows through prophecy, through seeing with my own eyes, with my own senses that this corresponded into reality, and it has been, foretold before it even happens, right? And people
So
say, okay, that is like really easy to do. That is really easy. It's not easy.
there are
It's not
dozens
easy. It's
of
not easy to
competing.
predict what's going to happen in the next
Look,
2,000 years. It's not easy.
there are dozens of competing beliefs about prophecies, but I have some disappointing news for you about a lot of the prophecies in the Bible. I take it you believe in biblical prophecies, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things you may not understand is that the genre of writing that the Bible is made up of varies from book to book and even from section to section and from author to author because it wasn't written by a single author at a single time. And it wasn't written for a single purpose. Now, the genre that people commonly refer to collectively as prophecies are not always what they seem. Now, are you familiar with the book of Daniel? Just to start with a simple example. Do you believe that the book of Daniel contains like a 70 weeks prophecy that predicts Jesus?
Well,
If you're not
man,
familiar with it, that's okay. You can just say you're not sure.
I'm trying to not lean on my own understanding, right? But actually, I'm trying to not lean on my own understanding right now.
It's okay if you're just not familiar with it. Just say I'm not sure. Like it's okay. Just tell me if you're familiar with it or not. Book of
I'm
Daniel.
not really
Have you read it?
with though. Like I definitely read it, but like
Okay.
I don't remember everything.
Do you remember who the main character is? It's Daniel. Okay. Do you remember when Daniel is said to have lived? It's about 600 BC. Okay. So the time that Daniel is said to have lived, and the stories about his life, and that he went into a cage with tigers and they didn't eat him and so on. That whole story is written in Aramaic, right?
Yeah.
Now, Aramaic is a different language than the rest of it is written in, which is in Hebrew, and in some of the later versions in Greek. Now, the reason it's written in multiple languages, most reasonably, is because the stories came from different time periods. They're literally written at different times, and the author combined them together. Okay, so the old bits about Daniel, which purport to be about someone from 600 BC, contain numerous anachronisms. In other words, they're historically inaccurate. They do not accurately describe things that we know to be true about the politics and the names of things and the customs of the time that it says that it took place in. So it's implausible that it was written at the time and faithfully recorded at the time, because they wouldn't have made such mistakes. Secondly, the part that's highly accurate is the part that's written in Hebrew and later in Greek, which takes place at the very end of the story. That part is extremely accurate to events that perfectly correspond to the abomination of desolation occurring in the Jewish temple, which actually did occur under Antiochus, who is a hostile Greek governor who humiliated and antagonized the Hellenistic Jews living in the Holy Land at the time. So what you have is a bunch of old stories that are anachronistic and inaccurate in an ancient language, Aramaic, which are combined with a modern language, which is the current Hebrew, that was written by a Greek author around 264 BC, who was very pissed off at Antiochus about the humiliating treatment that Jews were receiving from Antiochus's going into the Jewish temple and worshiping pagan gods and just generally disrespecting the Jews. That's what actually explains the story. Not that it was literally written by a person 600 years ago predicting that Antiochus would do it, because the story claims to be a prophecy predicting everything that was going to happen. But it's actually a highly accurate historical account of things that already happened by a person living in the times they had.
I know, but like the thing
who
is,
made up a fake story about it being predicted by Daniel in 600 BC. That's the kind of prophecy that we find in the Bible, is not literal prophecies that are written in the past predicting the future, but prophecies, quote unquote, pseudo-prophecies that are written in the present about things that have already happened, and then make inaccurate predictions about the future which are false and don't come true. Because the same story predicts that Antiochus will die in a very specific way, and Antiochus dies in a completely different way that differs from the prediction in the story. The only actual prediction in the story, which is Antiochus' death, is false and is not accurate to what actually happened.
Okay, tell me at least one prophecy that, in our current generation, like the 2000s, 1000s, 2000s. Let's see, what kind of prophecy hasn't come true? Hasn't come to pass?
I literally just told you that he predicted that Antiochus would die in a very specific way, and Antiochus died in a totally different way. The reason that he got that wrong is because
what day?
It's about 264 that he predicted this, and Antiochus died around like I don't remember the exact date, but he died at a different and then was predicted in the story. The point is, there's a word for this. It's such a common pattern. There's a word for it. It's called ex eventu. In other words, after the event. And there are numerous apologists trying to justify that the Bible is still true, even though it's hard to justify that it's not ex eventu. They're saying, look, yeah, it is ex eventu. You're right. The scholars are right. They've proved that it's ex eventu, but the Bible is still true somehow. That's what apologists have to do if they're familiar with this scholarship and take it seriously. So you should reevaluate your belief that the prophecies are what they seem. The whole point is that what people wrote was in response to historical events, and they were trying to give people polemical and theological ammunition to handle the world that they actually lived in, not to try to give them some like super accurate prediction about the far future.
Fair. I want to ask you another question, by the way. Basically, right? Basically, we can only basically make sense of our reality if we ourselves are in reality. We can't make sense of anything that we are not in.
I agree. We're in reality, and we can make sense of things that we observe in it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't make sense of things we're not in, right?
I mean, we can conjecture about them. So we could make sense of a thing that's plausible that we aren't in, but was, at least conceivable. The simulation hypothesis is an example where, you can hypothesize that we live in a simulation because we can build simulations, but probably there's reasons to think that we don't live in one because it's implausible, it's impractical, and numerous other reasons, right?
I can't help but jump in. Could Christianity be true and we're in the Matrix?
What do you
If
mean?
we live in a matrix, it would not be Christianity.
No, not definitely not Christianity, bro.
We can't be in the Matrix and Christianity is true.
Not from the claims that the book makes, no.
I would like.
So this just could be the
But
sub-reality created by somebody in the Christian base reality that put all of us into the Matrix, right? And so the Christian base reality still could be true.
Wait. I need. I want to still know.
It's not really a relevant position because there's no justification for it. So could be is just base speculation.
How is law of attraction debunked?
Okay.
How is it debunked?
People I briefly believed in it at one point.
Everything has cause and effect, bro.
Look, I briefly believed in this, so I can kind of understand how it is appealing, right? If you do things with an expectation that you're going to get a certain result, and the result happens, it's confirmation bias that makes you think that the thing that you expected is true, and that the thing that happened was caused by the thing that you believed was going to cause it, right? But what we actually find is when people test things like prayer, when people test things like the law of attraction, they either get no different than randomness, or they get a worse result because they actually cause things to be worse than if they hadn't had that belief. So in the example of like intercessory prayer where people pray to make someone feel better, if the people know that they're being prayed for, it makes them sicker because it causes stress because they're worried about the prayer, then they actually do worse than people who are not prayed for.
Yeah, but that's law of attraction.
No, they're literally praying to make the person better, and they're making them worse.
I had this debate with someone, bro. Like, thinking, it's just like, let's say you're trying to think of, let's say you're not trying to think of not doing, you're going to try to think, okay, I don't want to do anything bad, Eventually, because you are used to doing bad, you're gonna eventually do bad. It's like
the point is
what I just explained. That is basically law of attraction.
No. What's being so the law of attraction is not that. The law of attraction is actually the claim that the universe is somehow actually shaped by you believing that it's going to be a certain way. What's actually happening is just that your perception of it causes you to pay attention to certain aspects of it differently that you wouldn't have paid attention to. And to a small extent, there's such thing as a what do you call it? A placebo effect that can biologically affect you from psychosomatic illness.
No, but wait. I need to jump on this argument, right? Because I hear a lot of people thinking about sex and everything. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on here, but I think I heard a lot of people thinking about sex and stuff, right? And because they think about sex that much, eventually, they just they get sex, It's just like
thinking about stuff helps you pay attention to opportunities to get that thing. It's not the law of attraction.
Wait a minute. So you said if thinking about it a lot helps you to get it. Do you think like literally every teenage boy would get laid like every day? I wish.
Yeah, no, but they do at least one. No, actually, wait, no, actually they don't. But everyone gets the opportunity to masturbate. Of course, everyone has the chance, the free will, the free choice.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I think you're mistaken about how crazy the law of attraction really is. The law of attraction is actually the belief that it actually changes reality itself to believe something is going to happen. Now, you may not believe that. If your version of the law of attraction is just the belief that having an interest in... Listen, if you're just saying that believing something will happen makes you more likely to take advantage of opportunities to make it happen, or makes you more likely to do things to cause it to happen, that's a psychological prediction that you're going to be able to like have some effect on your outcome purely by your behavior, right? That's not
exactly. Yeah.
controversial. That's
Isn't the
fine.
law of attraction just a self-help book?
No, the law of attraction actually claims that there is a mystical effect on the universe and that it changes to be shaped by your beliefs about it.
But
Law of
wasn't
attraction,
it presented in a self-help book?
yeah, but the people who believe in it actually believe that if they do nothing, that the thing will happen just by believing in it. When what
Right.
we're actually saying is just that you're going to notice opportunities if you're listening and
But
looking
by
for opportunities.
believing it,
It's
it
just a
makes it more
self-help
possible,
guru.
right? But by believing it makes it more possible. Or not?
No,
So
it doesn't
think-
make anything different possible. It just means that you're going to notice opportunities that you wouldn't have noticed otherwise.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
of course.
And
So
and
either
thinking
way, the
about
law of
sex.
attraction.
Sorry,
It's
thinking about sex and other things that are stuff that we like, our preferences. This is a very natural thing for people to do.
Yeah.
Were you saying that there's a problem with people thinking about sex? Because you were talking about people thinking about it a lot. Some people think about it more than others.
yeah. The
I mean,
problem
but
is
I heard
look,
no. I heard a lot of people that through law of attraction they were able to attain sex. You know.
look, it's very simple. The actual book that popularized this theory, The Secret, actually claims that there is an energy field that causes the changes in the world from your thoughts
Yes.
alone. That is the claim. It's not just that you're going to psychologically be paying more attention and have more opportunity to notice opportunities in front of
Yeah.
you. That's a perfectly reasonable claim, and I think we would all agree that it pays to
One
be
person
trying.
can change.
It pays to have
One.
a goal because you're not going to achieve a goal that you don't have, right? But having a goal and psychologically noticing an opportunity to actualize the goal is different than what the law of attraction and The Secret claims. The Secret claims that there's a mystical energy field, and if you literally just close your eyes and say you want something to happen, that we could actually measure that increasing the probability of that thing happening. All we see is anecdotal evidence that people who hope something will happen, whenever it does happen, they say that it worked. And whenever it doesn't happen, they keep their ass quiet because they don't want to embarrass themselves or be falsified. When we study them as a group, as an aggregate, when we study 100 people who all believe in the law of attraction, they have no better chance of producing results than randomness.
It very specifically only works if you go woo, 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 woo.
You have to say woo, 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 woo. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
That's why they did it wrong. That's why the studies didn't work. They didn't say woo correctly.
Bro.
Let me give you a source. So there's a very good sort of comprehensive source that deals with all these types of supernatural claims in a sort of broad spectrum way. It's called Rational Wiki. Have you ever heard of Rational Wiki?
Well,
I'm going to post the link right now.
Okay. So Rational Wiki is
know,
it's like Wikipedia. It's like Wikipedia, but it specializes specifically in all kinds of woo claims and superstitions, like belief in ghosts, belief in praying,
yeah, I
causing
know.
miracles.
I call that spiritual rationality. I don't know if you know it. You know what
Not
that is?
familiar.
I believe that's called
Go ahead and explain.
You don't know this one?
Oxymoron.
What is
I'm pretty
spiritual
sure
rationality?
it's an
What is
oxymoron.
what is
know
spiritual
this one?
rationality? Is it like a square circle? Because I know what a square circle is, but I can't actually conceive of it without a contradiction. So what is the non-contradictory meaning of spiritual rationality?
Well, spiritual rationality. I mean, I don't know if you know it from a culture. I don't know if you know it from the culture or from Orthodox or I don't know. I don't know if you heard it.
Okay. What I would suggest is that you go to Rational Wiki and whatever belief you have, look up an article on there to see if there's an article about it, because you'll find dozens and dozens and dozens of citations and sources explaining why a lot of these supernatural beliefs are bogus.
The thing is, we base almost everything on reason, right? We base everything on reason, right? If we let's say we don't have like a brain, a mind, an eye, we don't have anything. What are we gonna come up with? What are we gonna come up with an idea? Are we not gonna come up with an idea? Or does evolution, funny enough, make a way for, even though we have none of these stuff that make us function, we still can function in a way. That's why I'm really wanting. That's what I'm really interested in now.
I don't. Does anyone else understand the question?
Like it's like, what if we, like, you know when we dead, right? We know when we dead. Uh, can we make any observations, anything like that?
No,
When we
we're
dead, we
dead.
can't make sense of reality when we dead, right?
Well,
Or
we
not?
can. So we can investigate what happens to the brain and the body during death. And one of the
Yeah,
things
of
that we've
course.
been able to establish is what kind of
Yeah.
neural activity takes place, which correlates to what people describe as near-death experiences when they almost die and don't, or when they have cardiac arrest, they're clinically dead for a while. In other words, their heart stops beating, but then their heart is restarted by like paddles. They come back to life. What they describe is very similar and consistent across all these different people, and correlates to recently they finally were able to get experimental data showing that these people all have the same gamma wave spiking in their brain. As the brain appears to be clinically, as the body is clinically dead, the brain is still doing some little gamma wave activity which produces these hallucinations, which people sometimes remember when they wake up. So yeah, we do observe some things about death and what happens after death, even if we've never been able to talk to a
Right,
person who fully
so
died and stayed that
everything is
way.
a hallucination. Everything people experience, everything people gone through is a hallucination.
Sort
So
of.
wait,
There's
so it could also be that I'm a hallucination, right? Like, or a person you see outside, you're walking, like, is a hallucination. That's a possibility too, right?
It's unlikely because we can intersubjectively correspond our different observations to show that there's a consistent law-like world with regularities of nature which we can all agree upon and understand, right? That's what scientific enterprise is. It's just trying to correspond all our different observations such that we can build a coherent model of how things work and predict what's going to happen in the future. And it works. So it's not reasonable to conclude that everything is just a hallucination just because some of the experiences we have are hallucinations.
Okay.
There's a
Okay,
technical
then
there's a
you
there's
can
a
think,
technical
okay,
sense.
how do these hallucinations like be created? Of course, the specific images, right? Like
Yeah, I
specific
can.
images or something you have already seen, but some people hallucinate stuff they haven't seen yet, you know?
So there's a pretty good understanding now that comes from the
Yeah.
synthesis of biology and artificial intelligence, which
Yeah.
is that
How
we have.
how can your brain create something? Of course, how can your
I'll
brain
explain.
create now how can your brain create something?
That you
Like
quote unquote haven't seen. Sure. Okay. So
yeah,
if you close your
no
eyes
memory,
and
no data.
say a word, okay, if you close your eyes and say a word, like if I say hippopotamus, if you've seen a hippopotamus, you can imagine a hippopotamus, right? Now, if I say imagine a creature, and then I just give some kind of vague terms like some poetry or something, some kind of creature is going to form in your imagination. It's going to be different for each person because the words are ambiguous enough, right? But you're going to be able to imagine something that fits that description. In the same way that when people hear song lyrics, they think that the lyrics relate to them, even though many different people from different backgrounds think different things about the same song lyrics. People reading the Bible have all kinds of different interpretations about it and so on. The reason that you can do this, you can take
Yeah,
ambiguous,
but
vague things and produce something that to you seems clear, like you're absolutely sure that's what it is because of the way that your
yeah, but
neurons
you
fire.
need to also see the thing is I like this argument make. At the same time, there are like, okay, there had to be a point of time where they had to see like a similar image, or they need to at least see an image of the animal and then think, okay, this word, and then then make some kind of image. Like they have to like see like some point of time, right? They have to see something similar to that, right?
They don't because
So
they can
like
imagine
let's say
things.
they hallucinate Jesus, right? Let's
Look,
say they
look.
hallucinate Jesus.
We have artists. Artists
So
can just say arbitrary words, and then they can
yeah.
imagine what those words look like, and then they can draw those words for other people to be able to see. So it's like seeing into their mind, right? The reason that we're able to do this has been investigated, I think, by the field of artificial intelligence because we do what's called biomimicry. We imitate the way that the brain's actual neurons fire to do artificial neurons that fire in a similar way. And what we're able to do is two things. We're able to recognize images. So if you put in an image to an AI that can recognize images, it's going to classify the image. It's going to say what's happening and describe it for you. It's going to say what's in the picture. If you use the same model that is able to do that in reverse, the reverse of the same model can produce the pictures that it could also recognize. It's a bidirectional process that if you have neurons that can recognize things as some identifiable thing, you can run those neurons in reverse to generate the thing which would produce that label. So all the things that we have experienced are both recognizers and generators that work both ways in the brain, such that when you go to sleep and you close your eyes, or when you imagine something and listen to poetry, you're able to reproduce things that are a mishmash of stuff you've seen before, but it doesn't have to be like any one particular thing. It can be a combination of things. So that combination ability is how you could just describe something verbally that you've never seen, but still come up with a picture of it.
Okay.
Like if I say, imagine a creature that has 8 legs and pincers and big bulbous eyes, you might imagine a spider, or you might imagine something that's kind of like a spider, but it was your own version of it. I don't know what you're going to imagine. I was imagining a spider when I said that, but I don't know what you're going to imagine.
Okay. Well, what if you never like saw an image of anything? You know,
I just described how it works.
let's say
If
you
you
have
say
let's say
verbally,
all your senses. Let's say all your senses are gone. Let's say you have no senses. You know, I mean, you're born with no senses, which I mean could happen. Um, what would happen then?
there actually is some research on this in a phenomenon
Yeah.
called blind sight, where there are
Yeah.
animals that physiologically cannot see. In other words, they don't have functioning optic nerves, but they're able to navigate around optical obstacles, like things that you could only see, not hear. They're able to navigate around those things for all intents and purposes. They're able to blind see, right? And the reason we think that's possible is because the traditional way of perceiving that we experience, where we have a conscious sense perception and like a phenomenological experience of a thing, is not the only way for biology to tell a brain how to navigate around something. So just like a blind person who cannot see can develop with a weird ability from their acoustic sense and other like, you know, mysterious processes, the ability to navigate around environments even though they don't have functioning eyes.
Okay. You make at least like I don't know. Are you atheist or theist or?
I'm an atheist, but I used to be a theist. I used to believe in many different gods. Used to be basically a polytheistic occultist.
Okay. You know, you're the first person I can actually talk to without, you know, like having a big screen with them, you know. Like
That's great.
yeah, man, because there's so much people, you know, like that like scream and like all that stuff in debates, bro. You know.
That's what we're aiming for.
But you actually explain it really good. Um well, for me personally, right? For me personally, right? When I'm like in my when I'm like sleeping, you know what, when I'm like in my bed sleeping, right? And then I would dream something, you know, and that would come to pass, right? I would think, okay, you know, it it is, you know, it is, you know, the prophecy too, you know, from Bible and stuff. You know, the thing is, if like the Bible took like prophesied this will happen, and then I'll dream, and then that happened, you know, same correlating with the prophecy, then you know, I can't doubt that God is real, you know. But I mean, for other people, it can be different. I completely
The thing is the process we just described, which is that your brain synthesizes new experiences from past experiences in novel combinations that seem like totally new things. That process accounts for all such dreams, right? So unless you're going to be able to show a specific kind of dream or vision or prophecy which doesn't fit that explanation, which can't be explained by that, and which has properties which that couldn't explain, then there's no reason to think that all these people who've had visions and mystical beliefs based on those visions were anything other than deluded throughout history. And the people who wrote all these holy texts, in many cases, describe, like Saint Paul. Paul describes just having like a big psychedelic flash of light, which he believed was Jesus, and then he converted to Christianity, right? So why would you believe a person like that literally actually saw God Rather than they had a well-known phenomenon which is called an epileptic seizure, in which case people see these flashes of light, and it's like a common medical problem.
Well, me personally, I try to like think. I'm trying to think out of reality. You know, like I know people are gonna make like this argument. Of course, you know, what I mean, people are always gonna make this argument. When it comes down to like most atheists I talk with too. You know, they talk about you don't believe in reality and stuff. Like I do believe in reality, but I also have to take notice that there are just things I don't know, that could be true,
That's why I recommended
and
Rational
that's why I
Wiki.
have faith.
Rational Wiki
That's
is
why I have faith in Jesus Christ, and that He died, and resurrected.
right. I basically suggest 2 lines of investigation to anyone who believes this stuff. One is to just investigate the evidence, which starts with things like Rational Wiki and like learning about science if you're not very familiar with it. Because whatever these beliefs are, there's probably a huge amount of literature on both sides of it that you could learn about that will give you a better basis for your opinion to be informed rather than just like your own shooting from the hip based on limited knowledge you have. And then secondly, I'd recommend looking into the origin of the Bible itself. So when I talked about the book of Daniel, I'm reflecting knowledge that most Christians simply do not have, right? And when they start learning about it, it's actually really great for a Christian to learn about the origins of the Bible, because why wouldn't you want to know about the details and the complexity of Christian history? So it's a really good thing to get into. It's not going to like turn you atheist overnight. But what you might find is that once you know enough about it, that it's not compatible with the belief that the Bible is literally inspired by God anymore. Once
I
you
don't know.
understand,
Me personally, I would just find it like really dumb not to believe there is a creator. I would find that really dumb. That Big Bang Earth. I just know, bro. I don't believe that.
but you're
Fact.
not you're not informed.
I don't know how other people, interpret it, or how people, other people look at it. But me personally, I believe that there is a creator, and that type of stuff, right?
I don't think it makes sense to assume that the other positions on a question you haven't really studied much are dumb. I wouldn't say that about your position. What I would say is that there's a lot of evidence that you could study and that it might change your mind. And I'm just trying to recommend those sources to you.
What's the sources?
So I suggested starting with Rational Wiki and a YouTube channel called Myth Vision, which interviews all the various scholars that study the origins of the Bible and other religious texts.
Okay. Actually, what's it called? I was actually once an atheist, though.
Great. Maybe you will be again. Who knows?
Oh, no. I was actually once an atheist for like, I don't know how long. I was actually once an atheist, but I don't really like. I really don't like. Actually, I was actually like you guys, with the science and everything.
Come
But
take your anti-Shahada.
The
Yeah.
science. What science?
with the science thing and the peripheral evidence and this,
Oh,
this
science.
thing, and the peripheral man, what's it called? Like not is like what's it called, bro?
So science is quite popular among a lot of atheists.
It's
but
a
that doesn't mean that all atheists are science.
it's like it's the peripheral homophobia. I don't like it.
So a
You know?
lot of atheists, it's true that there are many atheists who do really enjoy science and take it interesting, and many are professionals in scientific fields as well. But just because you're an atheist doesn't mean that you have to embrace science. There are many atheists who aren't educated at all and don't know anything about it also. So just please try not to make the mistake of thinking there's a requirement to be good at science to be an atheist, because that requirement doesn't exist.
Okay. Yeah. What's it called? Like, I had like where we was like I mean, science has more proof and whatever, and all of this stuff. But I come to notice that just believing in God and Jesus and stuff, just not like for me personally. It might not for everyone else. Me personally, like it made my life better, way better.
Amen. I can appreciate that. However, from our perspective, it is saying that by joining a cult like organization, it has made your life better.
Wait, is what do you mean cults?
As in, you take orders from a leader from beyond the grave, or at least you take a book as inspirational and leaders from beyond the grave.
Cults?
Yes. Not like the ad hominem or the insult version.
Well, um, I was like, I don't know, I already said this on like stream, like I think it was, I don't know, I think it was like last week or something. I said like I was born like in a family Christian, you know, they teach me Bible and everything like that, and then you know once I went to school and stuff, you know, I kind of went away from it, and then I followed a lot of science and stuff, and you know that type of stuff. After that, you know, now I'm back in Christian faith, you know. But I kind of went away from it because of the fact that I just had a lot of things to do in the world, you know, science, math. You know, I'm interested in that type of stuff, like from a young age. But yo, I really can't. Yeah, I really can't say. Like, I really don't know if it's a cult. You know, if it's a cult, then I born into a cult family, I guess.
Well, you have plenty of opportunity now to investigate and find out for yourself if it holds up. So these are some sources. If anyone else has any suggestions.
Well, I would just also try to sell skepticism in that I would be doubtful of your beliefs. I would be doubtful of, you know, whether it's religious views or some guy coming up to you trying to sell you oil made from snakes. A good way to prevent that, be skeptical of our own beliefs and everyone's.
You know, but you know, at the same time, like even if you know it was not true, like I have like the spiritual evidence of it. You know, I know people say, okay, how can you prove spiritual evidence and all of this stuff? Like I guess people, right, they all have their own different realities, right? We live either in similar or different realities. We don't live exactly the same reality. So if I'm gonna talk about spiritual evidence and what I dreamt, right, no one's gonna believe it, right? Like even if I saw something with my eyes, right, people can say hallucination. So what, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, all I can really do, right, is just say the word and just see, just leave it to God, really.
Put those to the test.
What?
Like, if you're having dreams, you should be able to put them to the test. It should have a consistency that other people should be able to verify.
Well, what do you mean, like other people should verify?
Well,
The mind is so complex. The brain is so complex. Um, Science is like, explain the majority part of some stuff that science figured out about the brain, but there's so much more we don't know, man. It's like you could say the brain, right? Our brain has even more complexes than the universe.
well, that can't be true because it's part of the universe, but I get what you're saying. It's a complex organ.
Yeah, it's a really complex thing, So we don't know, man. Like it could also be that me just like standing. Let's just me like just standing, waiting for the bus, gonna get inside of it. You go inside of it, like me just going inside that bus, right? Like I don't know, just by thinking, okay, this bus could potentially be like a dimension, and then it actually happens, like, and then I'd say, okay, this eyewitness, And then how are they gonna like know that I went through a dimension? Like how?
Well, a bus was actually a creation. It has a creator. We made it with a purpose to go out and help people have public transportation.
You know, but I always come back to the argument where okay, non-existence can not make existence. You
So what made
know,
God? Like, there's a very simple objection, right? So what could make
God has
existence
always
that?
existed.
Yeah, but you could just say the same thing about the things that you're saying have to have existed by some cause, right? Like the arguments for God always existing to make everything else are just like circular.
Yeah,
Let's just say that we agree, for the sake of argument, that there has to be some first causal force. Why would we think that that causal force is an intelligent, very complex, very unlikely, particular kind of being? In other words, a very specific being.
but wait,
rather
if
than,
if God had a cause, then he would not be God. All right.
rather than, why would we think that the first
No.
cause have to
If
be?
God had a cause, if he was caused by something, he would not be
You're
a God.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Look, why would we think that whatever caused everything else, if we were to grant that there has to be a cause for everything else, why would we think that that thing would be a very specific, highly intelligent, highly complex God that did it, rather than any number of other possible explanations, most of which are not going to require it to be an intelligent being or any specific intelligent kind of being? For instance, it could be the case that there's a brute fact, such as that there's quantum mechanical properties to the way the universe can exist, and so because it can exist, it does exist. That's one of the possibilities that Max
No,
Tegmark and
but
others who hold the mathematical universe hypothesis hold to, is that because math can possibly be formulated only one way, that anything that could mathematically exist does exist, and therefore they think that the universe is literally just created out of math. I'm not persuaded by that, but it's a perfectly valid competing hypothesis, and there's nothing that gets you to it has to be an intelligent creator instead of one of these other hypotheses.
I mean, right? There's so much things about the universe where we have everything around us. Everyone's saying it's by chance, like everything is literally perfectly ordered.
No, it's not. That's just false, right? Like the
No,
universe.
I mean, especially with the sun and that Earth has like this protection thing around it where it doesn't lose its water from the sun. Like, no, there's so much things where there is so, and also know that I heard TJump said this, that all the planets, right, made by rocks and everything, right? It's true, of course, but why does not like other planets have like this magnetic protective defense mechanism, fields, blah blah?
There
Like,
probably are other planets outside of our solar system that have all the properties. And we think that some of the planets in our solar system may have had them in the past. It's possible that Mars, for instance, was capable of supporting life and had a magnetic field in the past. We don't know yet. The point is, the universe is not perfectly fine-tuned for life. Even if you were to grant that all the parameters could be fine-tuned any particular way, it could be fine-tuned to be much more hospitable to life, to allow much more life in the universe to exist, to allow life to exist for far longer on far many more worlds, etc. The universe is not perfectly designed for life. The universe has a bunch of properties which allow for life, but is in no way perfect for life.
okay, then so that means you think, okay, this is basically by chance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you explain chance? How do you explain chance?
So I posted a paper earlier in the chat that explains one of the theories about how the universe could come into existence just from a pre-existing quantum mechanical set of laws. So the quantum mechanical laws may be something like geometry, which is to say math and geometry are not arbitrarily psychologically arrived at. They're basically discoverable properties about how things are shaped, right? So it's not like we arbitrarily assign all.
You know what's funny, actually?
Well,
I don't know. I was in the middle of it. I was in the middle of a
Yeah,
sentence.
let X finish.
Okay.
Okay.
So the point is that there is a hypothesis amongst many different competing hypotheses for how the metastable quantum vacuum would automatically create a bubble imbalance within itself, which would expand until it created a universe. In other words, if the universe has the quantum mechanical properties which ours has been observed to have, it automatically has to create a universe, even if there was no universe at the start. If all you had was the quantum mechanical properties of the universe, which are necessary to bootstrap all the quantum fields that we observe, that is enough for the universe to automatically come into existence by force of the way the bubble would expand. So that's enough to say that all you need is a minimal quantum mechanical property of the universe, and all the other things about the universe just follow from that. I posted the paper in the chat.
So wait. So if you follow something, right? Follow something. It's basically under that thing, or not?
Yeah, and it could be that the quantum
Yes.
mechanical properties of the
Yeah.
universe
But
are
you still have to. Then you still.
necessary, which means that they're true for all possible worlds.
Yeah, but you still would have to acknowledge. Okay, there's some type of higher power. You know. It
No.
doesn't even it doesn't even matter if you acknowledge that there's like a conscious God, but like Elon Musk has Elon Musk had this thought of he believes in God like as nature, but you have to acknowledge that there is at least a higher power out there than any other law or this physics,
What we're talking about is physics. It's just physics. It's not something outside of physics.
Well,
Yeah, okay. But like there's still a higher power over that.
Second. I not only do I not think there's a higher power, but just examples of a being that would not want life. There are at least 3 planets within the Goldilocks zone. There is us, Mars, and Venus. All of them could have had life. Only one of them has life, at least right now. And so in our solar system, there could have been more life. And yet, God didn't choose to. That seems to happen all over the place. There could have been a highly better designed universe. In fact, it seems like the universe is finely tuned for black holes.
Okay. Oh wait. What do you think about? I don't know. I think this one is like a prophecy. By the way, it says there might be a meteor hitting, near 2030. What do you think about that?
Which prophecy from which source?
I don't know the date. I don't know the date.
So
I need to search
what's the
date.
source?
Neither did they.
For us to take this seriously, we need to know what your source is. What are you talking about?
It's the 2029 asteroid.
Which prophecy?
Wait, I really need to know the
Are you talking
definition
about
of prophecy.
Apophis? You're just talking about Apophis, right?
What do you mean?
Are you talking about the asteroid Apophis, which has a near Earth trajectory? It's not going to hit the Earth. So, and
yeah.
It's not going to hit the Earth. Any other questions?
Why do you think it's not going to hit the Earth? And by the way, why do you not think it's going to hit the Earth by March 13th?
Astronomers can predict the course of objects, and they do not predict that Apophis will hit us. Any other questions?
So wait, just because they don't believe it won't hit us, it doesn't mean.
For 100 years, we've known that Apophis won't hit us.
Okay, but why do you think it would not hit us now? Is it because back in the day it didn't happen?
No, it's because math. We can predict the course of objects.
Okay. But it doesn't mean it's not prove. It doesn't mean it's not going to be proven.
You think it is going to hit us and be the end of the world?
Well, it's not going to be end of the world, but like.
And
what
sorry,
if it does?
I misspoke when I said we've known for 100 years. I misspoke. What I meant to say is we've known that it cannot hit us for at least 100 years, because the predictions that we make have a limited range because there's objects which could come in that we don't predict. So it's like weather forecasting, right? We
Yeah.
don't have a prediction beyond a certain point because there's always a chance of like small changes from bodies that we don't track, like interfering or like causing irregularities. But we have a 100-year no Apophis hits us projection, and it's probably going to continue to be the case.
Okay.
Anyway,
So
any other
that's
questions?
why okay, yeah. That's why you don't really believe like it would hit us because
We
because
mathematically
science.
know that it will not hit us. Yeah.
Okay. What if it does? Would you believe math then?
It won't matter because we'll probably be dead.
Yeah, we
no.
do look, we do think that asteroids are likely to hit the Earth in the future. We are tracking them like Apophis to predict whether each one will or won't. And we're developing technologies which are going to divert any asteroid which would hit us so that it won't hit us. So if we do a good job, if we keep civilization prosperous and advanced enough to maintain the technology to keep doing that, then we should be able to prevent any of the asteroids that we currently track from ever hitting us in the foreseeable future.
Okay. But wait, what do you think about CERN though? What do you think about CERN? Like, they're opening like gateways to like other dimensions, I heard.
They're
And
not doing that.
they can potentially open a black hole.
You have CERN
One guy
confused
said,
with Minecraft, but we'll keep on going.
Yeah, I think you're actually thinking of something else. So are you
You know
talking about
CERN?
are you talking about the Large Hadron Collider?
Yeah, I think you don't know CERN though. You don't know CERN?
CERN is not okay. CERN is an organization. CERN does many
Yeah.
different research projects. One of those projects is the Large Hadron Collider, right?
Of course. What do you think about that? That they can maybe
Not gonna,
potentially open a
no,
black hole.
it's not going to destroy the world. It's just
Right.
people like giving bad like journalism about science where they hype shit up.
Wait, but I don't know. I don't know if you heard, but I think they could also like talk with it. Talk with other dimensions or something.
No,
What do you think about
you're getting conspiracy theory like pseudoscience nonsense from somewhere. What's your source on this stuff? Like what websites are you looking at? Or
It's
YouTube videos?
they said it from their own lips, bro.
Okay.
Was it an Avengers movie?
Are you watching Gaia Television or some other ancient alien channel? Because it sounds like you're getting your information from some really bogus sources.
Like so basically, you think I'm misinformated on CERN?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, interesting.
Did you know
Why-
they
why-
also had a standard in putting the W3 protocols, which make HTML and CSS the lovely internet that we have today?
Yeah. I was saying, let's just do an exercise, David. So
Don't worry
remember I
about
told
that.
you that Rational Wiki can answer many of these questions for you, so that next time you have one of these questions, you can look it up. So if you will look at the links in your DMs and you click on the Rational Wiki link, if you type in LHC or CERN in there, you will get articles about these conspiracy theories about CERN and LHC. You want to do that and just tell us what the first sentence or paragraph says about LHC or CERN? Just to demonstrate that you're capable of using these sources for yourself in the
On
future?
Wikipedia. On Wikipedia.
No. On Rational Wiki. So Wikipedia will have stuff about it too, but Wikipedia is not written for paranoid, like crazy people. Wikipedia is written for a general audience. So it'll have like a little section at the bottom that addresses the stuff like called like, like controversy.
I do Wikipedia, but like I can see
Rational
what was
Wiki.
rational.
Rational Wiki, I sent you the link. Rational Wiki is tailor-made to address specific claims that warrant abundant skepticism. Because
What's
those claims,
rational wiki? Is it for people like me, like believers,
Yeah.
or?
yeah, it's a
Oh,
wiki
damn.
for shall we say extraordinary claims to be investigated.
It's got a more scientific approach, and it tries to be more objective and clear on focusing on this factual aspect of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So take whatever supernatural and like pseudoscience beliefs you have, type it in the search box in Rational Wiki, and see what comes up, and actually read the whole article. And if you don't understand it enough, there are sources, and you can click on those sources and find out more for yourself.
Okay.
So have you found the Rational Wiki website that I sent you?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay, so in the search box on Rational Wiki, type in LHC or CERN and see what comes up. I haven't looked in advance, by the way. I'm not trying to dunk on you or like this isn't a gotcha. I haven't even looked. I'm just assuming they'll have an article.
Of course. Wait, Switzerland. Say something. Switzerland. Particle physics. CERN, Organization for Nuclear Research.
Right.
I mean that sentence.
Okay, we'll have to. So you're specifically talking about the LHC though. So type in LHC. It doesn't have enough on that page. Large Hadron Collider. There's an article about that. Okay.
LHC.
So I'm going to post this in the chat just to demonstrate. This is how you do it. This is how you do basic skeptical investigation of any claim.
The Large Hadron Collider.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait. Oh yeah. True. I did heard they're trying to find the God particle or something.
They already established that the Higgs boson exists. That's old news.
Wait, but they're still I think they're still trying or not?
They are still doing experiments to try to like learn things about it, but the Higgs boson's existence has been accepted based on the research they've already done. Okay, so if you scroll down on this page, and if you read the whole thing to understand LHC better, you'll find there's a section called Fear, Uncertainty, and Doubt, right? So the lead up to the switch on of the LHC was cause for concern amongst people who didn't know physics. Some were worried that it would create a black hole and destroy the Earth. Some were worried that another universe would undergo total existence failure.
Yeah, but wait, does Wikipedia talk about this though? Or is it just Rational Wiki?
Wikipedia is not going to put as much detail into these skeptical questions because Wikipedia is just
but wait, is Rational Wiki is Rational Wiki trusted though? Is it like a trusted website?
Yes.
It's fairly reliable, and it's in much more detail on these kind of like outlandish things than Wikipedia is. You can look at both.
No, because
anyone way more detail.
Wikipedia isn't even trusted as a reliable source by elementary school and high school teachers. It's told not to use references.
So
These are all edited by the general public. People who become members of the sites. It's just that Rational Wiki has a more scientific and logical, factual focus than Wikipedia
the school use Rational Wiki?
Some do.
Okay.
Like the point is,
they have a science teacher who was referring to Rational Wiki for a few things, but still had the same caveat that teachers normally do for Wikipedia.
Like the bottom line is that everything on Wikipedia or Rational Wiki has a citation, or it'll be marked citation needed, and it needs to have one added. But if you look at those citations, you're going to be able to verify yourself the strength or weakness of the claims. And if you go on the talk page, you'll see the discussion of that stuff as it's being hashed out when people say, hey, you need to have a citation for this. You can't just put stuff without a citation and so on. So Wikipedia can be great, but you don't cite Wikipedia. What you cite is the source that Wikipedia cites with a direct quote from the original source that Wikipedia is using. That source may be totally legitimate. Even if your teacher doesn't like Wikipedia, you don't even have to tell them that you use Wikipedia if you're citing actual books that Wikipedia is sourcing. You get the idea?
Yeah, wait. Nice. I do actually, I could actually, believe this and stuff, right? But I can just be like, most people and say, okay, give me the physical evidence, give me the peripheral evidence, give me like, no, bro, like, at the end of the day, it's about trusting the word, trusting like these people's words, because you never know, they could, do something.
That's why
the thing is,
cite their sources.
Yeah, the point is you decide when that day ends. That's the difference. If I give you sources, you can look into those sources. Those sources are going to have sources. So you can always go further if you're in doubt. And that's a good thing, right? It's a chain of sources all the way down.
Okay. So
well, we do.
Do you think in the future we're gonna have like gadgets where we can just like open black holes?
Open black holes.
Yes. Do you think we're gonna have that? As technology gets better and all of that stuff, right?
Do you mean like
people are eventually gonna attain supernatural?
I'm trying to ask you something. I mean, like, do you mean open black holes, like opening it up and looking and seeing what's inside?
I mean, CERN. I think CERN is already doing that, right? But
are you saying like Rick and Morty, like shoot a portal?
No, like I got you. Yeah, like that, or I think because I feel like, of course, with technology, right, as the further it progresses, we I mean AI, right? Like AI, right?
Okay.
Like
Let's
AI,
put it this
like
way.
AI is good, but like I heard people
Yes.
saying like AI is already causing problems for them. Like
Let's
I
put it this
heard
way.
that AI girlfriend, one like a guy lost like his wife, because of an AI robot.
There are particles bombarding the Earth every second of every day that have more energy than those being studied at CERN and at the LHC. The thing that you're worried about is literally less energetic than like the constant radiation the Earth is bombarded by on a constant basis. So I would not worry about this stuff.
Yeah, but like it's just like AI, right? AI, it's just like
AI
like
is
Elon Musk,
dangerous and could kill us.
even
Yeah,
Elon Musk said it could be dangerous.
That's true. Yeah. And
It could
that's
destroy us, and it could like eliminate us and stuff. We can like
that is
probably
true.
war.
That is a real concern. Yeah. But this is all the
Yeah,
more reason why people need to get a better grasp on science and understand it fully so they can have a say and be informed citizens to deal with the most important issues of the future. The most
yeah, but
important issues of the future are not going to be which biblical prophecies are true. The answer is none of them except the ones that are true by random chance. What's going to be
yeah,
important is understanding the things which are super weapons which could wipe out all humans in existence. That's the stuff you want to study, and to do that, you're going to need to get into some courses on math and science.
of course. It's just crazy. If that would happen, that means like these smart people, right? They literally just made the thing that would kill them.
Yeah, it's a
We
real concern.
may have to send an Austrian back in time so that him and his sunglasses might be able to stop us from building this type of technology to begin with.
Yeah, I would give him my boots, my jacket, and my motorcycle. Do we want to get to Intangelo? I think we're running out of time, though.
Yes, we do. Are we all ready to move on?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can kick me.
It's
Cool.
been great chatting,
Yeah,
and
thanks for coming.
tell me what you
Thanks for
think of
joining us.
tell me what you think of those sources after you have time to investigate.
Of course.
Cool. Have a good one.
Thanks for
Otangelo, welcome. You've been waiting patiently. How are you, sir?
Fine, thanks for you guys.
Your audio is a bit muffled. Can you get close and clear on your microphone?
Let me check here. Is it better now?
No, it's still terrible, but it got like 1% better, but it's still bad.
Is it better now?
I can hear that you said the word now, and that's about it.
It sounds like you're talking across. It's like your phone is at the end of the hallway, and you're like yelling it across the hallway.
Can you switch to your phone or your computer or something? Just switch devices, microphones.
I'm trying here.
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's way better. You're
Better
good
now.
now.
You just need volume up.
Okay. Okay. So
Very clear.
Okay. So let me quote you here. I don't say.
Can you
from
increase
whom
your
it
volume a
is.
little bit, Otangelo?
Let me check here. Just a minute.
By
It's
the way, have you
already-
ever studied clay substrate abiogenesis? Because our first conversation was you promising that you were an expert on it, telling me to watch your multi-hour video, which you insisted covered the subject, and then after I watched it, didn't mention any of it. And then when I asked you for sources, you referred me only to sources which were your own website.
Well, on my website, I collect actually scientific papers. I post them there in regards of variegated subjects and as well of the RNA world hypothesis. I have extensively written on that. It's also in my book on Montmorillon and so forth. And I don't think this is a plausible explanation for polymerization of RNA.
You don't think that clay polymerizes and that an RNA chain or a simpler replicator, precursor to RNA, could be produced by that polymerization?
Well, the thing is that, and I think, I'm not sure if I quote that in our last conversation, but I can quote you here from Shapiro in 2006. He said, this handicap was overcome in the synthetic experiments by titrating the clays to a monoionic form, generally sodium, before they were used. Even after this step, the activity of the Montmorillonite depended strongly on its physical source, with samples from the Wyoming yielding the best results. Eventually, the experimenter settled on wall clay, a commercially processed Wyoming montmorillonite provided by the American Colloid Company. Further purification steps were applied to obtain the catalyst used for the prebiotic formation of RNA. Obviously, there was no such selection process extant prebiotically in order to use precisely the right catalytic substrate to make the RNA, right?
So you're just repeating yourself and showing that you haven't read any of the stuff that I've responded to you with over, it's now been like 2 years that you've been dodging this stuff, right? So the last time you called in that we talked about clay, I asked you if you had done any research since the first time we talked about it, and you said that you had, and you made the same claim. You said that, that they used a special kind of clay that didn't exist in the early Earth. And then I responded by like doing, 30 seconds of Googling to show you that dozens of people had reproduced the clay experiments with different kinds of clays and found that the original experiments had only polymerized chains of, on average, around like 30 or 40 particles, but that the other clays that other experimenters had experimented with had produced chains of in the hundreds of atoms. So what they found was that the original experiment was not the strongest experiment based on a artificially, particular type of clay, but actually that all the clays that people tried produced different lengths of polymers, and that there were polymers that were produced that were much longer under totally different clay conditions than the original experiments. So why haven't you looked into any of this stuff? Because I sent it to you the last time that we spoke.
Yeah, I don't remember it. No, okay. Let me just acknowledge.
Is there any point in sending you data, though, if you don't actually read it and you just sort of repeat yourself like a goldfish every time we talk?
Well, just don't do it anymore. So let's move forward. Let's suppose that what you're saying is true and polymerization on clay is possible. So what?
Okay, so if you get a replicator, that replicator doesn't have to be RNA for the process of replication to begin. For instance, all it takes is a protocell that divides its contents in half to have repeatable chemical reactions for you to get a selection pressure on different kinds of chemical reactions that are going to be selected for by differently successful replicators. At some point, all it takes then is gradual changes for those things to eventually accumulate to what we see today in our common ancestors of RNA.
Yeah, this is just pseudoscientific gobbledygook.
Actually, it's just the consensus amongst abiogenesis researchers.
So what?
So what's your pseudoscientific explanation for why this is pseudoscience?
What does consensus have to do with reality?
It has to do with generating a research program that works where you make a prediction. Like, we think that we will find these things and that the oldest life forms that we can find will be around geothermal vents. Then they investigate the geothermal vents. Guess what? The oldest life forms they've been able to find are around the geothermal vents. So these are what we call predictive models, right? It's a hypothesis that is productive because it actually results in more progress being made when you look into the hypothesis to try to find out if it's true or not.
Yeah. Abiogenesis research has done no progress in the last 70 years. Actually, rather the contrary is the case. It has demonstrated the huge size of the problem to get life from non-life by unguided random events. And that is not in favor of abiogenesis. It is against it. So
God hypothesis has made no progress in 10,000 years and has demonstrated nothing in any field at all, ever.
And we literally have been filling the channel with citations of the progress made in the last 10 years on abiogenesis. Yeah. So you just make factually incorrect statements, and I just don't know how to take you seriously, Angelo. Like, could you produce some actual claims with justification and not just demonstrate that you don't listen or read anything we send you?
I would like Ontangelo to send me a peer-reviewed paper that says God done it.
Well, so let me ask you, what came first? What emerged first, the genetic code or the ribosome?
It's uncertain. Probably just protocells which divided their contents preceded both.
No, that's not what I asked. I was very precise in my question. I asked what emerged first, the ribosome or the genetic code?
I'm not sure.
Right.
Like,
so
ribosomes are in cells, but it's entirely possible for something that performs something analogous to a ribosome to have become like the mitochondria, a combined organism from two independently developing chemical processes that then like combine together.
Is someone playing music in the background?
No, we don't hear any music, I don't think.
Strange, because I'm hearing music and
It might be a browser tab.
distracting me.
Browsers are very annoying like that with little pop-ups that play music randomly.
Let me check here. Let me just remove my browser here. Well, no. I continue to listen background music.
I hate pop-ups like that. It's so annoying.
It's probably Pornhub.
I really don't know what that is. It's really annoying and distracting. Let me check here. Well, I removed everything and I'm still having background music.
If you need to reboot and come back, we may not have time today because we're running out of time on the show, but you can always try again.
Well, so let me just stick to that. If you have a ribosome without the genetic code, you have nothing to translate. If you have the genetic code and you have don't have the ribosome, you have nothing to translate. So obviously both had to be made together.
No, it didn't. This is the common fallacy of the irreducible complexity. So like stone arch, for a stone arch to work, you need each of the stones in place, and if you remove any of the stones, the whole thing collapses. But to build a stone arch, you put a whole bunch of other stones beneath it, and then you put the stone arch on top of those things, and then you remove them. So even if a ribosome and DNA couldn't exist without one another, there could have been something else before both of those things that then propped up both of those things to individually evolve. And so you don't actually need either one of those to be first. It doesn't make a difference which one's first, because if you have this other thing that existed that propped up the before either one of those, then the fact that we need them both to simultaneously exist today is just irrelevant. Just like to have a stone arch, it doesn't matter if you remove any of the stones, the whole thing falls, because none of those stones were the original thing.
Yeah, this is just so stories, TJump. You are just making
Sky
up a
Daddy
scenario.
Done It is a just so story on Tangelo. Please, introspection.
Well, no, it's actually not, because we have a direct revelation through the Bible.
The genes gave me direct revelation. They spoke to me in my dreams.
I didn't finish. We have all the variegated phenomena in the natural world which demonstrate the necessity of intelligence to instantiate them. We have never seen computers to self-assemble. We know that cells, neurons are computers. They are requiring software and hardware. So this is a sign of intelligence. The same is with the universe. We have the physical laws and the universe itself, which operates based on physical laws. This is evidence as well of hardware and software. And we know that intelligence can instantiate both. We have never observed that non-intelligence can instantiate such things. So I think these are good reasons to stick to a creator as the superior explanation rather than no intelligence whatsoever.
Well, those are good reasons to build a hypothesis for a creator, but then you would need independent evidence to verify that with a novel prediction. No novel predictions, no evidence. Abiogenesis has novel predictions. You do not.
Yeah, it's not necessary to jump, because we know already by our own experience that we as intelligent beings can assemble computers, while we have absolutely no demonstrable evidence that computers can self-assemble, and a language, a code, and information can just pop up by random unguided events.
Again, that's the
So
hypothesis.
This is an analogy. Yeah, this whole computer thing is, by the way, is just an analogy, right? Like every time you say it's a computer, you're just like stretching an analogy that biologists make between the two. It's not to say that it is literally a computer, and you should just stop making that claim.
Well, would you say, therefore, that the information stored in genes is not instructional assembly information equivalent to a software program in a computer?
A repeatable chemical reaction, such as could be found in early protocells by randomly generated polymers, is not information in the modern sense. It's possible for it to replicate nonetheless, and bootstrap natural selection such that its distant ancestors, which doesn't mean they were literally replicated in the same way that RNA could, but which are just split off repeatable chemical reactions, are able to continue changing in ways which eventually select for the conditions which give rise to RNA. So no, it's not literally information. It's described as information in an analogy.
Yeah, you are factually incorrect. And I am always amazed because you are a very well-spoken, intelligent person. I've listened to what you were saying previously. But what is flabbergasting is that you actually believe the unbelievable scenarios of math making universes like Tegmark states, or making these propositions that they would be superior to an agent which can actually think of math and use it to instantiate things which work based on mathematical laws. That's amazing. You come up with RNA worlds, with polymerization on clay, and claiming that there is no information stored in genes. I mean, this is completely anti-scientific and factually wrong. Yes, genes store instructional assembly information, or in other words, complex specified information which dictates how to make proteins. And no scientific experiment has ever shown that this kind of information can emerge by unguided means.
We already established that RNA polymers can be generated randomly by unguided means. So what's your point?
I gave you that, but that's not the point. The point is that you need a specific complex sequence that then actually can do something like dictating the sequence of amino acids, and you need a specified complex sequence which then can permit the folding of amino acids to have a functional protein chain. And the sequence space is enormous, and you know that. I mean, you've heard this argument many times, but you just don't believe that intelligence is required, while you stick to a naturalistic, unguided hypothesis, which has never shown to be possible in the first place.
Otangelo,
How many codons do you think the minimal replicase would be?
And Otangelo, you had just said that it can't be come about by unguided means. IX just indicated that it can, and so this is a claim you're making. It's actually been refuted by the science. Interested to see how you push back against that. But go ahead and answer Ix's question first, please.
Well,
yeah,
right.
you keep saying that it couldn't emerge randomly. What's the smallest possible replicator in your view?
The smallest, I don't know.
So you're saying that random polymerization, which produces hundreds long chains, can't produce it, but you don't even have an estimate for what the minimum replicator's size would be.
Well, I only know that, for example, to have a size of 100 amino acids sequenced to have actually some function afterwards, the odds are 1 to 10 to the 130th power. 100 amino acids, which would be a small amino acid. The average size is about 300 to 400 amino acids in a prokaryote. Now, even if you have one functional protein prebiotically, so what?
So the point is that if you get a self-replicating protein that randomly is generated in a protocell, then it will make copies of itself. What happens is that natural selection will take place. All that's required at that point is for that process to continue and to be able to have enough energy to sustain itself and make more copies. Now natural selection can modify its future generations based on selection pressures so that the ones which produce results which are more successful at copying themselves become more numerous until eventually you bootstrap to RNA.
Yeah, I am really amazed that you, as a skeptic and intelligent person that you are believing in such superficial pseudoscientific gobbledygook.
I don't know why you would call it pseudoscientific gobbledygook when it's, as we pointed out, well explained, plausible, and almost guaranteed by the law of large numbers, right? If you make enough random chains, one of those is going to be a replicase. If you have a replicase, natural selection takes effect, which is well understood and established, and it will select eventually for more sophisticated and adaptive versions of itself. So there's no chain of reasoning in this explanatory story. There's no gap.
Well, can I also ask, Antangelo, does anyone agree with you in the biological field that abiogenesis is gobbledygook?
Absolutely. I can give you several quotes from Steve Banner, from Kunin, from Kern Smith and others. And like Kunin is very explicit. He says we don't even have a plausible model to go from a prebiotic existence of molecules on a prebiotic Earth to a self-replicating functional cell. And I mean, that step would be a bigger step than to go from a self-replicating cell to humans. It is such a huge step. And I think most
Fantastic.
people are not aware about the feat of that. I think Lynn Margulis said that that feat is bigger than to go from life to multicellularity. So,
Can you give us the citation to this Kunin claim?
Oh yes, just a minute.
Not only that, but then after that, I then would like to know what your evidence is for creationism and or intelligent design.
Yes, we have empirical evidence that intelligence is capable to assemble chemical factories, machines, making projects, making information transmission systems. These are all things that we encounter in cells, but we have no experimental evidence that non-intelligent random mechanisms are capable of instantiating such a state of affairs. Now, let me quote Eugene Kunin. He says, despite many interesting results to its credit, when judged by the straightforward criterion of reaching or even approaching the ultimate goal, the origin of life field is a failure. We still do not have even a plausible coherent model, let alone a very validated scenario for the emergence of life on Earth.
So the only purpose that we have of actual creations comes from animals so far. So factories, not analogous, but literal factories, does not exist except for minds that are from multicellular animals. And I'd love to see evidence otherwise.
Also, he's just wrong, right? Like, we do have enough plausible pathways and explanations that it's widely accepted that the clay abiogenesis hypothesis is probably right and that it's probably happened multiple times. It's not something that scientists are skeptical about. For him to say, oh, we haven't achieved the ultimate goal of proving it, is going to be like essentially just him arbitrarily cherry picking some standard which he thinks we haven't met.
Also,
well, I give you an analogy here.
Go ahead,
That
and then I
would
have a
be
question from our audience.
That would be the same as to say that it has been discovered how to make a wall of a fabric of a factory, but you still need the right building blocks. You need still the right arrangement to have all the machines inside of the factory. You need still to have the interconnection of these machines in order to have functional sub-unit products. You still need to assemble these subunits into functional machines afterward. And then on top of that, you need still to have a factory which is capable of self-replication, which has never been demonstrated, that we, with all our intelligence, could be capable to make and invent a self-replicating factory. So even if I give you that eventually polymerization of RNA on clade is possible prebiotically, that explains almost nothing in regards of all the problems and challenges that require an explanation. And one I gave you, we know that there is hardware, which is DNA, and software, which is the genetic information. And we know that intelligence can instantiate hardware and software and computers. We have never been shown by scientific experiments that random assembly can instantiate such a state of affairs and such products.
Actually, we do have experiments in protocell research which demonstrate all kinds of capabilities emerge from protocells in simple forms. The idea that like we have to meet some like ultimate standard of like literally doing like an exact smoking gun reproduction of whatever happened on the early Earth is absurd. We have lots and lots of things we investigate historically where we don't have access to the original events, but we can produce plausible enough model that everyone accepts that that's how it happened.
But also just disagreeing with all of the empirical evidence isn't evidence. What is your model? How did God create a first cell? How did a replicating cell?
Well,
Yes? No?
Amy, we do not need an explanation of the explanation. So if I am telling you that intelligence is a known mechanism to instantiate factories and computers and information transmission systems and translation systems and all that stuff, and it is a superior explanation to random unguided events which have never shown to be capable to instantiate such things, then yes, intelligence is a superior explanation. Now, the question of how God did it, I do not need to have an explanation in order to still say that intelligence is a superior explanation compared to no intelligence.
Actually, you do.
Even though we have
That's why
found
it's a
no,
pseudoscience. That's why intelligent design is literally a pseudoscience in every field, and just any definition of intelligent design you see, it's a pseudoscience. There is because you actually do. You can't say a mind did it, therefore my hypothesis is correct. Even though you have an analogy, which is fine, perfectly fine analogy that humans and minds do factories and stuff. DNA looks like a factory, therefore it's done by a mind. That's perfectly great, but that's only the hypothesis stage in science. You literally can't go beyond that. To go beyond that,
well, no, it's the best explanation based on the evidence that we have.
that's
So
the
science has
hypothesis stage on
discovered
Tangelo. This is
these
why
things.
this is why intelligent design is a pseudoscience. That's the hypothesis stage. You can't claim you have evidence until you go beyond the hypothesis stage and make novel predictions. You have a fine hypothesis. Anybody can make up any hypothesis they want. Your hypothesis is perfectly fine, but you have nothing more than a hypothesis on Tangelo. That's why yours is a pseudoscience. You take your hypothesis and claim it's more than a hypothesis. Claim you have real evidence when you don't. Real evidence is novel predictions, and the only hypothesis that has those is abiogenesis.
I wouldn't even call intelligent design as science or pseudoscience. I would say it is a philosophical inference of the best explanation based on the scientific evidence that we have. When you have two competing propositions, one is that intelligence was involved in creating the things that we have discovered in nature.
Intelligent design is a pseudoscientific
that
argument for the existence of God presented by his proponents.
why are you interrupting me, TJump? I didn't
Because
finish
you're not addressing the point.
I did.
Every academic expert says intelligent design is a pseudoscience. So the question is on Tangelo, how do you get past the hypothesis?
You are interrupting me, TJump. I didn't even concede that intelligent design is science.
No, I wasn't asking for you to. You don't get to.
Philosophical inference to the best explanation.
Tangelo, you don't get. I wasn't asking. This wasn't a question. And Tangelo, this wasn't a question. I was telling you, intelligent design is a pseudoscience. This is a fact. All academia, it's a fact. The question is, how do you get your intelligent design hypothesis to more than the hypothesis stage? How do you get beyond? In the scientific method, how do you go from the hypothesis stage to the theory or more than a hypothesis stage? You haven't shown that. You've just asserted it. That's why it's a pseudoscience. We have a method to do this in abiogenesis. It's called successful testable predictions. What is your method to go from hypothesis to more than hypothesis?
Yeah, I don't need to even make a hypothesis, TJump, because we know already and we have it confirmed that intelligence can instantiate all these things which I mentioned previously. This is already a fact. Intelligence can do that. And on the other hand, science has made all different hypotheses in regards of the origin of life, has tested them, and all it has brought forward is that ends which do not explain the origin of life by unguided means. And
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
No natural selection when there is no intelligence.
You're not answering the question on Tangelo. You're saying the same gibberish that I've already debunked just by answering the question, and because you're avoiding the question. So the question is how do you go from the hypothesis stage? And you do have a hypothesis. Your hypothesis is that the DNA and RNA in the cell is like a factory and was designed by a mind. That's your hypothesis. And literally, a hypothesis is an explanation of anything. That's a hypothesis.
No. Listen. The fact that DNA is an information storage system or like a hardware, and it stores in fact factually instructional assembly information using a language with words and so forth, which is the genetic code. This is a scientific fact. We are not disputing.
Therefore, it
So
was
now the
made by a
question-
mind,
I
right?
didn't
Right.
finish yet. I
Intentional.
didn't finish yet. I didn't
Right.
finish
Your
yet.
argument is
Why are you interrupting?
because
Why are you interrupting?
because
Why
I
are
already
interrupting
stated
me?
this.
Why are you interrupting me?
Intentional.
Why are you interrupting me? I would like that you listen and actually try to understand what I am saying.
I am. That's why
But
I
you
asked the question. Are you saying DNA is a
Fine.
factory, therefore it was designed by a mind? Is that what you're saying?
No, DNA is not a factory. A cell is a chemical
don't
factory
care.
because it makes.
Are you
should
saying
care.
it's complex, therefore it's designed by a
Listen
mind?
to your interpreter.
Are you saying it's like a factory, therefore it was designed by a mind?
The thing is that we know
my
that
God.
intelligence can create
Antangelo, are you
chemical
saying this is like a factory, therefore it was designed by a mind?
I am saying a cell is in a literal sense, not only an analogy.
I don't care about that half. The therefore what? Therefore
wow.
what?
Why are you interrupting me again?
Because you will not answer a simple question. Therefore what? The cell is complex, therefore what?
Therefore, intelligence is the best explanation.
It was designed by a mind. That's a hypothesis on Tangelo.
Right.
I told you that 5 minutes ago. You have a hypothesis. Now, how do you get from the hypothesis that you made shit up in your brain part to the more than hypothesis part? The way science does it is with novel testable predictions. You don't have any of those. You say they're not even required.
You know why I don't have any of them? Because we are talking about single events which supposedly happened in the past.
I don't care.
Which we cannot. Well, then you don't care about truth.
No.
Because
I
we are
want
trying
evidence. I don't want you to tell me why you can't provide evidence.
Well, you don't want truth, so you are lost.
What
That's
is
it.
your means to go from the hypothesis you made shit up in your brain stage to the it's more than stuff in your brain stage? Science uses novel predictions. We get them right. We have tons of these. How do you do it? The fact that you can't do it, I don't care. I know you can't do it. I know you have a garbage hypothesis. So I'm asking you, what is your means to go from you have a hypothesis to it's more than a hypothesis?
Yeah, you are not listening to my explanations, TJump. That's why you are still an atheist.
No, I'm an atheist because that's what all the evidence indicates, and you have to be a moron to think any of the things you think.
It's moronic to think that no agency at all explains our existence in a more adequate
That's what the
manner
evidence
than an
indicates.
eternal,
All of the
intelligent,
predictions
powerful-
indicate that. Every prediction
So
indicates
what is
that.
your evidence?
All of the
What is
novel
your evidence?
predictions in all of the fields of
No.
biology and abiogenesis, every single one of them.
Abiogenesis is a failed hypothesis, as I
Nope.
quoted Kunin, which he certainly understands more than you do, because he is actually a
Nope.
scientist which
Kunin
works in
agrees.
the field.
Kunin agrees with
But you
everything
are
I said.
just-
Kunin agrees 100% with
which
everything I
has
said.
no scientific understanding and education on these
Kunin
things. and you are
agrees with
just
me.
bound to naturalism.
Kunin agrees 100% with me. Has the field of abiogenesis made predictions? He says yes, absolutely it has. Have they been proven correct?
So what?
Yes, they have.
The predictions have failed.
That's evidence, Antangelo. That's literally what evidence is. If
Evidence that it has failed.
no, Antangelo, again, you're an idiot.
Of course.
If
If
have
I-
it
okay.
stop saying it's failed, Antangelo. Has it made successful predictions?
Well,
Yes or no?
now you are down to
Has
name calling,
it
and
made
that's
successful
just what you
predictions?
have,
Antangelo,
right?
stop. Has the field of abiogenesis made successful predictions before we knew them and got them right? Yes or no?
No.
Oh my God, you have to be an idiot. Literally, every one of the papers we've talked about in this entire 4-hour stream demonstrate and prove that they have.
That's bollocks. That's poppycocks.
Moron, Antangelo.
Has a
The
computer
RNA
ever
polymerization on clay was a prediction.
Shit, bullshit. Has a computer ever self-assembled? Yes or no?
That's not a prediction, Antangelo. Listen to the words.
I make a
Have we made
now. Has
predictions?
it
It's not a
been
computer.
demonstrated that the computer can self-assemble?
Antangelo, you're deflecting because you're wrong. You're deflecting because you've lost.
And information is the software.
Evolution
So
is not a
has it
computer,
ever
Angelo.
been
We're talking about
demonstrated that the
Antangelo,
evolution
computer
stop
can
deflecting.
self-assemble?
Answer the question. Has the field of abiogenesis predicted things we didn't know yet and got them right?
No.
You're an idiot. Kick him.
Yeah. You can call me
Can
whatever.
I also
you-
just
There's
point
one
out? Oh
question-
no, go Randolph.
Wait, there's one question from our YouTube chat, kind of moving away from this topic a little bit. Iron Charioteer is asking specifically to you, Otangelo, did God make amino acids?
Of course, God made everything physical.
Go ahead, Amy. Oh, did we lose Amy?
Out of what? I'm not Amy, but I'd like to know out of what.
What do you mean? What are the amino acids made out of?
Atoms?
Well, I wanted to point out, Antangelo, that TVs, computers, things that we create, they do not mate with each other. Like, you understand that these are our products and they need us to then create them. But then there are natural events.
Well, the question is if these natural events have the capability, if they are the adequate mechanisms to explain the variegated forms and complexities that we have discovered in the natural world. And I would say clearly no.
So you're saying God created as opposed to abiogenesis, but you're also saying you can't explain how he did any of that. We just have to assume that because DNA looks similar to factories.
Well, I mean, there are many fields of science where things have been discovered, which I would say it can be clearly well explained by the injection of intelligence, while it cannot be explained by unguided random chaotic stochastic means. That starts with the origin of the universe, with the physical laws, with the fine-tuning of the universe, with the information in cells, with the selection necessary to select the building blocks of life, with the energy which you can instantiate only with ATP synthase and maybe glycolysis, and then the entire biocomplexity and variegated forms of life. These are all things which, if you go and have a closer look, they are very well explained by intelligence and not well explained at all by just unguided random means.
So
the thing is, intelligence doesn't explain how they would get the way that they are, right? They look the way that they would be. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
They look the way that they would be if they were guided by natural selection, which is to say, unguided, not the way that they would be if some creature intelligently intended everything a certain way and could just make them that way in advance. And this analogy you keep bringing up about, oh, we don't see computers self-assembling. Well, the things that computers are designed as imitations of, the brain, is something that we see evolving through our common ancestry, increasing in complexity and so on. We know enough about how it works that we've reverse engineered imitations of it, and we can produce those imitations in a way that actually gives us confidence in how the brain does what it does. So the whole analogy that you're using is actually evidence against you. We do see naturally occurring, developmentally, gradually evolving brains, which are the basis for the concept of computers. And this whole analogy of calling genetics information is only kind of partly true in the sense that it resembles the kind of information that our brains produce from an unordered, complex world when neurons randomly fire in response to stimuli and are able to produce like a sensible picture of how to interact with the world. It's not the kind of thing that you have pre-programmed into you where you know everything when you're born. The same way that the brain wasn't produced in one go by some designer who intended the brain to be a certain way. No, instead we see all kinds of different brains and all kinds of different organisms gradually evolving over time through our common ancestry line.
All right, so I found an example. 1960s. It says, if abiogenesis is true, we would expect to find RNA replicators would have no need for proteins. 1982, after decades of searching, the RNA enzyme was finally discovered by Thomas Cech, University of Colorado in Boulder. Science, volume 231, page 4737. Is that a prediction?
Well, I would like
yes
to,
or no?
Well, you can make also
yes or no
the prediction that
yes, that's a prediction. So you were wrong, Antangelo. Abiogenesis field has made successful predictions, hasn't it? Is that evidence, Antangelo? Are predictions evidence?
Well, it has made predictions.
Yes or no?
If they are successful, that is an entirely different question.
Okay. So let me read this to you again. RNA
Now, I would
replicate.
like to answer.
Let me read this to you again.
I would like to answer to I don't know what is your name, or what should I call you?
X.
X. Okay, so even Richard Dawkins, he admits openly that genes, they store information. I'll quote you here from River of Eden, the Darwinian view of life. He says, what is truly revolutionary about molecular biology in the post-Watson-Crick era is that it has become digital. After Watson and Crick, we know that genes themselves, within their minute internal structure, are long strings of pure digital information. So obviously you are wrong, because as I explained previously, the sequence of the nucleotides in DNA, they dictate the sequence of amino acids which need to be specified and complex in order to fold after they are polymerized into 3D form, which then eventually will have some kind of function as a molecular machine, as a protein. And in the sequence space, these sequences, they are very rare, and a random shuffling would give you just gibberish. And the question, of course, is what does explain that sequence or that information in a more adequate manner? The injection of intelligence, which conceptualizes the function of these sequences, then instantiates then these sequences and that information, or just a random shuffling of nucleotides or amino acids or whatever, and then in a chance event, getting a sequence which then eventually would be functional. And it is obvious that by our own experience, we know that intelligence is a far superior and more capable mechanism rather than random stochastic unguided events.
But I don't understand why you're even saying this when we do observe the exact rates of mutation. We can make statistical models based on predicted rates of mutation, and that is the rate that we observe in organisms, which produces the changes that we see. So you're just claiming, oh, well, we think that it would have to be a different rate of mutation to produce something useful, but we actually do see organisms, and we're able to model their mutation rates at exactly the way that the genetic mutation model of natural selection works. So natural selection by mutation does explain what we observe. It's empirically adequate. And your claim that there is some intelligent hand guiding all of these decisions is not evidenced.
In fact,
yeah, you have just. Let me answer that. You have just.
I want to ask a
now
question afterwards.
from abiogenesis to evolution, but you do not have natural selection prebiotically. That's just wrong. Evolution starts with the origin of life, and what you need to explain is how these polymer strands polymerized in a sequence that then eventually would bear some kind of information, which I do not know what kind of function they would have, because we need an entire set of proteins and the proteome and the metabolome and so forth to have a functional cell. And I tell you more, the irreducible complexity of a cell is extreme, because if you would have a fully functional cell with everything there, like let's say like Pelagibacter rubic, which is known to be the smallest cell and bacteria, you would have it fully functional. Now you would change just one ribonucleotide in the transferase center of the ribosome, you would not have polymerization, and life would cease to exist.
So,
and that specific amino acid, that specific ribonucleotide is called A2491. You can go and look it up. You can Google it. It has to be in the exact right position in a chain of about 3,000 ribonucleotides. And if you don't have it in the right exact specific spot, then the ribosome cannot polymerize amino acids, and you have no proteins, and you would have no life. So let's say you have the entire universe.
Before you keep on going, please.
Let me finish just 2 minutes.
No.
If you have an entire...
You don't get to go on for 2 more minutes. You got to wrap it up, man.
If you have an entire fully working universe with everything equal to whatever it is, and you just don't have that ribonucleotide in the right place in the ribosome, no life.
Very
I do have one more
specifically, irreducibly, complexity is a pseudoscientific concept. There is no good empirical evidence for it. I would like to know why, in a not God world, would that look like something different? Could that even exist? What would a universe look like that is not intelligently designed?
Yeah. I would say, Amy, that if there was no God, there would be no universe whatsoever.
And
There
your
is
evidence for that?
There is
Amy?
another question from Iron Charioteer in our YouTube audience. It's asking, there are 20 different amino acids. Could an all-powerful and perfect God have made just one amino acid? There's a part to that for the basic building block of life.
Yes, and we would have no life.
All right, I wanted to go back.
Then why did he make 20 instead of one?
Well, the thing that you describe God as omnipotent, that has to be defined. So I could even be an omnipotent creator, but if the goal would be to have a car, for example, you cannot make, even as omnipotent being, you cannot make a car just with one atom or just with one wheel. So you need to have all the parts together, constructed together in the right way with all the parts in order to have the car. And I mean, omnipotence has to be defined.
All right, so I wanted to go back
Wouldn't
to
it be more efficient though?
Oh.
Wouldn't it be more efficient though to have just one kind of amino acid instead of 20, and then you'd have more consistency? You could make it multifunctional. God should know He's omniscient how to do that and have the capability of doing that since He's omnipotent.
Yeah, I mean, Occam's razor makes only sense or parsimony if what you are actually trying to invent or make works or functions. And if you have just one amino acid, you don't make a self-replicating living cell. If you have just a piston, you don't make a car.
Okay, so I wanted to go back to the predictions.
From the Bible that's the last part. So basically, in summary, the part in the Bible that's Book of John that says, "With God, all things are possible," I guess isn't correct. All things aren't possible is kind of what you're getting at.
Well, you have to make an interpretation, I guess, on what is meant by that.
All right.
Go ahead, TJump. Thank you.
I think God can do everything that He is capable of doing.
Everyone can do everything they're capable of doing. That's the dumbest statement ever. Angelo, you
think
said
that
abiogenesis research has not made successful predictions. Do you still believe that?
Well, give me one which was
in
successful.
1960. There was a prediction made that they would find RNA that does not require proteins in order to replicate. In 1982, this prediction was confirmed by Thomas Cech of the University of Colorado Boulder with tetraheminothormus something something. And Science Volume 231, page 4737. Is this a successful prediction?
Can you have self-replication?
This is a yes or a no. This is a yes or a no question.
No.
What?
No.
Okay.
No.
Antangelo, they said we would find this 20 years later.
No,
they found this. Is that a prediction, Antangelo?
No. Find it. Do you know why? Because you need a template to have replication.
No, Antangelo, that's not part of the prediction. They predicted you would find RNA replicators that have no need for proteins. In 1980, they found RNA replicators that have no need of proteins. Is that a successful prediction? I don't care about the origin of life here, Antangelo. Is that a successful prediction? They predicted something in 1960, found it in 1980. Is that a prediction?
You need templates.
No, you don't. That's not a part of the prediction, Antangelo. Nowhere was that a part of the prediction. You're adding your own bullshit. I don't care about your bullshit. They predicted they would find RNA replicators with no need for proteins. They found RNA replicators with no need for proteins. Here is the scientific journal where they found it, Antangelo. If you say you're going to find something and in the future you find it, is that a prediction, Antangelo?
But maybe you should study the science.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I will read you here
Stop.
in regards
Antangelo, this is a yes or a no question. If they predicted they would find something in 1960 and they found it in 1980, is that a successful prediction, Antangelo?
Yes, but they
Holy
didn't find
shit!
it.
Good
That's
job.
what you are
Does
not
abiogenesis research
understanding.
make successful predictions?
It has not been found, TJump.
Oh my God. I literally just read you the paper. I gave you the name.
Okay, I will quote you here from a paper from 2020.
No, I don't want
The
your
future
paper.
of
I
origin
literally read you a scientific
No,
journal. I don't
paper
care.
refutes your claim,
No, it
and it is from a
doesn't.
science paper.
It does
Here,
not.
many found the metaphor appealing. A world with the jack of all trades RNA molecule
Oh my
catalyzing the
God.
formation of
You're
indispensable
Antangelo,
cellular
stop
scaffold
speaking.
from which
Stop.
somehow then
Stop
cells
speaking.
emerged.
Stop speaking. That does not refute my claim, Montangelo. The
Yes,
claim
it
was an
does.
RNA replicator would have no need of proteins. That is it. That is the full claim. I don't need all of this other Montangelo bullshit that is required for the entire line of the origin of life. That's not the claim, Montangelo. There is one claim. RNA replicators would not have a need for proteins. This is the one and only prediction. You cannot refute this, Montangelo. It's been factually observed. We have proven this. This has been proven. I
No,
can give you the name.
no.
Tetrahymenia thermophila. There it is. This is proven. So that was a prediction made in the 1960s, which was proven in the 1980s. That is a successful prediction, isn't it?
It's not been proven.
How are you so
You are
dumb?
talking bullshit. No, I'm not dumb. I am really.
Tetrahymena thermophilia is the exact name of the organism that literally does this.
The organism. Hey, there was no organism.
What the? It exists now, idiot. It exists right now. We can literally observe it existing now. Prediction, 1960s, we will find RNA replicators that have no need for proteins. 1980, we literally observed them right there in front of us. Prediction confirmed. What about this do you not understand?
Okay, Gilbert himself expressed some disappointment that the self-replicating RNA
I never said anything about self-replicating. I never said anything about self-replicating. None of that is in this. None of that.
It has never been synthesized or discovered in the
Stop
years
with your
that the
stupid.
predicted its hypothesis. So you are refuted.
I never said self-replicating, you moron. The only claim made was RNA replicators would have no need for proteins. That's it. There's nothing about self-replicating. Nothing. Zero in that sentence. Nothing.
If they are replicators, then they would have to replicate. You idiot.
They don't have to self-replicate, you moron. RNA replicator.
Hey guys, let's
does
stop
not mean
insulting each other. Like we get you guys are getting heated, but let's not call each other names in the middle of a conversation.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have to call you a moron or
Neither of y'all should be. Let's
No,
just
I have
stop.
to. It's literally obligatory because of the dumb things he's saying. Here is a prediction that was made. It has been confirmed. It was observed. It's written in a scientific paper. If you don't think they have made successful predictions, you're just a dumbass.
Well,
and there's
I was
dozens. I'm
quoting
reading
you.
dozens on this site. I can just go to the next one for you if you want. Another successful prediction. In 2003, there was a prediction that RNA enzymes, or this was actually made in like 1980, the RNA enzymes could use cofactors. 2003, it was confirmed by Hiroki Suga in Nature, Sugar Biology and Structural Biology, Volume 10, page 713. Another prediction made by abiogenesis that was proven correct, that RNA can use cofactors. Proven by abiogenesis. Another prediction, which is evidence of abiogenesis, and your dumbass theology does not have any of these.
Okay, let me quote you here. Today, 30 years after the RNA world was first proposed, no one has seen an actual living system that is completely based in RNA. Nevertheless, the hypothesis lives on in the origins of life research community, albeit in a hotly debated.
This is why I call you a dumbass. You bring up something that is nothing I said. I didn't say any of that. None of that is what I said.
Wow. Well, then what you said is irrelevant to abiogenesis.
Again, this is why you're a dumbass. You can make predictions of small things and get them right without having to make a prediction of literally every single step. If I make a prediction of step 97 and I get it right, I'm saying we're going to find this happening. Even if I don't have a step of if I don't have a prediction of step 2000, it literally does not matter, you moron. If I predict step 97 and I get it right, that's evidence. That's a successful prediction. It doesn't become not a successful prediction because I didn't predict a different step that we're not talking about.
Okay. My answer to this is this, TJump, and I say it again. Never has it been shown that wasn't the question. Software to self-assemble by
You can't
unguided
respond
random
with something that
events.
isn't the
Why
question.
are you interrupting? You can't have a dialogue without interrupting.
Because what you're
I've
saying
seen
is
that over and
stupid. I had
over
one
again.
question. I had one question.
You are not listening.
I had one
You are
question.
not
No,
listening.
you are not listening, Antangelo. Clearly, you are not listening. I had one question. Do researchers in abiogenesis research make successful novel predictions? I just gave you examples where they do. You said no because they didn't solve this other problem, which is not one of the predictions they made. You're an idiot. I'm good. I'm done now.
Okay, good, great. So I will say it again. This is my case. It has never been demonstrated that computers, chemical factories, software, hardware projects, information transmission systems, and based on this information, the assembly of complex machines, assembly lines, and in the end, chemical factories could have been instantiated by unguided random means. That is exactly what we see in each living cell, which is in a literal sense and also analogously a chemical factory. We know by our own experience that intelligence is a capable mechanism to instantiate all these things. It can project in its mind these things and then instantiate them. It has never been demonstrated that unguided, random mechanisms have the capability to instantiate such complex things based on information. Therefore, it is more plausible to believe that intelligence is a superior mechanism compared to random unguided events. That's my case.
What are you
Disprove
reading
it
from?
by showing that
This your own writing?
no, I just said that now. I'm not reading from any
Oh,
place.
okay,
right
sorry.
now.
The pace of your speech makes me think that you're reading from somewhere. Okay, carry
No,
on. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm not reading from.
Senator, he would never lose any constituents like that.
Yeah, I think I've made my case, and abiogenesis research is a failure. It has not provided the empirical proof and met the predictions which have been made. And the basic problem is that there is no natural selection. Only intelligence instantiates information, codes, languages, and all this kind of stuff.
Okay, well, you've repeated yourself. We established that it does have a bootstrapping process to create the first random replicators. We've established that the information that we call a computer is by analogy to things that the brain did through unguided natural selection. And then when I brought that up, you just wanted to change the subject to, oh, but that's not abiogenesis. When we go back to abiogenesis and we show that the field has made progress, you repeat the claim that it hasn't made any progress. So I don't think we have any further to talk to you about until you actually do some more reading, Otangelo.
Well, I would just say as a last word that yes, abiogenesis research has made progress in the sense to unravel the huge size of the problem. And rather than complexifying molecules, what science has shown, and that is actually the progress, that these molecules, they randomize, they become asphalts, they never complexify to become machines and chemical factories and information storage systems and computers.
And that is exactly contradicting what they are doing with protocells, which is getting protocells which accumulate and expand and split into multiple copies of the original protocell. Anyway, I would like to believe that this dialogue will get more productive, that you'll come back and saying, oh, wow, I actually did read some of the stuff that you sent us, and you know, that you're learning about the field, but it seems like you just want to repeat your position every time and claim that abiogenesis doesn't do anything.
Well, I gave you what you're claiming, that polymerization on clay, it may be possible. Okay, I give you that.
Yes, that's progress. That is progress. That's true.
Okay, if you think that is progress, I mean, if you believe that based on that, abiogenesis or non-guided natural mechanisms are a superior mechanism to explain the complexity of life, well, hey, that's your choice. Feel free to believe that. I don't.
Okay.
I don't have enough faith to be a naturalist.
That's a very strong conclusion, Otangelo, and thank you for your time. Have an awesome day. We're going to go ahead and move on to Brahman now. Before we do that, though, did anybody have anything last they wanted to say to Otangelo?
Yeah, I just want to apologize to TJump if it got heated and they called you an idiot. I'm sorry for that.
No problem. I
okay?
appreciate the fiery feedback. It gets me more views, so I'm all happy. Any insults are fine with me, as long as they're not TOS violations.
Oh, Tangelo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Randolph. I had that break because I was shoving chicken nuggets into my mouth.
What?
It happens from time to time.
Hopefully, you're. They were good.
They were.
I wonder how many amino acids are in those.
Yeah, it's funny if God made amino acids, why does God like provide the conditions for naturally occurring amino acids on like the planet and on asteroids?
Yeah, that was an interesting question from Iron Charioteer about that. I thought it was a good good break from all the intensity there. It didn't take us away for long though. That was yeah, I think it's a very good point that people in our YouTube audience are making about this. That why would we need 20 of those amino acids when God, knowing everything and being all powerful, would have the capability there and the knowledge to make just one amino acid that can serve all purposes. Like it's an interesting question, and it's a shame that the question was dodged instead of saying, "Oh, that's an interesting consideration."
I actually don't. I think that argument is Brahman. You have a lot of background.
Brahman.
Oh, my bad. Hang on one second.
So I think that argument has some problems because there's some similar arguments in philosophy that, like, you could say the same thing about anything. Say there's 10 parts. Why didn't God do it in 9? And if there was 9 parts, you could say, why didn't God do it in 8? And if there are 8 parts, you could say, why didn't God do it in 7? And so that would necessitate that everything in the universe was the most perfectly simple thing it could possibly be ever. And if anything wasn't, then you could make the argument that, well, God could have made it simpler, therefore there's a problem with God or something.
And then it starts to kind of delve into a bit of whataboutism, doesn't it?
Well, we have meteorites with 52 different amino acids that we've analyzed so far. It seems like the amino acids in the universe are just like part of how chemistry works, and they're not something super rare and special that was put on Earth by God.
That's all very interesting. Wow. Hey, Brahman, thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Well, I would just like to speak a little bit about Hinduism. And I had one question, actually. This is kind of circling back. You may have already answered this, but what was the reason that you stopped believing in God, X?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Basically cognitive science. So I was originally studying computer science, and I got more and more interested in cognitive science. And when I started studying biomimicry, which is to say how we reverse engineer the brain, I became convinced that the approach to reverse engineering the brain is working. It's generating, as we talked about before in other calls, predictions. And those predictions generate working systems that function, specifically neural networks. So once you understand enough about how the brain is plausibly explainable and investigatable, why would you then resort to any kind of dualism or there's like noise in the background, Brahman. It's like hard to talk. Can you turn the TV off or something? Or use headphones? Maybe it's
hang on.
back. Okay.
Sorry
I was
about
trying
that.
to just power through it, but it kind of like started tripping me up. Anyway, so yeah, if you understand enough about how the brain works and can be investigated to understand further, why would you conclude that there is any need for supernatural, mystical soul or any other kind of unjustifiable extra phenomena when neuroscience and the reverse engineering of it into artificial intelligence works?
I don't know. That's a good question. Could you provide me some materials on that neural net or what you just said?
Yeah, sure. I can send you some stuff to watch. Like, we're at a point where 10 years ago, when people asked, like, when might artificial intelligence become generalizably able to solve arbitrary problems, we would have said, maybe 10, maybe 20 years away. And now I have to keep up with the news literally every day and every week because stuff that I learned last week is obsolete now. They have generalized reasoning using language models as the bootstrapping piece, and then combining that with a chain of thought that replicates the kind of thought process that humans use, and a branching tree structure of different possible ways of thinking and choosing the ways that seem to be the most fruitful, which is now doing Wolfram Alpha-like mathematics without being Wolfram Alpha. In other words, a pure neural network is imitating a special purpose-built math computer that was designed for no purpose other than to do math.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what about the Eastern conception of God? Do you discredit that one as well?
Well,
which Eastern conception? There are many.
yeah, it depends.
A lot of them are polytheistic too. There's multiple goddesses and gods, so it helps to be more specific.
So I'll be specific. Let's say Neoplatonic monism.
So what about Eastern non-theisms? Like what about Zen Buddhism?
So Buddhism denies the soul. Actually, modern day Buddhism actually denies the soul. So I don't subscribe to Buddhism.
There's different versions of Buddhism. I'm just specifically citing Zen Buddhism, which just thinks that it's just like a distraction to worry about God or supernatural stuff.
What was the question?
Like, why would, if you're going to pick an Eastern philosophy, why would you pick a theistic one instead of a non-theistic one?
Well, because I think it gives me purpose and meaning in my life.
Do you think that like Zen Buddhists don't have any purpose or meaning in their lives?
I don't know. I'm not a Zen Buddhist, but
okay.
I think
like whenever a person who has purpose and meaning in their life hears that someone else needs religion to have purpose and meaning in their life, like we can feel sympathetic. Like, okay, if that works for you, then good for you. Like we want you to be happy, and you know, everyone's taste and inspiration is going to be subjective. But it's weird to say that you couldn't do it any other way, because like, what are we doing then if not having meaning and purpose in our lives differently than you?
Well, I didn't say you couldn't have meaning or purpose in your lives. It's just, for me, there isn't a whole lot of purpose or meaning in my life if there isn't a source of creation.
Okay, what about like the future? Do you care about what happens to the world?
Sort of. I mean, I don't want people to suffer, but that's kind of...
If you had a choice between knowing the ultimacy of God, but all sentient life would be destroyed in a ball of fire, or not having any certainty about the God question, but being able to maximize the well-being of all sentient beings for all time, which would you choose as more satisfying?
Probably the second one.
Okay. So are you just skeptical that it's possible to maximize well-being? Like, what makes you want to know the God question instead of like the well-being question?
Well, I think they can be synonymous. I think you can find well-being within God. It's a good question. Maybe you could expand on that a little bit.
Well, I think you can make arguments from utility for like the benefits of believing in all kinds of things. Like I believed in leprechauns when I was very young. I had intuitions about leprechauns. You might say that leprechauns revealed themselves to me in my, very young way of seeing the world, right? But at a certain point, I no longer believed in leprechauns, and I didn't lose the meaning in my life. It just stopped being a thing that seemed plausible to me.
I see. I don't really have a retort.
I'm not saying that I didn't benefit from the belief in leprechauns at the time. It might have been beneficial, but the argument that something is true can't just be that it's beneficial, because all sorts of things that aren't true could be beneficial without being true. So we have to care about what's true as well as what's beneficial. And ideally, like you said you would like to believe that God and well-being are going to be synonymous. I would at least hope for a world where knowing what's true is synonymous with well-being. And I think that we both want that. The difference is that you're assuming that God is the best way to find out what's true, or that God is true. And I'm just assuming that it's not. So let's just put aside well-being entirely. Let's just talk about what's true. Why would you assume that it's true that a God exists? What is your reason for believing?
Because creation has to come from somewhere. The universe has to come from somewhere. And I just find it hard to believe that all of this harmony and universality is somehow propagated just by nothing. Like there has to be some sort of structure behind the universe. For example, like, well, you go ahead.
Okay, so if there is a structure, but it turns out to be a naturally occurring structure, what's the problem with that?
There is no problem with that. I don't really see a whole lot of evidence for that.
Or what? So literally all of the evidence we see shows evidence of natural structure, and none of the evidence that we see shows evidence of an artificial created designer structure. So what is the evidence that you don't see, and what's the evidence that you think we do see for the God version?
And why do you think it is a better answer to go with a God creator of some sort?
So to answer that question, I think that the God answer comes with spirituality. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Could you repeat the question? That was like 3 questions.
Yeah, basically, like the evidence that we see for all the phenomena we've investigated so far is that they have natural explanations.
Okay.
Right? We're on the same page with that, or is there something that you think we can't explain currently?
A cat's eye nebula.
Like why it's shaped that way?
Why it manifests in reality the way it does. I don't think there's a scientific explanation for that yet.
Okay, that's certainly possible. There's all sorts of astronomical phenomena that at first are very puzzling. So like they thought they were receiving signals from aliens, but it turns out to be pulsar stars, which are orbiting around each other and like emitting pulses because they occlude each other periodically in their orbit, right? So there's tons of stuff like that where we don't know what it is at first, and then we find out. Now, why would we assume, given that we've been successful at explaining everything in the past, that a cat's eye nebula is going to be different, is going to be unexplainable?
I'm not sure. I think perhaps we just lack understanding about the physics of it, but perhaps maybe one day we can explain it. I would love to have an explanation for it, but
okay,
it's just an example of something we can't explain currently.
Okay, and you said at the beginning that the thing that you're most curious about is the origin of the universe itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you here for any of the papers that we posted about how
I was
the universe
not.
could? Okay, cool. I'll send you some links, but basically there are different questions that physicists are still investigating as to how to unify relativity and quantum mechanics, and there are different cosmological models which might be more or less compatible with those different possible unified theories. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of those explanations is Bohmian explanations for quantum mechanics. And Bohmian explanations would rule out the multiverse, probably. And Bohmian mechanics basically would be the hypothesis that there actually isn't like 2 different outcomes of a given quantum mechanical experiment, but just that there's a wave function which collapses. So there is only ever one phenomena. It's just that it's not until it's interacted with that becomes apparent to an observer. So like an alternative hypothesis is a multiverse hypothesis, like a Copenhagen interpretation based hypothesis, where there are literally multiple universes in which each of the outcomes occurs, and we're just in one of those branching universes or something like that. Either of those could be true, and physicists are investigating those and many others. But under the Bohmian interpretation, there's a paper that I posted called basically the spontaneous universe from nothing, which says that a Bohmian interpretation would say that the quantum metastable vacuum, in other words, the natural state that an empty universe starts out in, would automatically produce a bubble which would expand until a universe was created. So in other words, you start with no universe and just the way the quantum mechanics works is the case, and it would automatically create a universe out of the vacuum. A universe would emerge and expand until it looks like the one we have. That's one possible explanation. I'm not saying that's the explanation. It probably has like, let's say, a 20% chance on the high side of being correct because we don't know enough about physics yet. But it's one of many competing, they have a percentage chance of being right explanations. The chances are that it's going to be an explanation like that it ends up being the correct explanation, even if we can't rule them out and figure out which one of them is correct. Why would we not think that those explanations and the way that they actually investigate physics could account for everything rather than a religion?
Okay. One thing about, this is probably a little off topic, but Hinduism actually isn't a religion. It's more of a philosophy.
Yeah, it's a school of different philosophies. And that includes some non-theistic versions of Hinduism, by the way. You're familiar with like Carvakas and Vedantic non-theists?
I am not. I only really subscribe to Advaita Vedanta and...
Oh, cool. So I actually grew up attending a Vedanta temple partially. So I'm a fan of Vedanta, but they're a theistic and non-theistic version of Vedanta. And I experienced the non-theistic. So the non-theistic version just emphasizes like oneness of everything. It doesn't have an active creator like Brahman actively doing things.
And that's the God that I subscribe to, not this anthropomorphic idea where God creates and does this. It's more of an idea that creation emanates from the source.
Okay, yeah, so that's helpful. So now that we've clarified that, it sounds like you're closer to deism and possibly what's we call it?
Let me
Yeah,
explain a little bit about. Let me expand on that a little bit. So there's Brahman and Atman. I'm sure you're familiar with them, right? Brahman would be the creator, and then the Atman would be the lowercase s, the smaller self, the individual soul.
Yeah.
And so that resonates with me, and it just, for whatever reason, it makes sense in my mind. And it's hard for me to put it into words, but it provides me spiritual fulfillment and makes me a better person.
Sure. But the question is, could you, let's just say that you learn more about physics and you actually found that there are things analogous to what you currently believe that fit closely to physics theories, which we can't be absolutely certain about, which have more evidence than the purely conceptual ideas that the Vedanta postulated. And they could fulfill that same role. And they might even be very similar. Like, you could just replace the Brahman with the quantum mechanical metastable vacuum field that precedes everything else. And you could replace the Atman with the universe bubble that emerges from it. And you're going to have a similar sense that, okay, that's how it all works. I've connected to it. I'm a part of it. It's amazing. I'm grateful to be alive. Like, all those same questions could have equally satisfying answers, just in a slightly different approach.
I can see that. That makes sense. What about the whole idea of reincarnation?
I don't know if that one makes any sense, but I'll give it this much. I think sometimes when we look at ideas about the soul and ideas about morality and ideas of, heaven and hell and all that kind of stuff, it looks more like a reward and punishment scheme to try to give people good behavioral guidelines to try to keep them in line and like behaving well than it does like a plausible explanation of how things actually work. And if what you care about in terms of reincarnation is like the idea of being kind and good to other sentient beings so that you earn the good kind of reincarnation instead of the bad kind, that might be functionally fine because you're just trying to have good behavior and this is your belief about why. But it wouldn't, I don't think, be justifiable in any like
scientific
rational
reason.
Yeah, like there's a school of thought in Hinduism called the Karvaka, and you can't find any because they were all killed, allegedly by King Ashoka, allegedly for the crime of offending the Buddha, and so he had them all massacred.
Mm.
Kind of like the Mohammed cartoons, where they do a cartoon and then there's riots and they kill people. So that may have occurred in the past, but there was a whole school of Hindu thought that didn't regard the Vedas as sacred, didn't regard reincarnation as plausible, and was actually atomistic. They were like the Democratans in Greece that became the Epicureans and basically kind of evolved into modern science. They just believed that the world was made of atoms and that those atoms were the driving force behind everything.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool, man. How do you feel about the Greek interpretation? Like
The Democritus interpretation, or what was the one?
The
Platonist?
The Platinian interpretation of, so you have the one, the hold on, let me I got a source for that. Just give me one second.
I used to be like a neo Platonic something or other a long time ago, but I don't believe any of that stuff, and it's all very foggy to me now. I don't really even know what I thought I used to believe in because it just seems so just like silly to me now. But yeah, so Plotinus thought that the one was the ultimate reality that exists beyond the material world.
Yeah.
And it's not too different from just the word cosmos, right? Like if you watch Carl Sagan's Cosmos is that all that ever was, ever will be, and could be, and so on. It's just the sum total of everything.
That was a good show.
Yeah, I agree. And I think for anybody who's thinking about what to watch, Cosmos is the closest I've ever seen to a comprehensive picture of what we know about the world according to history and science being explained in a way which gives you a sense of understanding that's close to what religious people feel about God.
Well,
In the
let's.
sense that, like,
Can we circle back a little bit and talk about the abstract realm? That those
like
things. That,
like abstract objects and Platonism?
yeah.
Sure.
So, how do you feel about those things that exist in reality but aren't tangible?
I think with regards to mathematical constructs that are perfectly accurate descriptions of how the fundaments of the physical world work, and which are not psychologically dependent or selected for, but are just like an inescapable, discoverable thing, those things might be said to be real descriptions. But I don't think the rest of the math that we construct sort of arbitrarily and psychologically is going to meet that standard. And I still don't think saying that it's a real property about the world, like a real description, gets you around the map territory distinction, right? Like, it is accurate that these quantifiable measurements or relations hold, but it's not the case that the measurement is the thing being measured.
I guess my question is, how do those fall into the structure of the universe?
I think the universe's structure can be described accurately, and that's what we are doing when we use like our very best mathematics and physics. But it doesn't mean that the description is the thing. I don't think descriptions exist ontologically speaking.
Well, I think explanations would be a better way of handling that, right?
Yeah.
Like instead of defining something, why don't we explain it?
Yeah, that's what I mean descriptively. Is when we explain a phenomena, we can say that we think that might be like the perfect explanation for that phenomena, but it's not the same thing as saying that the explanation exists independently of our minds.
So I guess my next question would be, what would be your evidence for the disprovance of God? I'm not sure that's a word.
I think there's just a null hypothesis for anything which hasn't been demonstrated. So you don't need a proof against God. But what I do think is that when you try to do the conceptual arguments for and against, which they're very fun, and, you can do them, and we entertain them here. But if a good example is the website religions.wiki, which I gave, which has all the arguments for God, against God, for belief and against belief, in other words, theism and anti-theism. If you look through all of those, you'll find that you might be more or less equally convinced by about half of each. In other words, there's arguments for it that you like, there's arguments against that you like. None of them, I think, have any persuasive force beyond essentially just like leading to a stalemate. And what that leaves you with is, okay, on the one hand, you have something which can't be really like proven to everybody beyond like psychological preference. But on the other hand, you have a completely empirically adequate picture of the world, which is what science provides us, which has no need for the God hypothesis to explain things. So the null hypothesis, which is that the simpler explanation is adequate and the God or spirit explanation is unnecessary, makes dualism and supernaturalism and belief in God just unnecessary.
Okay. Well, I have a lot of reviewing to do, a lot of reading.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat. We're all reading and learning all the time.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think we should give credit where religion is concerned too. Sometimes it's had an inspirational influence in many ways. And I do think, like especially in cosmology, a lot of cosmologists are investigating like cyclic cosmology models, which are in some ways similar to the cyclic cosmology that some forms of Hinduism posit, which is interesting.
Thank you, Brahman. That was quite an interesting topic.
Thank you. Do y'all want to talk to Ask a Christian? There's one more in queue.
Let's do it.
I invited him up.
Can we ask him
Hello,
if he's
Ask a
Christian?
Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Sure. Thank you for having me, Randolph, X, and everybody.
So your name is Ask a Christian, so I guess it's fitting if we start out with a question for you. What have you got for us today?
Sure. I guess my question is, what prevents you from accepting that Jesus Christ pays for your sins completely and totally?
Well, I first of all don't find the story very convincing, but on top of that, that story has always seemed to me pretty awful because I see people celebrating Christ being tortured to death on a crucifix, and then there's the joke out there I've seen in meme form where people are saying now if Jesus Christ were to come back, would he be drawn to these people wearing the crucifix symbol, or would he be trying to stay away from that? Because it seems to me like with human behavior, things that'll remind people of bad experiences, most people have a survival instinct to try to avoid repeats of that. It seems to me that people are really celebrating a pretty horrific death, and that never hit me as it never impressed me as something that should be celebrated. But I don't know. Maybe my perspective is off from your perspective, and be interested in your insights on what I've just said.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, we're not celebrating that like Jesus was brutally tortured, that he had the skin flayed from his body, that he got nails driven through his arms. But it's that through Adam's sin, death, and the world entered this fallen state. But through Christ, death was conquered. Like
Let me give you an
Jesus
alternative.
is God, right?
Here's an alternative
Jesus
story.
is God, and
Okay.
he conquered death.
So Hypatia was the last librarian of Alexandria, and she was tortured and had her skin flayed off of her flesh by a Christian mob that didn't like the fact that she wasn't a Christian and didn't like the fact that she was influencing the local governor away from Christianity. And she died defending the Library of Alexandria and the Order of Serapis, which is the religious order that revered a sort of symbolic deity called Serapis, which represented wisdom and knowledge and all that kind of stuff. That, let's say, is an alternative Messiah figure for an alternative religion, the Order of Serapis, which valued above all scientific discovery, free and open access to scholarship and free classes for the public to enrich itself and pursue education and so on. And that organization produced the template for what we now call universities, and modern academia and scholarship is based on the template. The original building that they occupied was the Museon, which is what we call museums today. And basically the whole idea of a campus of academic research and study is based on that group. So why would I not believe that they have provided the model for all of the progress in human civilization since that date being developed through research like the ones that they conducted, rather than the people who killed them and who resisted scientific progress and put people to death for studying astronomy and so on.
Yeah, so like Jesus is God, right? John 10:30, I and the Father are one. The Christian God is not like a finite being, right? He's not like you and me. You can't. He's not just in one place at one point, at one place in time. And so the individuals that you described are finite beings, right? They're not omniscient. They're not omnipotent. They aren't the ground of all being. So they're not adequate to explain all of the phenomenon and the stuff that we find around us.
But actually,
So with regards
we do make all of our
Christ,
explanations using math and
right?
science today, right?
So, yeah. So I guess with regards to the rest of stuff. So do you have access to being, right? To the true nature of being?
I don't know. Does somebody want to take this one? I usually don't go in for the access of being type loop-de-loop stuff. But I don't feel like you answered my question. My question was, if I wanted to worship a martyr who died for almost all of the progress that we've made being of the scientific nature and so on through the model that they championed and so on. Why would I pick the one that is against the kind of progress they're making and is still rejecting the claims and investigations that science has earned us through hard-fought investigation and research?
Well, we're not just like picking a martyr. We are accepting the truth. Like we're accepting that which is the case, right? God promised Abraham through your seed being singular, the entire world will be blessed. In Isaiah 53, God is promising the coming of the Savior, right? It says, all we like sheep have gone astray, each one our own way, but God has laid on him the iniquity of us all. It says that he will be pierced for our iniquities, by his stripes will be healed, that he dies with the wicked, that he's buried with the rich. So Jesus died with a thief on his left, a thief on his right. He was buried in a rich man's tomb, right? Joseph of Arimathea came.
I don't think anyone's
and
following.
took the corpse, right? It took the corpse of Christ and put
Skip,
Christ's corpse
skip,
in the
skip,
rich man's
skip,
tomb.
skip, skip.
Right?
Pause.
So it wasn't.
Pause.
Ask
It
an
wasn't.
atheist. Ask an atheist. I
Okay.
guess the other concern that I have that I didn't really touch on is the ethics aspect of it. Vicarious redemption to me does not seem to be an ethical action. It seems to be kind of an unethical one. Because if people have committed serious transgressions that could be regarded as criminal, and then somebody else comes along and just says your slates are all wiped clean, none of you are bad, you can start over. There's a nice aspect to that by the sound of it, but it doesn't provide restitution for the victims of the crimes that have occurred before that point. And I feel like taking that away and granting forgiveness for a victim on their behalf when that victim hasn't even consented to that does seem to raise a serious ethical problem in my view. And that I guess would be another reason for me, another big one, why I don't feel compelled to believe that or to follow it. And I don't know what your perspectives are on the ethics aspect of it.
Like with regards to like God is perfectly just. The Bible says, beloved, do not avenge yourself, or God will avenge. God takes like our sins and he places them on Christ. So Christ bears our sins, and he's bearing that which we deserve to pay for. So there's always a payment, right? There's always something being paid. So it's either Christ is paying or you and I are paying. And if we are paying, then we're gonna pay, in hellfire. We're gonna pay completely and totally, for the bad things that we've done. Justice is always served.
That's not
So we're
justice because I don't want, like, even if I've done bad things, I don't want that to be taken away from me. I want to make things right in my own way, and because I don't think that just wiping away the bad part is the correct way to deal with that. I think that takes away from people, teaching people to be responsible for their actions, because something else will come along and do that for you, so you have nothing to worry about. Go ahead and keep doing bad things. Vicarious redemption to me is a terrible precedent to set. It's not a really great building block for society because it doesn't motivate people to take responsibility. In fact, it kind of gives them an excuse not to.
Well, I guess let's say you have like a son, and he goes, he's taking the family car, and he crashes it into someone else's very expensive car. Would it be like immoral for you to go and like pay, right? To pay for him and say, hey, like I'll pay the cost, right, of this car that you destroyed. Like, would that be like an evil?
If you are asking him, you want to help him to do that, and he's okay with it, I guess so. Um, but the problem is that the Jesus figure just came along and did it without asking anybody if that's what they wanted. just absolve them of all their responsibility for anything that they've done wrong. Because, you know, the parents might have something to say about this kid as well and say, no, we don't want you making it easy for our kid. We want our kid to see this as a learning experience, and they're going to have to do some work to make it right. Because at least that's how we raise our kids. We, you know, of course, we'll take some of it, but because it'll help us pay our bills and stuff, but not take all of it. And of course, we're going to be wondering also what are the motives of the person wanting to pay for part of it, this third party, right? So there's a lot of factors to it. It's, I don't think there's a black and white answer to it. Like for somebody who wants the easy out, it's a very easy answer. Yeah, take the money and move on. But you know, the thing to me is like the experience, life experience that we build up from how we respond to the difficult things in our lives is how we build character and how we gain a greater appreciation for life. And I see that vicarious redemption kind of sabotages that by taking the opportunity to have that experience, by taking that experience away, that potential.
Like, God doesn't force us to accept that He pays for our sins. It's a gift that is freely offered, and then we can freely accept it. So yeah, He doesn't force us. Although He has chosen, or He has chosen His sheep before the foundation of the world. So yeah, so I'm just kind of, I guess, a couple thoughts or few thoughts. So yeah, like what
When
you
God,
believe that there are moral facts?
sorry, when God offered this option, did He also offer this option uh, when He, at the time, different part of the story, when He, or the narrative, when He apparently flooded the world and killed almost all living beings on it, except for a select few on the ark? Um, did those people get the same opportunity? Um, would that have been a good thing there?
Yes, they got the same opportunity. God shows no partiality. In fact, Noah's flood is very symbolic of Christ, of baptism, and like Jesus represents the ark, and so it, like the people there, like they could have repented and they could have hopped in the ark, or like loved God and then like made it, like God would tell them to make an ark, but
But a
they didn't
newborn
wanted
baby
nothing to do with
never
God, right?
repented.
They,
How many newborn babies and kittens and other people who had inability to read and write and understand, comprehend things properly due to mental deficiencies, did they have the opportunity to repent and get on the ark?
with regards to like babies, I believe that they are innocent, and that when they die, they go to be with God, right, in heaven. And like God gives us our life, God can take away our life. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
That sounds
So
like a no to my answer because they weren't given that opportunity. Um, I can tell you I've had experience drowning. I was a young kid and my dad was picking something up at a party, and I ran off contrary to his instruction not to, and a drunk guy picked me up and tossed me in the pool, yelling, "I'm going to learn you how to swim." And then I'm trying to keep up above water, but I didn't know how to swim, so I sank, and I was trying and trying, it just wasn't working, and then water fills my lungs. It's a terrible feeling. It's very scary. I blacked out before I hit the bottom, and I saw somebody jumping in after me. A woman had come in to save me. I guess she could see I was struggling. Fortunately, lucky for me, I never found out who she was, but I woke up on a cot coughing out chlorinated water. It's a scary and horrible experience, and it's to me one of many terrible ways to die. Torturous, I would say, and it was so when I hear this story of the world flooding and these people who are innocent having to go through all that torturous way of dying by drowning, That to me doesn't give me an impression of this God being one of the good guys. I'm left with an impression of this God being quite sadistic, not giving a damn about consent, not caring about how it's going to affect all these people. Especially, its terror makes it even worse, as this God is omniscient, knows that this is the experience all these people are going to have, and he is omnipotent, so he has the power to just end their lives in an instant instead of forcing them through this tortuous way of going out. To me, this is a pretty horrific thing, and it talks to me of the character of this God being a wicked and evil and terrible character who I have no interest in getting close to. It's one that I find quite repulsive, and I think most people should find that repulsive as well. And I'm wondering if you do, or if you have some way of rationalizing it away.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear, that you went through that experience. And with regards, yeah, and yeah, with regards to the flooding the world, God was judging the world, right? There was incredible evil, right? Incredible wickedness. In the modern day, there's a band called the Dare that released a cover art which was very degenerate, right? It's completely awful. And and then you can look at Sam Smith, right, with this unholy song where he is singing about a man cheating on his wife. We can see like Epstein and all this sort of just terrible evil happening in this world, and God hasn't nuked like America or nuked any of the nations yet. So to imagine what is the level of degeneracy that was back then, would be very hard to imagine, because God is very slow to anger. He's very patient. There were religions that they would have like just terrible things like child sacrifice, all sorts of stuff. Like I don't even not even worth mentioning. It's terrible stuff. So when God flooded the world was in a very depraved, terrible, evil state, and God was dealing justice, and His justice is righteous and it is good. Um, and like if for God not to deal just, it would make Him an unjust judge. Right? If God just goes and lets evil people do evil things, then He is not a good God. He is not a righteous God. He is an unjust, unrighteous God. So there must be, yeah.
So basically, there's a horrific act of drowning a bunch of people on one hand, and then there's an easy way out of vicarious redemption on another. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. There's just the character of this God. He seems despicable. He's ordered a father to kill his own son, Isaac. Abraham to kill Isaac, and then there's all these things going on. I'm thinking this is, to me, I just can't get on board with this, and I'm hoping that this discussion has answered your question as to why I don't find the Christian God appealing.
With regards to God commanding Abraham to go and sacrifice Isaac, so God is omniscient, right? He knows everything, and He had made promises to Abraham prior to this command, and His promises was that through your seed, the entire world will be blessed, and that He will have descendants like the stars in the sky. Right? He's going to have a bunch of grandkids and many other like children after. So, and that was going to be fulfilled through Isaac, right? Isaac is the miracle child, right? The child of promise. So, how is God going to keep His promise if Isaac is dead, right? How is he going to have more kids? I mean, that's not really going to be possible. So, what Abraham thought, like what he kind of guessed, he's like, okay, well, I think that I'm going to kill Isaac, and then Isaac is going to be raised from the dead. Like God's going to raise him from the dead. So this is picturesque of Christ, where Christ died, and then He picked back His life up again. Like He picked His life back up again. And so
You are roboting.
So Abraham, he trusted God easily. Okay. I don't know. Is Is it better now? Okay.
Your audio is better now.
So
Go ahead.
yeah. All right. Thanks. So yeah. So basically, so Abraham trusted in God, and his faith was accounted to him as righteousness. He took Isaac up the mountain, and when he got up there, God sent an angel, and the angel told Abraham not to go through with the sacrifice. And while they're going up there, Abraham also says that. So Isaac asks Abraham. He says, "Where is the sacrifice?" And Abraham says, "The Lord will provide." Right? And this is prophetic statement. This is true because God did provide. So once they get up there, God provides the ram, right? The ram in the place of Isaac, and He provides the Passover lamb, right? Jesus Christ in the place of you, in the place of me. So the angel stops Abraham from going through the sacrifice. Instead of Isaac being sacrificed, the ram dies in the place of Isaac, and this is a picture, right? So Abraham represents God the Father. The ram represents Jesus Christ, who takes your place, who takes my place, and Isaac represents you and represents me, the sinner who is deserving of death, but in our place comes the lamb or the ram. And this is God presenting a very vivid picture to Abraham, to the Jews. This is how I'm going to save you for your sins. I'm going to provide the sacrifice. I'm going to provide yeah.
All right. So the thing is, like, this is such a vivid lesson from God, or a vivid image from God. When I understand, like in the Bible, after this story of Isaac surviving this attempt by his father Abraham to end his life, there's no reflection on the psychological ramifications of Isaac. So God, knowing this, He knows everything. Why wouldn't He see this to be a fantastic opportunity to explain the ramifications of this? Because that would be a wonderful building block for future society to say, hey, this is why doing this sort of thing is very bad. A good leader, I would think, would come along and say, this is an example of why you need to think about the orders and edicts from your leaders and question them and decide, is this really a good thing? This would be Abraham as an example of what not to do as a parent. But getting into the psychological ramifications, an omniscient deity should have no problem explaining what those ramifications are, and should understand immediately what psychology is all about. There's no mention of that in the Bible. It's a terrible teaching tool from this standpoint to me. And again, looks to me like God just wants to get his kicks, ordering a father, using his power to coerce a father into killing his own son. Like, again, this doesn't give me a sense of confidence for this being a good character. This seems to be a really horrific character. I don't hear stories about the Satan doing things like this, but I'm digressing here. But anyway, this is, again, a problem for me. These characteristics of this God, the Christian God, are not something that I feel that I would want to emulate. And it's not, certainly those are not valid, those are not ideals that I would value, because I think they're wrong. I think they're unethical. I think they're cruel. I think they're examples of how not to behave and how not to build a society.
Yeah. So, Eddie, do you think like what is best is to do all things for the glory of God?
I don't care of God. I consider him a despicable character based on the stories and the situations that we've talked about, are certainly part of the concerns that I have. I don't.
I think it
think
helps
that
to consider the fact.
God even deserves glory, given
I was
all
going to
these
say, like,
horrific things
imagine
he's
how
done.
your
But go
question
ahead, if you'd
sounds
like
to
to
us,
jump
right?
in.
To us, your question is kind of like why wouldn't you worship Thanos since he has the Infinity Gauntlet, which makes him able to kill anyone that he wants and change the world in any way that he wishes, right? And so your question is, well, he's all powerful, why not worship him? Now, to us, we don't believe in Marvel at all. So it's like talking about who would win, Star Wars or Star Trek, right? They're not even the same universe. It's not even like a rational question, but you can sort of imagine it for the sake of entertaining the question, which is what we're doing with you, right? The question that we would ask you, ask a Christian, is for any of the things that you're claiming, there are problems ethically, like Randolph has pointed out, with even if we assumed all the things that you assume, like why would we still accept and believe it was a good thing to believe that? There are going to be people who are still supernatural, still religious, still believe in a God. They just wouldn't believe in your God because your God sounds like a tyrant to them. But we're not at that position. You're not debating with us which God we should worship, right? You have to demonstrate, hopefully to yourself, if you are still trying to actually find out what's true, and ostensibly to us, because that's the purpose of this. Why should anyone take the idea that you're not seriously? And I would ask you some questions, since you clearly believed in the flood myth, about why you believe that the origins of the Bible, and the origins specifically of the stories of Genesis, about the flood myth and the creation of the world, are not sort of mimesis interpretations of earlier Babylonian, Akkadian, and Syrian myths of Gilgamesh, Enuma Elish, and so on. Why should we believe that your religion is not just a rehash remix of Zoroastrianism and Mesopotamian and Canaanite beliefs into a sort of a remixed monotheistic hybrid? Why should we take anything that you believe seriously? Do you have a case for that?
Sure. Yeah, and I guess two comments. So one is, by what standard do you judge God, or by what standard do I judge God? Right.
The
Well, I'm saying
archaeological standard. The archaeological question is.
I'm saying
I'm answering your
morally.
question.
I'm saying morally.
No. I'm giving you the moral question.
Not
I'm giving you a moral answer. For a God to be taken into moral consideration, it has to exist, right? A thing which doesn't exist has no moral consideration, right? Like Thanos is not a moral agent of any kind. It has no moral standing, right? It does in the story, but not in reality. So the point is that for you to make any moral claims whatsoever about a character in a piece of literature, you have to establish that piece of literature character actually existed. And the standard which we use to do that when it comes to claims about Jesus or Moses or Abraham or any of the figures that are supposed to have taken historical actions in the Bible is archaeological. We look at the evidence and we do not find evidence that almost any of these figures are real or that the things that they are said to have done actually happened. And in fact, the evidence isn't just missing, it's contradictory in many cases. There's overwhelming evidence that it happened totally differently in a way that cannot be overruled by just some like singular discovery that we haven't found yet. Are you aware of the archaeological consensus against the historicity of the Bible?
Okay. Yeah, I don't really believe that. So when we speak about evidence, we're either invoking facts within the non-God worldview, or we're invoking facts within the God worldview, right? The Christian worldview.
So both kinds of worldviews exist in archaeology, and they're forced to deal with the same archaeological evidence, regardless of what their worldview is, right? Regardless of whether you have a God worldview or not, it doesn't change the archaeological facts on the ground. What archaeological facts are you aware of that support the belief that the Bible is a historically accurate book?
Well, I guess what I would like to ask is that, are we even capable of doing archaeology in the first place without the Christian God? And I wouldn't believe that would be the case. So you mentioned ontology earlier. So do you believe that there is being, right? That there is a nature of being?
Okay. When I ask you a question and your response is, do you believe that being is a thing? It feels like you're evading the question. So the question has force. In other words, if you don't answer it, then you lose in a sort of like a rhetorical sense, right? Like, why? I'm not going to take the claims of a book seriously if the book cannot be justified as being accurate or true. And if one of the claims the book makes then you have to be able to make the case evidently, not just conceptually, that the things that it really happened. Can you do that?
Yeah. So are you, like the thing you're going more to like archaeology and taking things for granted, but I'm going more to philosophy, like the how do you ground things. And when you reference archaeology, are you making ontological claims? Are you making claims about the nature of reality? Like the answer is yes, you are making ontological claims. So my kind of question, right, is okay. Well, is there being? Right? And the answer is yes. Yes, there is being. Right? There
So
is
you're
being.
still
And
you're
so
still
then
not
what
providing
follows from
any
that
defense
is
of the historicity of the Bible.
yeah, this is you want to take things for granted. I want to go into philosophy.
This
Like
is like
philosophy is more
this
of
is.
my
Let me put it this way.
area. You
Ask a Christian.
want to go into
This is
history. Right?
like if a
We have
Marvel
different
fan
we have
told
different
me
fields. We have different
that the
fields.
Soul Stone in the Infinity Gauntlet explains everything. And I asked them, why should I believe that Thanos is real or the Infinity Gauntlet is real just because there's a story about it? We've seen the movies, but it's not convincing that it's real. And he says, yeah, but look, it's philosophical. The Soul Stone is the explanation for the universe. I say, yeah, but it's made up. And you say, yeah, but philosophically, does your ontology include being? And I go, tell me why it's a real story that I should take seriously at all.
It's because God is a necessary precondition for human intelligibility, and without the Christian God, you wouldn't be able to know anything. You wouldn't be able
If
to
you just
invoke
wanted to say that you're
the apples on the table. You wouldn't be able to speak about cause. You wouldn't be able to speak about cause and effect or the uniformity of nature. So even David Hume, right? David Hume has addressed this, right? He says that from empiricism, you can't even you can't directly observe causality. I mean, the necessary aspect, right? There, you can see event A and event B, but you can observe necessity, right? You can say, okay, why is my
Can we
eggs
just skip? Can we skip to
frying
the
in the
end?
morning?
So
So it's because the
can
alarm
we
went off.
skip? Can we skip
Right?
to the end? So
Yeah.
the end is
So,
that no,
yeah.
precept does not work. Christianity does not provide a ground for
Precept
intelligibility.
does work.
No, it doesn't. It
No,
objectively,
precept works.
no, it objectively fails, and I
It
can
does.
prove it fails.
Yeah, it does work.
So,
No, it does work.
no, it doesn't. I can prove it.
All right, then.
One of the
All right, then address it. All right. So
Well,
answer my question then. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the issues with that presupposition that everything is created from that one God is the number of gods being one. How do you know that it's just one and not, say, multiple, a group of goddesses and gods working together as a team to make all of this happen?
Well, the ground of all being is the Christian God, right? Who's God, who is a Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, three persons, one God, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipotent, always truth revealing, right? He cannot lie, and he operates in a revelatory capacity where he reveals things to you and to me that we cannot be wrong about. So the Christian God has revealed to you that the external world is actual, right? That's a real dog, that's a real cat, that's a real person. And he has also revealed to you to love your nature. You love your neighbor as yourself, right? So this is what ontology is. This is what being is, right? Being is God. And so you're denying being itself. You're denying itself. You're proposing an alternative,
we can't hear what you're saying. You're just
hypothetical
roboting.
worldview that when you subject, dang, okay.
My question is focused on how do you know it's just that one God? Like, there's a part in the Bible that says there shall be no other gods and goddesses before me. It sounds like there's a bit of an affirmation of there being other deities as well, or at least in the past. Maybe he killed them all off and wants to be the only one. I don't know. How do you know it's just one that is responsible for creation completely on their own and not multiple that came about at the same time and worked together as a team to create all of this?
That is who God has revealed himself to be. Like God, who is like ontology, right? Being itself is God. Right?
Given all
Being,
the
yeah, you
that
can.
we've talked about that he's done,
That's not
do you find his word trustworthy?
God. No, look, God is good. Like he is the standard. There is no higher
Nope.
good
The potato,
than God.
the magical
And
potato
if
is good.
you
The magical
and
potato
I,
is good, and there is
right?
no standard higher
No,
than the
no, no.
magical potato.
So
Okay.
ask a Christian. You came here We've talked a whole bunch. You could have just told us at the beginning that you're a presuppositionalist. We deal with presuppositionalists all the time. It doesn't work, even by Christian standards. It's a bad theology to be a Christian, and be a precept
Alright.
is to be a confused Christian.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to actually have someone engage with the the argument, because I asked it earlier. So, do you have do you affirm that there's being,
So
right?
I'm an atheist. I don't believe that there is some kind of deity, a Christian God, for example, or any other of these deities. But the thing is, I already explained why I found this to be despicable. We've covered the ethics aspects of this. And because of the unethical things that this God has done, I don't find his character to be one that is trustworthy. So when he comes along and claims that this is how it is, I have a lot of reasons to doubt his claims, because I don't get the impression that he has my best interests at heart as a person, on this, who lives in reality, nor the best interests of most people. He doesn't seem to have them at heart, given that he's drowned so many and killed them in such a horrific way. So if that's the case, why should I believe all of a sudden what he says about the universe is the way it is about reality? If he's already demonstrated to me that he's not got my best interest at heart, my thinking is there's a good likelihood he may be lying to me now about how reality works.
God does have your best interests at heart, and he has my best interest. He has everyone's best interests at heart, and the best thing for us is to do all things for the glory of God. Right? It's not like
Isaac,
it's not.
the potential fatal abuse of Isaac. He was instrumental in that. He definitely did not have Isaac's best interest at heart. Absolutely not. And all those people who drowned in the flood, he did not have their best interests at heart. If he did, he wouldn't have made them die by drowning. He would have killed them instantaneously at the very least. And even that still would not be having their best interests at heart, because they died when it was unnecessary.
Well, who determines, like, well, what is best, like, for you or for me? Who determines what's best for us? Well, it is God, right? God determines what is best for us, and what is best for us is to do all things for His glory.
No.
Right? To love Him.
No.
Yeah.
So if something determines what's best for you, then it's not what's objectively best for you. It's a subjective determination. What's best for you is an objective fact, independent of anyone's opinion. So God can't determine what's best for you. What's best for you has to be independent of any opinion God has.
Well, God knows, like, He knows what's best for you and best for me.
That's fine.
Right?
He
He's
can
not like
know it.
making an opinion. He's not making an opinion.
That's fine. He can know what's best for you. What's best for you is independent of anything God says. So God doesn't get an opinion on it. God can't change it. God doesn't determine it. It's completely independent of God. So God can know it. Like God can know 1 + 1 = 2, but he has no say in the matter.
Well, it's not independent of God, because God is good. Like, He is the good, the highest
Nope,
good.
it has to be, because that makes it subjective. So if what's good for us is determined based off of a subject, that literally means what's good is subjective.
No, so like
the definition of subjective.
if it was based, yeah, if it was based off of a human mind.
Nope, any
right? If it
mind.
was based off of
It's
a
any
human
mind. Human doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's human or ape. It's any mind. Any mind. There's no definition of
Oh, it's any
subjective that says human mind. It says any mind. All of them. Every dictionary, every philosophy paper. It's any mind.
Well, when we're talking about good, we're talking about God's being Himself. Like, we're just saying His being.
Nope, that's
his
subjective. So that
essence,
fails.
his nature,
It fails as objective
right?
morality. That
Nature.
can't be objective morality, and that's why every expert in the field of ethics thinks that theistic morality is garbage. So that's subjective morality that you're describing. It literally just fails.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe that is subjective.
What does the word
Because
subjective
it's not
mean?
dependent. It's that subjective would be dependent upon your, like, a mind, like your mind or my mind.
Is it dependent upon God's mind?
I believe that it's just like His identity. Like, it's His identity. It is who He is.
Okay, so
his nature, His being.
So can God change his mind?
No, God cannot change His mind.
So like he couldn't, like, I don't know, drown the world, create the people, and then kill them all. Be like, yeah, this was a mistake. I'm gonna like fix the mistake by drowning them all? He can't change his mind like that.
It wasn't. Well, God knows everything. So everything, all that occurs is within the sovereign will of God. So God knew that Adam and Eve was going to eat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and He also knew that the people were going to be very wicked and behave badly, and He knew that He was going to flood the world, and He knew that He was going to send Christ to pay for our sins, and that He to save us. That if we repent, accept that, though our sins are as scarlet, they are as white as snow. So before the world was even created, God had a plan of salvation. Right? He had a plan of, hey, this is how I'm going to save these people. This is how I'm going to help them. So none of that came as a surprise, right?
That's fine.
None of
So
that,
God's can't change morality. He can't change reality. He doesn't get a say in it. His mind does nothing. It can't do anything.
change morality. Morality doesn't change.
Right. So God's mind can't do anything. It can't change anything. It can't affect anything. It's just nothing. So you can just get rid of God's mind entirely and say it's, a universe with no mind, and it's determined by its nature, and it'll just do everything it's determined to do. And you can get the exact same thing with no mind.
No, God just knows everything, and He has.
But he can't change his mind, right? He can't change
he
decisions,
sets-
right? His nature is determined, and his mind can't change his nature, right?
Yeah, like his mind doesn't change.
Right. So we can say there's nature,
today,
there's reality, like there's a universe, has no mind, and its nature can't change, and so it just does all the things in its nature. And you can explain everything in the universe just like that without any mind at all. The mind does nothing.
Well, I guess we wouldn't be able to explain how we know things. Like, how could we know that the apple's on the table? How would we know what is the good?
Well, no.
Like
So
the highest
remember,
good. What is
the universe is determined to act based on its nature, and if the universe's nature is determined to give us knowledge, then we will have knowledge. Just like if God's nature determines him to give us knowledge, he can't change his mind about it. His mind doesn't do anything. And so the same way you ground knowledge that God is determined by his goodness nature to give us true knowledge, we can ground knowledge without a God. Say, oh, nature is determined to give us true knowledge because it's part of its nature.
so you'd be saying like ontology or the ground of all being is a mind which is personal and revelatory and revealing to
listen
you.
carefully. So if God's mind is determined by his unconscious nature, his nature that is not a mind, then guess what? You can remove the mind, no mind, and say the nature is determined by itself, and it is determined to give us knowledge. So now we have knowledge in a universe with no mind and no intentionality, just because it's determined by its nature to give us knowledge. Just like God is determined by his nature to give us knowledge, and his mind has absolutely no difference to the equation whatsoever.
All right. So I guess you would hold to that there's being, right? There's being. There's
Stuff exists.
true nature
Yes,
of being.
stuff exists.
Okay. So stuff exists, and then do you have a connection with like ontology with that
I
which
literally
is the
just
case?
explained it to you. So if the nature of reality is determined by its nature to give us knowledge, then it necessarily gives us knowledge, just like what you think God does.
So the nature of reality, the nature of I just say ontology. The nature of ontology is that it is determined to give you knowledge.
Yep.
Right? It's determined to give you knowledge. Therefore, we have knowledge. Why is like the true nature of being determined to give you and give me knowledge?
It's its necessary nature that it can't change.
So is the true nature of being personal?
No,
like,
that's the
does it
mind thing. There's no
desire?
mind. Remember we went over this before where I asked you, can God's mind change anything about his nature? You said no, which means we can just get rid of his mind entirely. His mind can't change anything about his nature. His nature determines everything, which means we can get rid of the mind, no mind, just remove it, and nothing changes. Because remember, everything's determined by his nature, not his mind. So mind gone. No mind, no intention, no personality, mind gone. Same everything.
Well, I don't see how saying that his mind cannot change his nature would necessitate that we can just get rid of the mind. You know, we can hold to that his nature is that he has a mind, in which being that he is omniscient, so he knows everything, being that he's perfect, being that, like, you know, like he knows everything, he has no need to change his mind, right? He has no need to go and second guess himself and revise his judgments or make a better choice, because he just makes the right choice, or he makes the true choice.
So
there's no need.
So it's like
to,
if I'm determined to drop the rock, or if there's a lever which is determined to drop the rock, either way, the rock falls in the exact same way. The fact that I have a mind and I'm determined to let it go versus there's a lever which is determined to fall makes zero difference. The rock falls either way.
lever, rock. Yeah. So I guess I'm trying to understand. So the ground of all being, would you hold to that you actually have access to it? Like a
Yes, reality exists.
Okay. How? Yeah, I guess how would you define your epistemology?
What?
Like your theory of knowledge? Like, what is your epistemology?
Well, in this analogy, I'm saying reality gives me the knowledge directly.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying in like, what do you actually hold to?
What I actually hold to is
Not
something
not in
different.
the
Like
analogy.
all precept fails, but I can then take your failed precept and then copy it and show it works for a different ideology very easily. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm taking your failed precept and showing that I can use the failed precept to justify an alternative hypothesis. It's not the one I use because I know that method fails.
Okay, so you're trying to justify alternative. So with regards to your method, with regards to what you actually believe, what is your epistemology?
My epistemology starts with I think, therefore I am, therefore I exist, and I use differences between my imagination and my experience to classify objects, and based on that differentiation, I can build systems of language to describe things, logic and math. And from that, I can differentiate imagination from reality by determining novel testable predictions to differentiate imaginary hypotheses versus hypotheses that correspond to reality.
So I think therefore I am.
That's the
All right,
very
so
first part.
Okay. So I guess so, like our minds, or we have our brains, or our minds are mental states, right? So you have, like, imagine if you're to look at your brain and you're to take a picture. Right? You take a picture at T0, T1, T2, T3, and each time we're taking a picture of our brain, that's capturing, like, okay, this is like a certain arrangement of electrons and chemicals, and then the next picture is another arrangement,
I
another
didn't say
arrangement.
anything about neurons or brains in my epistemology.
Well, with regards to the eye, right? The eye is
Direct experience.
It's an entity.
Just direct experience.
Direct experience. Direct to what?
There's no to what. You have direct experience. It's the thing you're experiencing right now. There's no to what. It's a thing that exists. It's like a rock. Say, oh look, a rock. There's no to what. It's a thing that exists. Direct experience is a thing that exists right now. You're experiencing it.
All right. So to the actual state of affairs, I guess, like it's like phenomena or noumena or whatever is actually there. Okay,
Yes, I
so
can't have an experience and not exist. Therefore, nominally, I exist.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm just kind of thinking. Right. So you saying, okay, you have access to ontology. Kind of lost track of my thoughts. All right. So noumena, phenomena, ontology. All right. So what is You said I think, therefore I am. All right. So what about, like, cause and effect? Do you have certainty that there is cause and effect?
Those come later in the epistemology, which is not relevant. So as long as I have some knowledge, I've refuted precept. So let's just go with the first piece of knowledge. I exist. I don't need causality knowledge yet. That can come later. Logic, math can come later. I know I exist. Therefore, I have a grounds of knowledge and intelligibility, and I don't need God for that.
Well, yeah. Can you know you exist without cause and effect? Like, is there a you?
Yes, you can exist without being caused. There could no cause and effect can exist, and you can still know that you exist.
What about the law of identity?
Law of identity is descriptive. It doesn't do anything. It's a language game that we use to describe things.
So law of identity is descriptive. So it's not real.
It's a language. So it describes the way real things operate. The law of identity itself isn't a real thing.
Well, if it's describing something, that the thing it's describing needs to be real.
Right. So
Like,
I
there needs to
exist.
be
I am
like a
real.
real.
Yes, I exist. I am real.
Yeah, so the law of identity needs to be real.
No.
Like, the description needs to be describing the real.
Yes, the law of identity accurately
law.
describes me, and I exist. Yes.
So, but so basically, so the law of identity, it cannot just be merely descriptive.
Yes,
Right?
it can.
If
It's
something's
literally
okay, this
so.
is only
Very first sentence:
it's
Stanford Encyclopedia, philosophy, classical logic. Classical logic is a formal language with a system of semantics. It literally, it's nothing but a language. It's nothing but descriptive.
if something is just descriptive, then that means it doesn't really, it's not a real thing, right?
What?
It either is referencing, it's either referencing the real thing or it's not referencing the real thing, right? Like,
No.
like let's say you say,
All
okay, you say that
all
since,
sentences have three categories: descriptions of things that correspond to reality, descriptions of things that do not correspond to reality, and descriptions of things that are self-contradictory. This is true for logic. This is true of math. This is true of English. All languages. So I can say the sky is blue. That describes reality. Like A equals A describes reality. I can say the sky is purple. It does not describe reality. I can say F equals MA times 45. Does not describe reality. And I can say things that are contradictory. 1 + 1 = 7. Or A does not equal A. All sentences have these three properties. There's nothing special about them. The ones that describe reality are called correspondent sentences. The ones that don't do not correspond. There's nothing special about this.
so like let's say someone just says, okay, like the word pink. The word pink is just merely descriptive. So if the word pink is just merely descriptive, well, then that means that it's not really, there's no real pink, or there's no real color. It's just, you're just describing something. But if it is descriptive and referencing something that's in actuality, okay, word pink is referencing like this real color pink. Okay, well now we're describing something that is actual, right? Something that is real. But we cannot limit the scope of our words to say, oh no, it's only descriptive. It's just merely
No. So you're not understanding. So like if I say the word flowers, there is no such thing as flowers in existence. Flowers is an abstract category that does not exist, that refers to a whole bunch of particular things. So these abstract categories don't exist anywhere. There's no like field of the definition of flowers. No. There's a field of a whole bunch of particular flowers. So if I say A equals A, there's no such thing as A equals A anywhere in the universe. It describes a whole bunch of particulars, like I exist and I am me. But the actual abstract thing is nothing. It's like flowers or football teams or any abstract we come up with. It's irrelevant. Labels don't exist. The categories don't exist. They refer to particulars. So A equals A refers to me existing. I am me. Yes, there's nothing more than that. You don't need anything more than that. That alone gives me A equals A in the law of logic. I need nothing greater than that.
So is the ground of all being one or many?
Either
Like,
one.
is
Either
it
one is
a
fine.
Either
Either one is fine. So if my
either
worldview
one?
says I exist, I think therefore I am. If the ground of all being is one, I still exist. And if the ground of all being is many, I still exist. Both work. I still have knowledge.
Well, it's not fine, right? It's not fine. Just
Yes,
go
it is.
either one.
It's perfectly fine.
No, that's not fine.
Yes, it is.
All right, so look.
how does
right.
let's say the being of all is one and the being of all is many, and I exist in both, and in both worlds I say I exist. How am I wrong in one of them?
Okay. Well, all right. So like, yeah. So if we go and we say, okay, the ground of all being is one. So this is saying.
Go with
So we're talking
the
about
many.
ontology.
Let's
Ontology
say
is what it is.
because you disagree with the many, obviously. So let's say
nature.
the ground of all being is many,
Nature.
and I exist, and I say I exist. How am I wrong?
And
Did you get that?
I think Jesus took him.
He's been raptured.
Blame his phone company. Hey, Taco, maybe we should move on to the next person, and then when ask a Christian's back in the service area.
All right, so I'll
you're
just
here.
continue and hopefully. Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. But yeah, so I'll just explain them both real quick. So basically, with the ground of all being being one, and we're talking ontology, where ontology is what is, it's the nature of being. This would be saying that like you are me, I am you, we are the stars, like we are the grass, which is the ocean, the chair, like that. We're all one being. Or another picture would be to say, like, imagine that you have like yellow Play-Doh, blue Play-Doh, green Play-Doh, purple, and then you just smush it all together. So it's all one, like one big brown thing. So essentially, when they say, well, okay, well, like the ground all being is one, like they're saying that there are no distinctions. Like distinctions do not exist.
No, that's
and this
not.
is
That's
this is
not at
this
all.
is
No,
this is
no,
this
no.
is
So
yeah, Hinduism.
well, I don't care about Hinduism. I care about philosophy. So in philosophy, the problem of the one and the many, to say that there is one fundamental essence just means everything is made out of the same substance. It can still be different discrete things. They're just all made out of the same substance. So like idealism is a form of the one where everything is made out of mind. You don't actually, there's just one thing and it's just spread out a bunch. And the many would say there's like dualism where you have idealist consciousness and you have materialist matter and they're both interacting. So that's the many, where there's two different fundamental substances that make up everything. Both of these are possible. I don't care which one. My question to you was, suppose it is the case, either one, that the fundamental nature of reality is one or the fundamental nature of reality is many, and I say I exist. That's knowledge. Now, how is it not knowledge in either one of those cases? Like if the ground of being is one and I say I exist, it's knowledge. And if the ground of being is many and I say I exist, it's still knowledge. So either one knowledge is possible, whether or not it's one or many.
Yeah, I mean, if it's one substance, it's like one essence. You know, like you would be me, I would be you, we'd be the stars.
No.
And then the problem with that is that we would have one essence with truth and lie, right? Like truth and lie would be the same
Literally
thing.
none of
And then
that follows. Literally
that's
no. Has
confusing,
nothing to do with
right?
truth, has nothing to do with lie, has nothing to do with us beings.
There'd be no distinctions.
No, that's wrong. Literally no. That has nothing to do with the one and the many. No. Nothing to do with that problem whatsoever. The one in the many does not say if there's one, everything is literally the same one thing. No.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So the question,
But yeah, you also
focus on my question. My question was, suppose everything is one and I say I exist. Is it knowledge? Yes or no?
So like everything is one, and you say you exist. Yeah, I wouldn't view that. Yeah, I wouldn't view it as knowledge. No.
Is it a justified true belief? So I have an experience. That experience is a justification for my belief that I exist. It is not possible for me to have this belief and for me not to exist. Therefore, it's true. So it's a true justified belief. It is therefore knowledge. How is that not knowledge?
I mean, would you be the same substance as your experience?
Sure.
Okay, so how do you distinguish between you and your experience?
I don't care. The question was, I said I exist. Is that knowledge? If I'm literally the only thing that exists and I say I exist, that statement is still true and it's still knowledge.
So only thing, and you say that you exist. Well, how do we define the I? Like, what is the I?
The thing experiencing.
The thing experiencing, and then is there like a sequential series
Nope.
of
It can be a
events,
single
like
moment of
one
time.
thought,
Makes no
another
difference.
thought,
It can be
another thought.
many sequences of events, or it can be a single moment. Makes no difference to the argument. Don't care.
Well, would you be being eternal? Like have you like always?
I can exist for one moment. I can exist for infinitely many moments. Makes no difference to the argument.
But it sounds like you're describing something that isn't actual. because like you're not eternal. I'm not eternal. We didn't just
I said it doesn't matter
always.
if I'm eternal or not. If I'm eternal and at time t equals 1 I say I exist, that's knowledge. If I'm not eternal and I only exist for 10 seconds and at time t equals 6 I say I exist, that's knowledge. So whether or not I'm eternal, I have knowledge. If I'm not eternal, I have knowledge. If there's temporal states, I have knowledge. If there's no temporal states, I have knowledge. If there's many, I have knowledge. If there's one, I have knowledge. In all possible variations, I still have knowledge. When I say I exist, it is still knowledge.
Okay. So when you say knowledge, are you saying knowledge is probabilistic or
No,
knowledge is certain?
certain, absolute, justified true belief. It is 100%. I cannot believe I exist and not exist at the same time.
Okay, so it's certain. So all right, so I think therefore I am. I think like in my view, the I would be composed of successive events, like
Nope.
successive mental states.
Nope, it can be
There
exact.
would be a
It can only
mind.
exist in one moment. So you can have one moment with just this belief, and that's it. So I have an experience and a belief, and that's it. And there's no time at all.
Yeah, but that's not what that's not what you believe is the case
doesn't
right
matter.
now. You don't believe that we're
It doesn't matter.
you don't believe
It's still, is it
you don't
knowledge
believe
if there's zero time?
you don't believe
There's
it.
zero time. Just you have one belief, just an existence, no time. Is that belief knowledge? Yes. If there's also time, is it still knowledge?
belief.
Yes, it's knowledge in both cases. It's still knowledge.
Okay, so one belief, like one entity at one time.
Well, for every moment,
I guess
every moment of
in-
time that I have that belief, it is knowledge. So if I have it at 10 t equals 2, it's knowledge. At 3, it's knowledge. At 4, it's knowledge. At 5, it's knowledge. At any point I have that belief, it is knowledge.
I guess the main thing is just I would try to go into, okay, well, what is the I? Like try to really pick, like just dissect that
Whatever
and
is
go
causing
through
the experience. I don't care.
every-
I don't care if I'm made of atoms. I don't care if I'm made of spirit stuff. I don't care if I'm a brain in a vat. Whatever is causing me to have this experience is the I, and I don't care what it is. It makes no difference. Whatever it is, I still have knowledge.
What is how do we define, like, what is experience?
The thing that you're literally doing right now. So experience is an object that exists, like a rock. There's a rock there, it exists. And so if you have an experience, the experience you're having is a literal object that literally exists right now.
Is experience a mind which is it having a succession of events? Like one event after another. So it's not a succession of events.
No, it's an experience. It's an event that happens at a particular time, like a rock. A rock is not a succession of events. A rock is an object that exists at a particular point in time. An experience is an object that exists at a particular state in time. So any period of time, time t equals 7, your experience exists right then. It is a thing. It exists. It's a rock. It's an object that exists.
Okay, so how do we know what exists?
Well, we know you exist. That's all we need to know right now. So I have an experience. I exist because if I didn't, I couldn't be having the experience.
And so by existence, we mean in accord with the actual state of affairs.
Well, that's what it means to exist, I guess.
Okay, sure. So in accord with the actual state of affairs. Okay, so the ground of all being, right? The ground of all being would be a mind, right, which is operating in a revelatory capacity that reveals to you.
Stop.
Hey, look, this is a real rock.
No.
Right, this is a real rock.
Nope, stop. So
Real
when I say
person.
I exist,
Yeah.
me existing does not mean I am the grounds of being.
Well, then what is the ground of all being?
No idea. It makes no difference to the argument. If the ground of all being is a potato, I still exist. I still have knowledge. If the ground of all being is a magical unicorn, I still exist. I still have knowledge. If the ground of all being is a god, I still exist. I still have knowledge. If the ground of all being is a quantum field, I still exist. I have knowledge. So I have no difference what the ground of being is. It makes zero difference.
So existence is predicated on the ground of all being, like on
reality.
Existence
Reality must exist for me to exist. Sure.
So the only way for something to exist is that the ground of all being holds it into existence, right? So, and the ground of all being reveals that this thing
Nope,
is
nope,
actual
nope,
through
nope.
a
Stop. You've
revelatory
added a whole bunch of
actions.
garbage in there that makes no difference. Reality exists, and for me to exist, I must be in reality. Reality doesn't need to tell me anything. Reality doesn't need to bring me into existence. Could be a random fluctuation, could be a brute fact, could be just nothingness, something from nothingness. Either way, I still have knowledge. Doesn't make a difference. So if I said the ground of all being did not create me, and I just popped into existence out of nothing, ex nihilo, and then I said I exist, that would still be knowledge. I would still have knowledge, even if the ground of being told me nothing.
Could you define a phenomena and noumena?
Phenomena is the apparent way reality is. Noumena is the actual way the reality is.
Yeah. So phenomena is the phenomena is the apparent way, and then noumena is the actual,
right?
The actual way.
So if I say I exist, that's noumena.
Yeah. So
that's noumena.
Yeah, so phenomena, apparent, noumena is the actual. So the question is about, well, what is the actual? Like, what
Yes,
is
I
the
exist.
noumena?
If I say I exist, it's noumena
and
that I exist. That's noumena knowledge.
That it is noumena in virtue of the ground of all being.
No, it has nothing
causing
nothing
you
to do with the
exist.
ground of all being. Has nothing to do with the ground of all being at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
Zero. No difference. You can change the ground of all being in any
right?
way you want.
So-
I still have knowledge. Say the ground of all being is a
But-
magical farting potato, and I say I exist, I still have knowledge.
So ontology, right? Ontology is what it is. It's the nature of being. So ontology provides for you to exist, and it also provides for you to know
Again,
that you
none
exist.
of that matters.
It does.
None
it
of
has,
that matters.
Has two.
None of that matters.
It has two functions.
No.
Two functions.
No.
It has two functions. Two functions. Yeah.
So ontology is what exists. It doesn't provide anything. It's just the things that exist. Now, you can say the grounds of all being is a magical potato. And you can say there are lots of things that exist the magical potato did not do. Just random things that popped into existence for no reason. Ground of all being had nothing to do with it. It didn't allow them to exist. It didn't create them to exist. It doesn't care. Those things, when they pop into existence, if one of them is a conscious agent and says it exists, it has knowledge, even though the grounds of all being didn't tell it, didn't create it, and doesn't care. None of those factors that you keep bringing in have any relevance to the statement, I exist being knowledge. So you keep adding in all this stuff that literally changes nothing about the argument. The argument is I say, I exist, that's knowledge. It doesn't make a difference what the ground of all being does. It doesn't make a difference if there is one. It doesn't make a difference anything you said. So what you would need to do is show how there could be, like, if there wasn't a ground of being or something, and I existed and said I exist, how that would stop being knowledge. Because that's what's required for precept to be true. Like, you have to say that if there's no ground of being, or if the ground of being didn't tell you something, then you can't have knowledge, which means if you say you exist, that can't be knowledge.
So you said the ground of all being could just be a potato, right? Or like ontology could just be a potato. But then in that case, you wouldn't exist. It would just be the potato, right?
No.
The potato would exist and you would not exist.
No, again, remember, problem one of the many, I would be there's many in this case. So if the ground of all being is a potato, there can be many other things in addition to the potato.
No, it'd just be the potato.
No.
If ontology is a potato.
No.
Ontology is a potato.
No, you're confusing.
That's all that
Ontology
is.
isn't a thing. Ontology is a word for all existing things. Ontology is not a thing. There is no thing that is ontology. The ground of all being is the fundamental essence that makes up all of reality. So if the fundamental essence that makes up all reality is a magical potato, can I also exist in this reality? Yes. Yes, I can.
No, you would not. You would not exist in the potato.
Yes. Like if I existed in the potato would still be the grounds of all reality. And I would also exist in the potato because the potato is space, essentially. And that would be fine. That's totally fine. There's no logical contradiction there.
So even if we bypass that, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know
Let's
that.
say I'm in the magical potato and I say I exist. Is that knowledge? You're saying no. I'm saying definitely. It obviously is knowledge.
Well, a potato isn't a causal agent. Like a potato wouldn't bring entities into being.
I agree.
So
I
then
agree.
there would be no other entities, right? There would be no you and
Nope,
no anything else.
that's wrong. So you can have things caused with no cause, called a brute fact. Brute fact is a thing that's caused without any cause. So say I become a brute fact in this universe and just pop into existence ex nihilo from nothing. And the potato, the ground of all being, did not cause me. It doesn't care about me. It doesn't give me any knowledge. And we're in this universe and I say I exist. Is that knowledge? Yes. So in a universe with the ground of being is a potato, it doesn't care about me. It doesn't talk to me. It didn't create me. Can I still have knowledge? Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. So I want to ask let's see another question. So with regards to meaning,
We have
what is the meaning? Like what is the meaning of life?
Sorry, we need to be careful of time, so maybe this will be the last question because we have probably one more person we want to bring up, and then I have one question from the audience that person would like me to ask, but that's after you're gone. So go ahead.
I have a quick question for Ask a Christian. Are you aware that this is the part of the debate called the trying to prove the impossibility of the contrary part, which all precepts fail at?
Also, the answer is cheesecake.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to prove that it's impossible to have a different worldview than precept and still account for knowledge. And you've just heard TJump give you a very simple account of some knowledge under all sorts of different worldviews, which could hold these same kinds of beliefs. They all can hold some kind of knowledge, and none of them require God as the ultimate justifier to do it. So what's the impossibility of contrary worldviews that makes precept true?
Yeah, so essentially, without the Christian God, you couldn't know anything. I couldn't know anything. We couldn't know like the apples on the table.
We've literally just discussed how we would know things.
We wouldn't be able to know that we exist. They're conscious minds. We wouldn't be able to do, and things would not exist.
Without Christianity?
Yeah, so basically the ground of all being, right? Ontology. Right? Ontology is what is. It's the nature of being, and that is the nature of being is a mind, which is omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, always truth revealing, has aseity, which means he's singular and self-contained, and all the diversity of particulars are grounded in him, right? Who is God. And so all those property sets are necessary for all the claims that you guys make, right? When you invoke facts, you invoke facts within God's worldview, right? You need to sit in God's lap to slap him in the face. Right, in atheism, you're essentially using a laptop with no operating system and telling me that you can surf the internet and play Halo 3. But you can't do that without an operating system. Instead, what is actually the case, right? What is actually the case is that you're using the God OS, right? You're using the God operating system, but claiming that you're not, right? So you're relying on God to have causality, to have uniformity of nature.
I'm relying on God to ask you to be quiet for a second because you're rambling. Okay. Ask a Christian.
I'm not rambling.
TJump, yes, you are.
Those are all
ask
silly
a Christian. Yes, ask a Christian. TJump has explained to you that you have knowledge that you exist. I have knowledge that we exist. We all have knowledge that we exist, regardless of what worldview. You're trying to claim that you can prove that no other worldview other than your Christian precept one can account for knowledge. But literally all worldviews that believe that they exist can account for knowledge.
No, not all other worldviews. It's not true. I mean, you look at the Hindu worldview, right? They say that there are no distinctions. The fundamental nature of reality is there's no distinctions. There'd be no distinction between a truth and a lie. If there's no distinction between a truth and a lie, you go right into absurdity, right? So their worldview completely dies. If you have a worldview like the Islamic worldview, within the Islamic worldview, right? The Islamic worldview,
one sec. So if a Hindu hold on, if a Hindu says they exist, do they have knowledge?
They have knowledge and virtue that the Christian God has revealed to them.
Hindu worldview is true. Hindu worldview is true. Everything is one or whatever, and they say they exist. Are they right?
No.
How can you miss that so badly? Oh my God! So if they exist, if they have an experience and they say they exist, they are correct. They have a justified true belief. They have knowledge. So even in that worldview, they still have knowledge.
So in the Hindu worldview, the true nature of being is that all is one.
Okay.
Right? And that there are no distinctions.
Okay.
Right? So there's no distinctions. And the distinctions, like let's say we perceive a distinction. They call it Maya.
Okay,
right?
let's just grant it. Let's say there are no distinctions. Say there are no distinctions. Hindu with no distinctions. I'm going to convert to Hinduism for a second here. So I'm now a Hindu. I believe there are no distinctions, and I say I exist. Am I right?
No.
How?
Because look,
God.
they're
So
this. Okay, I'll explain. I'll explain. Like this is why, because so in Hinduism they have Maya, right? Maya is the illusion. It's the thing that you think there's a distinction. You think there's a distinction between you and the pen in your hand, but that's just Maya. It's just an illusion. And so they say there's no distinction. So there'd be no distinction between truth and a lie, correct or incorrect. And once you go to that point where you say, okay, there's no distinction between a truth and a lie, a truth is a lie, then your worldview boils down to absurdicism, right? When you say, oh, I exist, it's the same thing as I don't exist. And you can't say I exist or I don't exist. It's just, it's all one, right? It's all the Brahman.
I gotta go. I got a
whatever,
date.
right? So,
I'll talk to you guys
I don't
later.
mean to.
Peace out.
We have not heard you
Sure.
meet a burden
Take
of
care.
proof to
God
show that
bless.
all possible worldviews are contrary and impossible.
Hey guys, just wanted to give you an update. The dumbasses at YouTube still have not given me back my monetization because my debates were uploaded on other channels first. So even though they're of me with my content that I own, they're reused content. And under that policy, your entire channel gets demonetized if you're using reused content. So YouTuber dumbasses, please support me here at my PayPal link, bit.ly/TomJump. It's case sensitive, so capital T, capital J. If you can, I'd really appreciate your support to make up for the